He opened his eyes midair, only to realize his new body was free-falling off a school rooftop. The teenager slammed into the concrete with a bone-shattering crash that should have left him dead on impact. But instead of dying, the ancient consciousness inside him manually forced his shattered heart to start pumping blood again. He gasped upright in a pool of his own blood, letting out a terrifying laugh. To understand how the supreme god of Earth ended up inside a weak, suicidal high schooler, we must go back to the very beginning. Earth, 3 million years ago. This was a wild and untamed era back when the very first ancestors of humanity were just starting to roam the planet. And right there among the primitive early humans is our main character. This red-haired hominid definitely stands out from the crowd. While the other early humans are busy doing normal caveman things, this guy is built totally different. Just look at those shoulders and that smug grin. He does not care about simple survival. This absolute maniac has an insane obsession with hunting and is literally riding a mammoth like it is a Tuesday commute. To anyone else, he looked like a standard Australopithecus. But under that hairy exterior was the heart of a pure, adrenaline-seeking warrior. But as the years rolled on, something incredibly strange happened. Every single one of his peers grew old and died while he just kept going. Eons flew by, and his entire species eventually went extinct, leaving him completely alone in a barren wasteland, yet death refused to touch him. Even as the world changed around him, he sat in silent isolation among the bones of a dead era. Time quite literally had zero effect on his body. Millions of years passed as he watched humanity evolve from simple hunters into modern societies, but he just kept training and growing stronger. In this seemingly endless passage of time, he had only one thing that kept his mind sane: constant fighting. He threw himself into battles against everything the planet had to offer, from saber-toothed tigers to giant beasts. Those brutal clashes of raw strength were the only pleasures he had left in this world. He lived for the thrill of the fight. Over 3 million years of non-stop combat, his body physically evolved to adapt purely to fighting. He did not need magic or weapons because he had pure, unadulterated muscle. Through sheer willpower and physical perfection, he transcended humanity altogether. This absolute unit officially became a god. Meet Earth God Mu, the top-ranked deity of the divine realm and the official overseer of planet Earth. Talk about a glow-up from riding mammoths. But sitting on a golden throne in the clouds comes with a major downside. Mu is bored out of his mind and has absolutely nothing left to do. With a heavy sigh, he gets up from his throne. If there is no entertainment up here, he is just going to have to find it elsewhere. He steps right off the edge of the divine realm, stomping downward with enough force to send shockwaves across space. His target is the neighboring planet, Elmer. Let us see if the neighbors have anyone who can actually give him a decent fight. As he approaches, the planet Elmer swirls with turbulent clouds, completely unaware of the absolute monster heading its way. Mu lands on the foreign planet like a meteor, his colossal presence cracking the sky and shaking the very foundations of Elmer. Inside his dark Gothic castle, the ruler of Elmer senses the massive disturbance and looks up in sheer panic. This is Lucifer, the second-ranked deity in the divine realm and the overseer of Elmer. He looks like a classy demon lord, but right now he is just stressed. Lucifer rolls his eyes in pure exhaustion, already knowing exactly who is causing this mess and groaning about it. Back on his throne, Mu complains about how he has fought everyone worth fighting. Now there is not a single soul left who can match him. He tries to remember his last real fight and realizes it was probably 1,000 years ago. Suffering from success is a real condition. But then a sudden realization hits him like a lightning bolt. What if the problem is not that others are too weak, but that he is simply too strong? An absolute brain blast occurs to him. If he is too strong, he just needs to find a way to weaken himself. Truly, a certified genius moment. If he can just borrow the weak and fragile body of a normal earthling, then suddenly every opponent will become a massive challenge again. Excited by his own brilliant plan, he jumps to his feet and summons his loyal assistant Dragonling to get things started. High above the clouds, a small green dragon hears the call and comes flying down toward the throne. The dragon lands with a heavy and intimidating thud, showing off its massive, powerful frame. It turns out his assistant is an absolute unit of a dragon humanoid, standing tall and looking ready for war. This is Dragonling, the top god's personal assistant. He politely bows and asks if his lord called for him. Mu casually waves him off, telling him to watch over the divine realm while he is gone. Dragonling is left standing there completely bewildered. Before Mu can even take a step, dark energy circles crackle around his arm, binding him in glowing purple chains. Dragonling actually has the guts to use magical chains to bind the supreme god, trying to stop him from doing something incredibly stupid. The chains wrap tightly around Mu's muscular body, sealing his divine power in a desperate bid to keep him from leaving. But instead of getting angry, Mu just looks down at the chains and lets out a terrifying low growl that sends shivers down Dragonling's spine. Dragonling immediately realizes he might have made a huge mistake, sweating bullets as he nervously holds onto the chains. Mew does not even bother breaking the chains. He just walks forward and casually drags the massive dragon assistant behind him like a disobedient puppy. Dragonling is literally crying as he is dragged across the dirt, begging Mew to think about the upcoming council meeting instead of skipping out. A menacing dark red aura erupts from his body, cracking the ground beneath his feet. With a terrifying glare, he turns back to his crying assistant and challenges him to a fight. Dragonling instantly dissolves his chains and puts on a polite and shaking smile to wish him a safe trip. Smartest move he has made all day. With the annoying lizard dealt with, Mew reaches his hand out toward the glowing blue planet Earth to find his perfect vessel. He peers through the cosmic veil, searching through millions of human souls on Earth to find the right candidate. He tunes into the collective thoughts of humanity, hearing a chaotic mess of people complaining about work or crying about being broke. But one specific desperate prayer catches his attention. A kid is crying out and begging any god to send him to another world. Mew grins, liking the kid's sheer desperation. He decides on the boy and promises to grant his wish as a bonus. Dragonling watches in pure horror from the background as Mew prepares to execute his insane soul-swapping experiment. Mew casually adds that he will leave his divine god body behind, so Dragonling had better take good care of it while he is gone. With a wave of his hand, Mew separates his soul from his physical form, leaving his lifeless god body floating in front of his assistant. Dragonling loses his absolute mind, screaming that this is completely against the rules and that Mew's soul will be destroyed if the weak human body dies. Mew just chuckles, completely unbothered by the warning. Classic Mew, always overconfident. Before Dragonling can stop him, Mew's soul starts to fade into a bright blue light heading straight for Earth. Divine soul transfer officially initiates. Meanwhile, in a fantasy world, a purple-haired young hero holding a glowing sword celebrates his hard-earned victory. He stands victorious after defeating the ultimate evil, Demon King. The scene cuts to a happy ending screen of the hero surrounded by cute anime girls. It is the classic generic harem fantasy ending. But wait, it turns out this entire epic fantasy adventure was just a cheap web novel on a smartphone screen. The guy reading it lets out a deep sigh of disappointment, complaining about yet another generic overpowered harem ending. This is 17-year-old high schooler Lee Ho. Frustrated with the lazy story, he casually tosses his phone aside onto the concrete floor of his school rooftop. The phone hits the ground with a brutal crunch, the screen shattering into a million pieces. Talk about throwing a tantrum. Lee Ho stands near the edge of the school building, looking out over the city and deciding he can now die without regrets. He has multiple bandages and bruises covering his face and arms, hinting at a pretty rough life. With a final look of cold resignation, he leaps right off the school rooftop. As he plummets through the cold night air, his life flashes before his eyes. He wonders if a god actually exists. He screams out with all the desperation left in his lungs, begging to be sent to another world. His phone lies completely shattered on the pavement below as a pool of blood suddenly splatters across the concrete. Blood splatters heavily across the pavement, pooling around his broken smartphone. Lee Ho's lifeless body lies face down in a massive pool of blood, his tragic leap from the roof seemingly completed. But suddenly, his bloody fingers twitch. His hand starts to drag across the cold concrete as life begins to surge back into him. He coughs up a spray of blood, his eyes wide in absolute shock and pain. Suddenly, a massive, glowing red spectral image of Mew's divine form appears right behind him, fusing into his broken body. In a burst of blinding blue light, Lee Ho's body is completely healed and stands upright, glowing with an intense divine energy. But wait, instead of Earth, the soul of normal high schooler Lee Ho opens his eyes to find himself in the divine realm, standing right before a giant green dragon. Both of them stare at each other in absolute sweat-inducing confusion, demanding to know who the other is. Ma just waves off his assistant's worries like they are nothing, completely confident in his grand plan. He flashes one last cocky smile, reassuring Dragonling that this will be a quick trip. Dragonling screams out, but it is already too late. Mew's soul separates and shoots at speed. The divine soul plummets through the clouds, locking onto the school rooftop where Lee Ho just jumped. Ho's eye snaps open midair, suddenly waking up with the divine god's consciousness inside his brain. Mew realizes he is in a body that is literally free-falling off a building, wondering if this kid is suicidal. He slams into the concrete ground below with a massive crash. Any normal human would be flat as a pancake after a fall like that. Mew takes a moment to process the absolute physical wreckage of his new vessel. This body is bruised, battered, and practically on the verge of death. Lying in the dirt next to his shattered phone, Mew groans as he tries to assess the damage. He tries to move his hands, but his fingers just tremble weakly against the cold concrete. The pain is absolutely blinding. Slowly, the trembling stops as his divine will begins to force the physical body to obey his commands. Even though he is lying in a growing pool of blood, Mu is not about to let his new toy break on the very first day. Time for a quick anatomy lesson. The human body relies on involuntary muscles like the heart to keep itself running without conscious thought. Normally, humans cannot control these muscles at all since they just do their own thing in the background. But Mu has spent over 3 million years training his physical body, reaching a level of anatomical understanding that completely transcends human limits. He can consciously control every single muscle fiber, blood vessel, and organ inside his body, making even his involuntary systems obey his absolute will. In a desperate bid to survive, Mu manually forces his shattered heart to start beating again, pushing life back into the dying teenager. With a massive gasp, Ho sits upright, coughing up a spray of blood as his body is violently pulled back from the brink of death. He examines his hands, completely satisfied with his quick repairs. By moving the blood vessels, he even managed to stop the bleeding. He kneels in the pool of his own blood, feeling a strange sense of nostalgia since it has been a long time since he bled this much. A massive grin spreads across his face as the spectral image of his true god form towers behind him. He knew coming to Earth was the right choice. Now that he is physically stable, it is time to sift through his memories to figure out who this kid actually was. He stands up and starts limping away from the school courtyard, deciding to head back to base. But walking in a human body is way harder than he expected. He puts his hands on the concrete, already complaining about how slow this is going to be. So instead of walking, he just launches himself into a series of gravity-defying handstand, flips over the school wall like a parkour master. He arrives at a rundown basement apartment, the humble and depressing home of the teenager Lee Ho. Mu sits on a simple mattress on the floor, spending hours sorting through the chaotic memories of the kid's life. He learns that Lee Ho has only one family member who lives far away, meaning the poor kid was completely alone in this world. Mu muses that the kid is completely miserable, and his main job involves attending a hellish place called school. But as he digs deeper, he finds a very interesting detail about this daily routine. It turns out Ho was a massive target for bullying, getting cornered and beaten up by his classmates on a daily basis. Instead of being upset, Mu's eyes light up with pure, unadulterated joy. Perfect. He stands up and throws a punch into the air, thrilled at the prospect of jumping straight into a fight. But as he looks down at his hand, a look of sudden confusion crosses his face. A sharp burning sensation flares up through his arms and shoulders, making his muscles glow red with heat. He clutches his arm as the reality of a fragile human body sinks in, realizing his handstands cause massive fatigue. He smiles as he realizes exactly what this feeling is. It is something he has not experienced in over 1,000,000 years. He lets out a creepy, ecstatic laugh at his own physical misery, thrilled to finally feel muscle soreness again. The next day, police tape and crowds gather outside the school, with everyone gossiping about the kid who supposedly jumped off the roof last night. Mu casually walks toward the schoolyard, humming to himself and completely ignoring the weird looks from the crowd. The school staff watches him pass, whispering in disbelief that the kid who was supposed to be dead is walking around totally fine. Mu slams the classroom door open with a loud thud, immediately turning every head in the room. He scans the classroom, his eyes locking onto a green-haired guy sitting in the back who looks like he just saw a ghost. The green-haired bully drops his phone in shock, sweating as he realizes his favorite punching bag is actually back. Trying to keep his tough guy act up, the bully sneers and demands to know what the idiot Lee Ho is doing. Mu does not say a word. He just glares at him with cold, predatory eyes as he slowly approaches his desk. His muscles are still incredibly sore, causing him to limp slightly with every step he takes. The bully sits back confidently, amused by Ho's sudden dramatic entrance. But inside Ho's mind, Mu is laughing maniacally because he has finally found his very first opponent. The bully stands up and slaps Ho across the face, sending his glasses flying and calling him crazy. The green-haired guy laughs hysterically, mocking him in front of the whole class for being an easier target without his glasses. Drops of dark red blood drip steadily onto the classroom floor. Ho stands in the shadow of his messy blue hair, blood dripping from his nose as he stares at the floor. The bully has no idea that he just sealed his own fate because Mu has some very specific rules when it comes to fighting. To him, a fight only truly begins when both parties have shown a clear and mutual will to fight. And as a god of war, Mu is always without exception ready to throw down. So the key to starting a proper battle always lies in the opponent's true intent. And the absolute best way to confirm that violent intent is by receiving the opponent's very first strike. Now that he has taken a hit, Mu smiles like a total psychopath because he does not have to hold back anymore. The bully's smile completely vanishes as he looks at the bloody, grinning kid in front of him, calling him insane. Before the guy can even blink, Ho throws a massive right hook straight into the bully's face, sending a spray of blood into the air. But as soon as the hit connects, the extreme muscle soreness flares up in his arm again, glowing with painful red heat. Ho clutches his arm in agonizing pain, screaming out in the middle of his own attack thanks to the brutal muscle soreness. The teacher and the students watch in absolute horror as the classroom erupts into instant violence. The entire room descends into pure chaos as classmates scramble to get out of the way of the sudden brawl. The green-haired bully stumbles back, clutching his bleeding nose in disbelief. Furious at being humiliated, the bully charges right back at him with his fists raised, screaming in rage. Ho calmly raises his arms, preparing to block the incoming attack with perfect timing. He quickly calculates his physical limits. If his body was in perfect shape, this sloppy attack would be effortless to dodge, but in this state, he needs to adapt. He locks his eyes on his target, preparing to tap into his godly techniques to end this quickly. The bully throws a punch, and Ho's body begins to glow with a strange, mystical pink aura. But right before he can activate his power, the bully's fist slams directly into his face. Mew suddenly remembers that Earth has absolutely zero mana. The bully gloats and throws another punch, screaming at Ho to stop messing with him. Mew wipes the blood from his cheek, realizing his options are extremely limited without any magical energy to back him up. He ducks low to dodge the next swing. If he cannot use magic or his sore limbs, he is just going to have to get creative. He lunges forward and drives his forehead directly into the bully's incoming fist. The bully's thin finger bones shatter instantly as they collide with Ho's incredibly hard, solid skull. The green-haired guy recoils in absolute agony, clutching his ruined, broken fingers and screaming in pain. Ho stands over him with a smug, educational grin, noting that thin finger bones cannot possibly overcome a solid human skull. He locks eyes with his prey, ready to deliver the final blow before the bully can come to his senses. He drives forward, grabbing the bully's collar to keep him from escaping. Ho digs a brutal strike right into the guy's stomach, targeting the solar plexus as the ultimate human weak point. The bully lets out a high-pitched scream of pure agony as all the air is instantly blasted out of his lungs. With his opponent completely open, Ho charges up his final devastating follow-up strike. He delivers a brutal palm strike right to the guy's chin, shattering his teeth and sending him flying backward. The bully's eyes instantly roll back as his consciousness completely fades away. The classroom goes dead silent as the green-haired bully collapses heavily onto his knees. He faceplants onto the floor, completely knocked out cold in a single brutal combination. The entire class stares in absolute disbelief, whispering about how the kid who got beaten to a pulp yesterday actually just won. He'll casually adjust his uniform, completely unbothered by the shocked whispers of his peers. Mew thinks to himself that there is a special feeling you only get after a fight ends and the excitement settles. He can feel the dull, heavy throbbing of pain in every single spot where the bully managed to land a hit. He feels the thick, metallic taste of blood pooling in the back of his throat. With a heavy gulp, he swallows the blood down, letting the intense physical feedback wash over his senses. He starts to tremble as his face twists into a terrifying, ecstatic grin. To a bored god, this messy human life is the ultimate drug. Mew casually walks over and squats right next to his bleeding opponent, offering a chilling whisper of thanks. Before the bully can even process what is happening, Mew leans in and violently sinks his teeth straight into the guy's ear. The green-haired kid shrieks in agony as blood splatters everywhere, while Mew literally tears a piece of the ear right off with his teeth. Mew pulls back, completely unbothered by the horrific screaming, and casually spits the bloody piece of flesh onto the classroom floor. The bloody chunk hits the concrete with a disgusting splat, leaving a dark red smear that sends shockwaves of absolute terror through the room. The nearby classmates watch in pure, unadulterated horror, clutching their own faces and calling him a crazy bastard. A twisted, bloody grin spreads across Mew's face as he relishes the sheer thrill of a chaotic mortal scrap. On the floor, the green-haired bully lies shivering in a pool of his own blood, muttering in pure defeat. Back in his god days, Mew had a habit of leaving a permanent physical mark on the rare warriors who actually managed to give him an enjoyable fight. It was his personal way of showing his divine gratitude, permanently identifying them as worthy toys capable of bringing him joy. Throughout the cosmos, these chosen warriors were given a legendary and feared title. They were known as Mew's Playthings, an elite group of fighters who carried his mark of strength across different realms. However, back down here on Earth, his dramatic calling card was interpreted as something entirely different. By the next morning, the entire school was absolutely buzzing with gossip about the crazy fight that went down in the second-grade classroom. Most of the guys try to act tough and play it off as no big deal, but they cannot help but whisper about the bizarre rumors. One of the students breaks down the juicy details for his friends, explaining how a bully got beaten up by his victim. A lazy street cat stretches out on the wall as the student delivers the punchline that the loser got completely neutered. Well, that is one way to put losing an ear. The cat yawns and hops down, completely unbothered by the dramatic high school drama unfolding around it. Out in the courtyard, students hang out the windows to watch a massive ambulance pull up to transport the earless bully. Mew leans out his classroom window, watching the emergency crew work with a smug grin and praising the mobile treatment service. He watches the ambulance speed away with its sirens blaring, silently hoping the bully heals up soon so they can do this again. But before he can plan round 2, his teacher appears right behind him with a vein popping on his forehead, demanding him to come to the office immediately. In the office, the teacher slams his desk in absolute outrage, screaming at the top of his lungs about Mu losing his mind. He brandishes a clipboard and paces back and forth in pure fury over what happened to the classmate. But instead of looking guilty, Mew just flashes a creepy red-faced grin, practically begging the teacher to throw a punch. The teacher takes a step back, completely freaked out by the kid's absolute lack of normal human sanity. Realizing he is dealing with a certified psycho, the teacher sighs and rubs his temples, ordering him to bring his parents. When Mew points out he lives alone and has no one to bring, the teacher just wants him gone and tells him to leave early without causing a scene. Mew happily takes the early dismissal, limping down the street outside the school grounds as his muscles continue to ache. He realizes heading back to his dark basement base is probably the best move for now. He looks down at his sore hands, realizing he has a lot of prep work to do if he wants to survive any real fights in this weak mortal body. He clenches his fist, wishing he could tap into his old divine powers to use mana. Mana is the ultimate force that goes beyond human limits, known in ancient cultures as chi or chakra. But to the gods it is simply known as mana, the fundamental life force that flows through all living things. It is the core energy that allows exceptional humans to become legendary hunters and defend their worlds from monstrous threats. And in other dimensions, it is the exact same magical fuel that powers brilliant wizards and sorcerers. Mu focuses his mind and tries to channel that life force, focusing a tiny spark of purple magical light in his palm. But the magical spark immediately fizzles out with a pathetic little puff of smoke. He sighs, realizing this modern Earth is completely barren of natural mana, and he will need to adapt to fighting without his magical channels. Exhausted from his failed magic attempt, he flops face down onto his dusty old mattress. He closes his eyes to let his bruised body rest, deciding to check back in on his divine form in the sky, since recovery will take time. Back in the divine realm, Mu's giant god body suddenly twitches and his glowing red eyes snap open. He slowly sits up, stretch yawning as his consciousness fully re-enters his original supreme form. He looks over and sees his assistant dragonling carrying his miniature dragon companion. Standing nearby is the soul of the high schooler Liho, looking completely lost as Mew casually points at him and demands him hand it over. Liho is incredibly confused, asking if Mew called the dragon to send him to another world and suggesting they hand the dragon over too. Liho is already plotting his massive fantasy adventure, smiling like a dork as he imagines dominating another world with a pet dragon. Mu just stares at the human soul, utterly unimpressed by his classic isekai delusions. Before Liho can keep rambling, Mew reaches down and grabs his soul with his giant hand like a plush toy. Ho starts flailing in panic as Mew carries him toward the balcony, demanding to know what the hell is going on. Mew flashes a sinister, toothy grin as he looks down at the tiny human, casually informing him that he is sending him to another world. They arrive in front of a massive dark Gothic tower, with a giant sword driven right through the center. Mu steps onto the balcony with a heavy thud, holding the screaming teenager over the edge. Lucifer is standing there, completely ignored, as Mew crashes his peaceful evening. Lucifer sighs deeply, trying to maintain some dignity as Mew casually walks in with a glowing human soul. Mew looks back and completely cuts him off, stating he hasn't said anything yet. He holds Liho out over Lucifer's portal, commanding the Demon King to open the gate so he can toss the kid in. Lucifer's eyes narrow in irritation. He is a literal god of the underworld, not a travel agent. Mew cracks his knuckles with a terrifying smug grin, stating he makes the rules because he is stronger and daring Lucifer to take a swing. He casually licks his lips, looking absolutely starved for a real fight and ready anytime. Lucifer's face turns red with rage, his horns crackling with dark energy as he mutters curses at the dumb brute. Mu just laughs and steps aside, deciding to handle the portal himself. Lucifer warns him that messing with another god's domain is highly forbidden, and touching the barrier will trigger a massive defense system. But Mew does not give a single care about the rules, slamming his fist directly into the magical barrier and shattering it like glass. Lucifer stares in absolute speechless shock as his ultimate defense system is completely destroyed. With his hand securely wrapped around the terrified human soul, Mew looks at Liho with a smug, knowing grin. He opens up a massive dimensional rift right there in the hall, gesturing toward the swirling, unstable magic and telling the kid to go in. Liho is completely sweating bullets, realizing his fancy isekai dreams are getting too real and begging to take the dragon. Mu quickly shuts down any hopes of starting his new life with a cheat code pet, telling him to find his own dragon because this one is his. Without giving him another second to complain, Mew casually drops him right into the dimensional rift. Yeah, keep dreaming, kid. Mew crosses his arms and lets out a heavy sigh as the portal snaps shut, complaining that kids these days do not want to work for anything. He waves a casual goodbye to the closing rift, wishing the kid luck and telling the other world to take good care of him. Behind him, Lucifer is shaking with an absolute world-ending rage, his fists clenching so hard they might burst. To understand why Lucifer is so pissed, we need a quick history lesson. He originally came from the brutal, dark planet of Elmer, where he ruled as the first Demon King. Driven by his own endless ambition, the proud Demon Lord eventually rose up to challenge the supreme deity of his world. He channeled his dark energy into a colossal glowing red sword, ready to strike down heaven itself. With a single world-shattering thrust, he drove his blade right through the heart of the original god. He completely annihilated the old deity, claiming the ultimate throne of heaven for himself. After taking God's position, he went on a rampage, conquering and defeating every other deity who dared to challenge his absolute rule. He became the undisputed god of gods, the absolute ruler standing at the very pinnacle of all cosmic life. He was an invincible and completely unique ruler feared across multiple solar systems, a mythical, catastrophic force of nature with infinite, transcendent magical power. Well, at least until Mew showed up and completely ruined his entire reputation. Lucifer's face twists into a hideous vein-popping snarl of pure hatred as he watches Mew walk away, cursing the human-born bastard. But Mew does not pay his threats any mind, casually hopping onto Dragonling's back to head out. As they fly away, a tiny bat-winged eyeball creature floats in the sky and watches them depart. Looks like the god is finally ready to return to his high school life. Back on planet Elmer, Lucifer is still absolutely seething with rage, promising that the lowly beggar will pay. Meanwhile, in a hospital bed back on Earth, the green-haired bully is also screaming into his pillow, swearing to kill that pathetic loser. His classmate watches him shake with anger, realizing the guy is completely delusional and already done for. Desperate for revenge, the bully pulls out his phone to call his older cousin for some heavy-duty backup. In a high-tech gym, an absolute beast of a boxer is shown training his speed on a punching bag. This is Kang Cheol, the boxing middleweight champion of the National Sports Festival. The dude is an absolute elite athlete. The gym background music plays as Kang Cheol slowly turns around, looking incredibly imposing. He wipes the sweat from his face, looking completely serious and unbothered by his surroundings. Suddenly, a phone rings on the benches, catching the attention of the other boxers in the gym. A blonde-haired guy with a cracked screen picks up the call, tapping the button. This is Guak Cheol, a fighter with 2 years of serious boxing experience and 14 brutal sparring sessions under his belt. The green-haired bully immediately starts buttering him up, asking if he needs a new phone screen to replace his broken one. Guak Cheol just smirks, seeing right through the kid's obvious bribe and telling him to get straight to the point. Back at school, the entire classroom is filled with loud, excited murmuring about the crazy battle from the day before. Suddenly, the classroom door slides open, and the green-haired bully walks in looking like a literal mummy. He is covered in thick white bandages from his nose to his ears, slowly walking to his desk. The entire class immediately bursts into quiet mocking whispers, wondering how he ended up like that after always picking on people. The gossip continues with classmates laughing about how the tough guy got completely neutered. Absolutely humiliated, the bully slams his fist onto his desk in a blind rage. He stands up and screams at the entire room like a crazy person, demanding them to stop whispering and face him head-on if they have a problem. Suddenly, the female class president adjusts her glasses and lets out a mocking chuckle. She glares at him with complete icy authority, ordering him to quit it and sit down or get out. The bully's brain completely breaks from the disrespect, a vein popping on his forehead as he asks if she is out of her mind. He grabs a heavy wooden chair, looking ready to smash it over her head and threatening her life. But before he can swing, the door slides open and a massive muscular physical education teacher steps in to ask what is going on. The bully instantly freezes mid-swing while the teacher stares at him in dead silence. The class president casually sits back down and tells the teacher it is nothing. The muscular teacher looks at her, completely ignoring the bully's tantrum, and tells her to come see him after school. She watches the teacher walk away, crossing her arms in deep thought over why he wants to see her. After school, she heads down to the basement apartment of Lee Ho, knocking on the rusty door to see if anyone is home. Receiving no answer, she tries the doorknob and feels it click open, announcing she is coming in. She opens the door slowly into the pitch-black basement, surprised that it was left unlocked. She steps inside and looks toward the mattress, seeing Lee Ho lying completely motionless on his back. Ho's face is completely pale, and his eyes are rolled back as he lies there like a literal corpse. She loses her absolute screaming at the top of her lungs at the sight of a dead body. The scene cuts to the massive local hospital building, where she must have called the paramedics. Lee Ho lies safely tucked in a hospital bed, surrounded by heart monitors and medical equipment. He remains completely unconscious, his breathing slow and steady. Suddenly, Mu's divine soul returns from the heavens, shooting straight back into Ho's chest. Ho snaps his eyes open and sits up, looking around the bright white room in confusion and realizing this is not the place he remembers. Before he can get his bearings, a sharp pulsing pain flares up in his head. He looks down at his hand, trying to figure out what is currently happening to his body. He notices a clear plastic tube running directly into his arm. He feels a warm, soothing energy rushing directly through his bloodstream, amazed that something is entering his veins directly. He visualizes the red blood cells absorbing the glowing golden particles and realizes it is just liquid nutrients. He opens and closes his hand, amazed at how quickly his physical exhaustion is fading and noting that while it isn't magic, the effect is impressive. He lets out a chilling maniacal laugh from his hospital bed, completely satisfied with modern medicine and realizing Earth has some decent stuff. The class president sits next to him in her uniform, looking completely creeped out by his psychopathic laughing. She tries to ignore his creepiness and explains that she is only here because the homeroom teacher kept nagging her to check on him. Ho sits up, realizing she is the one who saved his life, and stops her before she can walk out. He tells her he has a question, and she sighs in annoyance, telling him to make it quick since she has to go to the academy. Mu calculates his current priorities. To survive more scraps on this magicless planet, he needs to train his fragile muscles. He grins, asking her directly if she knows a place where he can train his body. She just stares back at him over her shoulder in complete deadpan silence. The awkward silence stretches on for a painful 10 seconds, with Ho sweating under her intense glare. She narrows her eyes, asking the realest question possible about him not having any money. She points him toward a local outdoor public park filled with standard workout equipment. Ho lands on the pavement, arriving at the park with a determined look on his face. He smiles, deeply impressed by the simple setup and noting how nice it is. He walks up to the parallel bars, admiring the layout and remembering what training was like 4,000 years ago. He remembers his ancient primitive training days, which consisted of rolling massive boulders, climbing cliffs, and digging deep holes. He jumps onto the parallel bars, his weak muscles creaking under his weight as he wonders if Earthlings are tougher than he thought. Suddenly, a small stone hits him squarely in the back, interrupting his workout. The stone bounces off his shirt and lands harmlessly on the brick pavement. Ho slowly turns around, his eyes cold as ice as he spots two figures standing near the trees who are thrilled to have found him. The green-haired bully stands next to his blonde cousin Guak Chil, completely confident and demanding to know why Ho is here. Ho casually crouches down and picks up the small stone, asking who threw it. The bully sneers, completely confident now that he has backup, and brags that his cousin took out all the third years, so Ho is definitely dead. Before the guy can even finish his brag, Ho leaps forward and punches Guak Chil squarely in the face with a massive bone-shattering hit. Guak Chil collapses onto the pavement in absolute agony, clutching his shattered nose and screaming curses. Ho looks down at them with a terrifying demonic grin, welcoming their preemptive attack. These guys have absolutely no idea what they just walked into. Up in the Divine Realm, the gods are holding their usual high-level council meeting, but there is a massive empty seat at the table. With Mu completely missing, poor Dragonling is left holding a crumpled piece of paper, sweating bullets as he nervously offers to relay his master's message. Lucifer glares from his seat, not buying the assistant's nervous act for a second and demanding to know what he is up to. Lucifer's eyes narrow in deep suspicion, his dark aura radiating across the massive hall. Dragonling starts waving his hands in a full-blown panic, denying any sketchy business and promising to just deliver the message and leave. He clears his throat and nervously reads Mu's extremely brief and poorly written note to the Assembly of Gods. Dragonling reads that things are the same as always, and they should just report anyone worth fighting. Talk about a masterclass in lazy leadership. Lucifer slams his fist into the table with enough force to crack the pristine marble. He stands up in pure frustration, absolutely fed up with his boss's terrible work ethic and complaining about the pointless meetings. The other lower-tier gods exchange worried glances, realizing the second-in-command is about to have a full-blown meltdown. A couple of the lesser deities float silently, keeping their mouths shut to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Lucifer reminds everyone that these meetings are supposed to ensure world stability and that they must step in whenever the Earth God fails to handle an abnormality. The Divine Archer ranked third in the Divine Realm floats silently and looks incredibly disappointed by Mu's total lack of responsibility. Lucifer continues his angry rant, pointing out that maintaining the balance of the universe feels like a joke to Mu and the system could collapse. He turns to the god of Cyclops, bringing up the dark history of the absolute disaster Mu caused on planet Cyclops 1,000 years ago. The god of Cyclops gulps nervously, clearly not wanting to remember the absolute mess Mu caused on his home turf. 1,000 years ago, planet Cyclops was facing a massive catastrophic threat from a giant stellar parasite. The monstrous creature was slowly consuming the outer layers of the planet, threatening to destroy everything. Mew showed up to help, but his brilliant solution was to literally punch the parasite so hard he crushed half the planet in the process. He completely destroyed the threat, but also took out a massive chunk of the planet's surface like an absolute madman. In the middle of the cosmic destruction, Mew was just laughing like a total psychopath, thrilled that he finally found something that could take a hit. Lucifer complains that if the gods had actually worked together, they could have minimized the damage, but instead, that idiot botched it. Lucifer clenches his fist, his dark eyes shadowed with rage as he declares he cannot stand watching Mew destroy things anymore. Back at the meeting, Dragonling looks up in terror, sensing the sheer malice radiating from the Demon King. Dragonling can only cry in his mind, begging for Mew to return and save him from this stressful workplace environment. Meanwhile, back on Earth, the green-haired bully is clutching his bleeding nose, screaming at Mew and calling him insane. He points desperately at his older blonde cousin, trying to intimidate Ho by bragging about his boxing skills. Guak Chiol steps forward, casually sizing up the scrawny teenager in front of him and asking what sport he plays. Ho just smirks, his eyes dark and predatory as he declares he does not play sports, he fights. Guak Chiol spits out his chewing gum and bursts into mocking laughter, treating Ho like a massive joke. Guak Chiol raises his hands, stepping into a professional boxing guard. He slides forward on the pavement, his movements incredibly fast and practiced as he tests the kid. Before Ho can even raise his guard, Guak Chiol drives a lightning-fast jab straight into the side of his face. The impact is incredibly heavy, with Guak Chiol throwing his entire body weight behind the professional strike. But as Guak Chiol pulls his fist back, he notices something extremely weird and breaks out into a cold sweat. The scrawny kid didn't even try to flinch or dodge the blow, leaving the boxer completely creeped out. Guak Chiol realizes the horrifying truth that the kid tracked his fist all the way to the end without blinking. He realizes Ho deliberately took the hit. Ho just stands there, a terrifyingly wide, bloody grin stretching across his face. His head is thrown back from the force of the punch, but he does not take a single step backward. He casually licks the fresh blood dripping from his lip, absolutely thrilled as he asks if hand-to-hand combat is the boxer's specialty. Guak Chiol's confident swagger completely vanishes, his face turning pale as he realizes he is dealing with an absolute monster. Ho slowly raises his scrawny fists, stepping into an incredibly basic, clumsy stance to ask if this is how it is done. Guak Chiol tries to shake off his fear, laughing at the kid's terrible form and thinking it is all a joke. He throws another high-speed punch, but this time, Ho tenses his muscles and counters with a massive raw strike of his own. The collision is incredibly loud, the sheer force of Ho's punch pushing the boxer backward. Guak Chiol stumbles back, clutching his arm in shock as his bones rattle from the unreal impact. Ho looks down at his fist, realizing he is finally starting to figure out how to pilot this mortal body. His eyes narrow as he prepares to test the true limits of his physical vessel. Mew tenses every single muscle fiber in his arm as hard as he can at the exact millisecond of impact, maximizing the force of his scrawny fist. The sheer strain makes his muscles glow a burning red, screaming in agonizing pain, but he couldn't care less. A massive, creepy grin spreads across his face as he shivers with pleasure because the pain feels amazing. For 3 million years, his opponents were so weak, they would shatter instantly. But this fragile body finally lets him feel a real struggle. But he knows if he keeps pushing this scrawny body too hard, he is going to completely tear his own muscles apart. He pulls some heavy leather straps out of his pocket, winding them tightly around his knuckles to use as temporary wraps. The green-haired bully is completely losing his mind, screaming at Guak Chiol from the sidelines about fighting fair. Enraged by the disrespect, Guak Chiol charges forward with a flurry of professional punches to put the kid down. Ho calmly stands his ground, blocking the boxer's high-speed punches with his wrapped wrists. Mew easily analyzes his opponent's boxing technique, finding his guard to be a total joke. He easily slips through the punches, realizing the boxer is fast, but way too predictable. To a god of war who has spent millions of years studying physical forms, Guak Chiol's movements are in slow motion. By simply watching the subtle twitch of the boxer's shoulder muscles, Mew can predict the exact trajectory of every single punch. He can tell exactly where the boxer is aiming, like having a literal cheat code for hand-to-hand combat. Guak Chiol throws his ultimate high-speed strike with a massive, heavy swing. But Ho easily slips under the punch and drives a devastating counterfist straight into Guak Chiol's jaw. Guak Chiol's eyes roll back in an absolute daze, his brain rattling inside his skull. He stumbles back, clutching his face and screaming in pure agony. Ho just stands there calmly, looking completely unimpressed by the boxer's pathetic display. He looks over at the terrified, trembling bully and cannot help but chuckle at their hilarious reactions. Before Guak Chiol can recover his balance, Ho steps in and lands one final brutal palm strike right to his face. The boxing champion of the school collapses heavily onto the brick pavement, completely knocked out cold. The green-haired bully is left standing there completely alone, looking down at his defeated cousin in absolute horror. Ho slowly turns his dark-shadowed face toward the trembling bully, his eyes glowing with a terrifying predator-like hunger as he prepares to finish things. Ho stands over the trembling green-haired bully with a menacing grin, asking if they should finish what they started. As Ho takes a slow step forward, the bully literally crawls backward in sheer panic, begging him to stay away. Ho stops and looks down, highly disappointed by the kid's total lack of a will to fight. The bully tries to find a loophole, desperately claiming that if he admits defeat, the fight has to end here. But Ho is not interested in loopholes, driving a massive, brutal punch straight into the bully's face. The bully screams in agony as Ho relentlessly rains down blows, completely ignoring his desperate pleas for mercy. Ho delivers a series of lightning-fast punches, turning the bully's face into absolute mush in a matter of seconds. The bully lies on the ground, his face swollen and covered in tears as he mutters incoherently. Ho delivers one final heavy stomp to make sure the kid stays down for good. He stands victorious, towering over the two completely unconscious bodies lying on the pavement. With a bloody and incredibly satisfied grin, Ho shrugs at his defeated opponents and mocks their refusal to admit defeat. He casually spits out a mouthful of blood and turns to walk away, completely unbothered by the absolute carnage he left behind. On the ground, the green-haired bully can only manage a weak whisper as his consciousness completely fades. The scene transitions back to the dingy ceiling light of Ho's rundown basement base. Ho sits quietly on his mattress, staring blankly at the wall as he processes the violent events of the day. Despite the pain, a small part of him is incredibly thrilled to be able to fight again. But he looks down at his bruised and aching hands with a deep sigh, frustrated that his body breaks way too easily. He checks his purple swollen forearms, realizing the severe limits of a normal human vessel. He clenches his fist, desperate to find a way around this physical limitation so his fun is not constantly interrupted. He sits up straight, formulating a brand new plan to help him train and deciding he needs to retrieve an item from his dragon assistant. He closes his eyes and tries to channel his spirit, hoping to separate his soul and return to the divine realm. He sits in silent meditation, focusing all of his willpower into his spiritual energy. A long, awkward silence fills the basement room as he waits for something to happen. He snaps his eyes open, looking completely annoyed as absolutely nothing happens. To find the answer, we have to look back to a few days ago in the divine realm inside the dark domain of Lucifer. Mew was preparing to leave for Earth, casually telling his assistant to take good care of his divine body. Lucifer stood behind him, shaking with a silent and intense rage as Mew completely ignored his authority. Mew complained to Dragonling about the massive limits of his mortal avatar's weak body. He ordered his assistant to find a recovery magic orb to solve his physical frailty. The recovery magic orb is an incredibly rare and legendary artifact capable of instantly healing and strengthening a mortal body. These artifacts are so incredibly rare that only a handful of humans throughout history have ever managed to use them. Dragonling agreed to hunt one down and have it ready before Mew's next excursion to Earth. Back in the present, Dragonling stands before the other gods, delivering Mew's lazy message and preparing to leave. Dragonling casually ignores their complaints and turns to leave the massive hall. With a quick flap of his wings, the massive green dragon takes off into the sky. He flies through the exit of the Colosseum-like structure, eager to escape the tense meeting. He completely disappears into the clouds, leaving the council in total silence. Lucifer glares at Mew's empty, floating god body sitting silently on his throne. A tiny bat-winged eyeball creature floats nearby, serving as Lucifer's personal spy. Lucifer smiles, realizing the supreme god has left himself completely vulnerable with an empty vessel. He turns to the other gods, a dangerous and cold smile spreading across his face as he notes Mew's absence. His red eyes glow with a menacing, ambitious light, realizing this is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Lucifer is finally ready to make his move and overthrow his ultimate rival. He raises his hand, channeling a massive wave of dark purple magic to activate a sealing spell. High above the clouds, a massive web of glowing purple magic seals suddenly traps Dragonling mid-flight. Dragonling screams as massive purple spikes erupt from the seals, impaling his wings and locking him in place. The giant dragon flails in agony, desperately trying to break free from the powerful binding magic. But the spikes hold him tightly, completely trapping him high above the temple. He looks down at Lucifer, his reptilian eyes filled with rage as he asks if this is a formal declaration of war. Lucifer floats up to meet him, his dark wings spreading wide as he confirms his wars against the Earth God. Lucifer looks down with supreme authority, declaring his ultimate ambition to completely expel the Earth God. Dragonling glares at him, his massive jaw tightening in pure anger. Lucifer's face is completely shadowed, his red eyes glowing with cold and violent determination. Dragonling opens his mouth, a massive swirling vortex of golden energy charging up in his throat. He fires a colossal, devastating beam of energy straight at the Demon King. Lucifer casually raises his hand, deflecting the massive dragon breath like it is a minor annoyance. The deflected beam shoots off into the distance, circling the entire planet Elmer with a ring of fire. A massive explosion rocks the surrounding clouds, the shockwaves threatening to tear the temple apart. Down in the temple, So quickly reacts, channeling her magical energy to cast a defensive aura around the other gods. A massive glowing blue shield forms around the council table, deflecting the falling debris. The shockwave slams into the temple with a deafening roar, cracking the massive stone pillars. Dragonling is completely exhausted after his attack, his massive wings struggling to keep him airborne. Lucifer lands on a nearby pillar, his sharp claws digging deeply into the solid stone. He looms over the trapped dragon, his eyes glowing with a terrifying predatory hunger. He glares at Dragonling, promising to destroy everyone connected to his rival, starting with the assistant. But suddenly, a powerful gold-glowing hand reaches out through the smoke, catching Lucifer completely off guard. Lucifer steps right up to the pinned dragon, whispering a chilling secret about his master taking over a weak earthling. Dragonling tries to thrash against his magical bonds, groaning in pure pain. Lucifer casually floats right past him, completely ignoring his desperate struggles. Lucifer lets out a mocking smirk, looking incredibly pleased with his ultimate leverage. He looks back over his shoulder at the struggling assistant, repeating his taunt about the master's weak human body. Dragonling breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes wide in absolute horror as he realizes Lucifer knows the truth. Lucifer smiles, completely enjoying the dragon's panic and mocking their complacency. Dragonling continues to thrash against his bonds, groaning in pain and cursing the Demon King. Lucifer casually floats right past him, ignoring Dragonling's promises of vengeance. Dragonling can only glare in absolute fury as the Demon King slips right past his defenses. Lucifer steps through the portal, his long hair flowing behind him as he prepares to invade Earth. He looks back one last time, leaving Dragonling with a terrifying parting promise that he will soon get to Earth. His red eyes glow with dangerous ambition as he promises to destroy the weakened master completely. Dragonling is left completely alone, his massive jaws trembling as he lets out a desperate echoing roar. He shakes against his bindings, praying that his master realizes the danger before it is too late. Meanwhile, back on Earth, Guakchiol is getting absolutely chewed out by his furious boxing coach for getting injured before a competition. Guakchiol stands with his arm in a tight green sling, sweating as the coach screams at him to get out of his sight. He mutters to himself as he leaves the gym, completely devastated and cursing the guy who broke his arm. As Guakchiol walks out the door, he runs straight into the imposing boxing champion, Kang Chiol. Kang Chiol stands in the doorway, staring at him in dead silence. He narrows his eyes, pointing directly at the green sling and demanding to know what happened. Guakchiol stammers in total embarrassment. Guakchiol looks up at him with sudden respect, knowing Kang Chiol is the absolute best boxer in their entire gym. Kang Chiol keeps his gaze steady, wondering if this injury has something to do with the recent rumors. Guakchiol sits down on the bench, letting out a heavy defeated sigh and muttering about how terrifying kids are these days. He starts spinning a massive fake sob story to save his own dignity, claiming he was just trying to stop some bullies from hurting his younger brother. He sniffs dramatically, pretending to be the innocent victim of a brutal gang attack. He curses the punks who supposedly left his arm and ear in this state. Talk about massive crocodile tears. Kang Chiol just walks past him, completely unimpressed by his whining and telling him to be more careful. He heads off to change, leaving Guakchiol standing alone in the hallway and telling him he should have just trained instead of fighting. Guakchiol wipes his nose, complaining under his breath about how completely unhelpful his gym mates are. He tries to stop Kang Chiol, acting casual but desperate to keep his attention. He lets out a nervous chuckle as Kang Chiol continues to ignore his obvious lies. Kang Chiol walks into the locker room, his eyes turning cold and serious as he demands to know the truth about the guy who did this. Back in his dusty basement, Mew is still sitting on his mattress, staring at his hands in pure frustration over his failing spirit transfer. He places his hand on his chin, deeply analyzing his spiritual block and realizing there is only one reason it wouldn't return. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt, a dark shadow appearing over his thoughts as he realizes his original body must be damaged. He tries to shake off the panic, reasoning that his god body should be perfectly protected by Yongyong. But then a terrifying thought crosses his mind that all the gods might have actually joined forces to attack him. He snaps his head up, his eyes wide in sudden urgency as he runs toward the door to get back into action. He clenches his fist so hard his knuckles turn white, his veins popping with anger at the bastards who dared attack him. He slams his fist violently into his mattress in pure, unadulterated frustration, refusing to accept this reality. He grinds his teeth, his eyes glowing with an intense war-hungry fury as he promises to fight them all. He repeatedly punches his bedding, trying to vent the explosive, helpless rage building up inside him. But after a few breaths, he stops and takes a deep, heavy sigh, forcing his chaotic mind to calm down. He sits back and thinks logically, knowing his loyal assistant isn't someone who would go down easily. He remembers his assistant's fierce, stubborn nature, deciding to just do what he can down here for now. The scene transitions to the very next morning at the public park, where the sun is just starting to rise over the trees. Ho is hanging upside down from the high bar, completely focused on strengthening the rest of his weak human muscles. He begins doing high-intensity abdominal curls, his core muscles glowing a fiery red as they scream in agony. But instead of stopping, he just grits his teeth and pushes through the burning sensation, completely loving the pain. He bursts into a terrifying booming laugh while hanging upside down, completely losing his absolute mind. The other parkgoers stop and stare at him in sheer speech-deprived confusion, wondering where this weirdo came from. Suddenly, a sharp, loud voice cuts right through his laughter, catching him completely off guard. Startled, Ho loses his grip and crashes heavily onto the concrete below with a loud thud. He lies on his back in the dirt, looking up to see the female class president standing right over him. She glares down at him, her arms crossed in deep frustration, as she demands to know why he isn't attending school. Ho sits up and dusts off his uniform, casually pointing out that school isn't exactly a place for body training. She lets out a heavy sigh and sits down next to him on the bench, asking what his ultimate goal is, and he admits he just wants to get stronger. She is totally bewildered as to why he needs to get stronger, and he explains he is currently too weak to fight properly. Ho blinks in surprise as the class president snaps her fingers with a sudden brilliant realization. She turns to him, pointing out the most obvious flaw in his logic by asking what the point of training is if there is no one around to fight. She leans back on the park bench, lecturing him like a seasoned coach that nobody is going to challenge him out here. She stands up and gestures to the empty playground, laying down some absolute truth about needing to stir up conflicts to find opponents. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she gives him a stern warning to just come to school starting tomorrow and stop making it her problem. Ho watches her walk off into the distance, quietly processing her advice and realizing she actually has a point. He realizes those school bullies probably won't come back, meaning he will have to hunt for new opponents himself while his body recovers. He starts heading back, warming up to the idea of returning to his second-year classroom to find a scrap. But before he can even exit the park, a masked thug holding a solid metal baton steps right out of the shadows behind him. Instead of running away in terror, Ho just sighs, a massive wave of pure relief washing over his face. A terrifying, bloodthirsty grin spreads across his face as he prepares to welcome his first real challenger, deciding Earth is the absolute best. To understand who this masked vigilante is, we need to go back a few years when 15-year-old Kang Cheol was just starting his boxing career. His younger sister was a rising star in her own right, training to be a professional rookie ballerina. Kang Cheol would always be there in the audience, proudly clapping for her during her performances. But her promising future took a dark turn when she was suddenly targeted by a creepy and persistent stalker. The stalker's obsession grew increasingly severe, filling their lives with constant dread and fear. The guy took dozens of secret photos of her, tracking her every single move like an absolute creep. Eventually, the stalker crossed the line, cornering her in a dark, empty alleyway. He lunged at her from the shadows, intent on doing something absolutely horrific. But thankfully, Kang Cheol had been keeping watch, rushing in and tackling the creep to the ground. Even though he managed to prevent a major crime, the stalker got off with a pathetic slap on the wrist because the law is broken. Naturally, getting let off so easily only made the stalker's twisted obsession grow even stronger. He returned weeks later armed with a knife, looking infinitely more dangerous than before. Once again, Kang Cheol managed to intercept him, slamming the psycho onto the pavement to protect his sister. But Kang Cheol could not protect her forever, and one rainy night, he arrived just a second too late. His sister lay broken on the wet asphalt, her legs brutally shattered by the stalker. Her dancing career was officially over. Kang Cheol pinned the laughing stalker to the ground, his eyes bloodshot with pure, unbridled fury. From that tragic day forward, he completely lost all faith in the system and the law. If the courts were not going to protect innocent people, he decided he would do what the law could not. He became a shadowy vigilante, patrolling the dark city streets every single night. He did not wait for criminals to strike, instead tracking down scumbags and giving them a brutal lesson in advance. To him, fighting wasn't a sport anymore. It was his personal form of absolute judgment. He would brutally beat down any thug who showed even the slightest sign of becoming a threat to society. And right now, this terrifying vigilante is standing in the park, looking dead at Lee Ho. He holds a heavy baton, warning Ho and asking if he wants to become a thug by beating people up. Ho just smirks, completely unbothered by the warning and stating he isn't a fan of small talk. The vigilante's eyes narrow behind his goggles, his anger slowly starting to boil over the kid's disrespect. Realizing the kid is completely stubborn, he raises his fists and invites him to attack. He slides forward, throwing a barrage of blindingly fast jabs at Ho's face. But to his surprise, Ho easily weaves through the punches with perfect smooth movements, earning a compliment on his dodging. The vigilante keeps pushing, aiming to completely block the kid's right field of vision. He drives a massive heavy punch straight toward Ho's face. Ho manages to raise his arm just in time, blocking the heavy strike with his forearm. The vigilante stops, realizing the kid's defense is incredibly solid and hard to break. He mutters in complete surprise at a high schooler's amazing reflexes and blocking ability. But he does not stop, sliding back into stance and daring Ho to keep blocking. He launches another brutal assault, his punches slamming heavily against Ho's guard. He rains down a rapid-fire combination of boxing strikes, pushing Ho backward across the pavement. Ho grits his teeth as he blocks, his eyes widening as he realizes the vigilante's clever strategy. The guy is targeting the exact same spot on his arm over and over again to break his guard. He is deliberately aiming for the muscles that are already torn and sore from Ho's intense workout. The vigilante drives a heavy punch right into Ho's bruised forearm, sending a massive shock of agony through his body. Ho winces in pain, his arm completely giving out from the targeted muscle damage. He takes a step back, his left arm hanging completely limp and useless at his side. The vigilante steps forward, looking down at him and mocking his useless arm, noting that injured criminals get no mercy. He raises his white-gloved fist, ready to end the fight because the judge shows absolutely no mercy. But despite having a useless arm, Ho just stands there and starts chuckling like a total lunatic. He looks down at his bruised arms, completely amused by the sheer difficulty of operating a mortal body. The vigilante stops, completely creeped out by the kid's bizarre smiling reaction to being beaten. Ho realizes he is completely outmatched in his current physical state, admitting the vigilante cannot be beaten right now. He clenches his right fist, still determined to make the most of this intense encounter. He refuses to waste this perfect opportunity to fight, completely addicted to the thrill of battle. He remembers his ancient rules of war. To win a difficult battle, you cannot just enjoy it, you have to be cautious and never smile. Back in his god days, Mew wasn't always invincible. He couldn't always win even when he fought lesser deities. He remembers that while it was enjoyable, his ultimate desire was always to win. He was once beaten to a bloody pulp by a colossal demon lord, lying face down in the dirt. In that moment of defeat, he made a crucial choice to calm his emotions and carefully assess the enemy. He stood back up, completely clearing his mind of any excitement or anger to focus entirely on the fight. He carefully watched the giant's movements, dodging its massive claw swipe with millimeter precision. With a perfectly calculated counterstrike, he drove his fist right through the demon's chest, completely turning the tides of battle. By suppressing his chaotic emotions and fighting with his brain instead of just raw power, his combat ability grew exponentially stronger. He began to systematically tear through his opponents, his calculated strikes completely overwhelming them. The giant demon lord was left completely powerless, unable to land a single hit on the ancient warrior. Mew remembers that suppressing his emotions was the absolute best way to grow stronger. But even as he became an unstoppable force of cold calculation, he still could not completely stop the manic joy from leaking out onto his face. Back in the park, Ho covers his face, trying desperately to suppress his psychopathic happiness to secure a win. To make sure the vigilante does not see his excited smile, Ho literally forces his face into the most ridiculous, tearful pout ever. The vigilante just stands there staring at him in complete deadpan disbelief, utterly bewildered by this kid's bizarre mood swings. His patience completely snaps as he raises his baton again, screaming at the crazy bastard. He swings down with all his might, completely done with Ho's absolute nonsense. Kang Cheol is completely done with Ho's crazy antics and swings his metal baton down with full force, screaming at the teenager to stop fooling around. But Ho isn't about to just stand there and take a direct hit to the skull, effortlessly sliding under the incoming strike with smooth, calculated movements. Ho tenses up and positions himself near the base of a tree as the baton barely grazes past him, clearly looking for a way to turn the tables. His foot firmly plants into the dirt to kick up loose leaves, preparing his counterattack while the vigilante is left wide open from his heavy swing. Instead of a regular punch, Ho drives his leg forward, kicking a massive spray of dirt and rocks directly at the vigilante's face in a classic street fighting move. The sharp debris flies right into Kang Cheol's goggles and mask, forcing him to quickly raise his arms to shield his eyes. The dirty trick lands, but the vigilante scolds Ho and calls it a cheap move that only a future criminal would pull. While the vigilante is momentarily blinded, Ho slickly slips right past his guard with absolute ease. Ho stands there wearing an exaggerated sad face to hide his pure joy, mocking his opponent and telling him to keep going. That smug disrespect completely breaks the vigilante's composure. Kang Cheol's veins pop as he turns red with pure rage. Ho maintains his ridiculous sulky expression while easily raising his guard to prepare for the incoming onslaught. The vigilante swings his weapon with absolute fury, but the strike completely misses as Ho ducks out of the way. Using his superior combat instincts, Ho weaves through the aggressive swings like an absolute ghost. Another massive attack goes wide, proving that fighting with raw anger just makes your movements way too easy to read. Despite pulling a goofy pout, Ho is secretly analyzing his opponent's style, realizing that this guy is aiming directly for his chin. He thinks back to his ancient warrior days, remembering that bare-knuckle fighting was a staple across multiple primitive worlds. He begins to compare the fighting style of this vigilante with the modern street punks he previously beat up. The key difference is that modern professional fighters are way more defensive, all thanks to the crucial element of flat ground. In the ancient wild eras, the natural ground was filled with rocks and uneven terrain, making it incredibly dangerous to move around aggressively. But the invention of flat paved roads combined with modern athletic footwear has allowed today's fighters to become incredibly aggressive and fast. Thanks to this steady grip, fighters can confidently throw their entire body weight behind every single strike. Since he knows exactly where the vigilante is planning to aim, Ho can easily predict his path. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he prepares to lead his opponent right into a carefully designed trap. With quick rhythmic steps, Ho begins moving rapidly across the paved floor. He dances around the vigilante, baiting him to follow his erratic movements and move his feet as much as possible. Because on this paved ground, even a small overlooked detail can completely decide the outcome of a battle. And just as planned, the vigilante's foot steps on a few loose pebbles, completely throwing off his traction. With a sudden stumble, the mighty vigilante completely loses his balance, leaving a massive opening in his defense. Ho's face instantly twists into a terrifying toothy grin as he lunges forward to seize his absolute perfect opportunity. The vigilante's eyes widen behind his goggles as he realizes he messed up, but it is already way too late to block. Ho drives his elbow straight into the vigilante's face with a devastating impact. But immediately after the hit connects, a sharp pain shoots through Ho's arm as his fragile human muscles scream in agony. Even though the hit landed, the vigilante barely flinches, his solid build keeping him firmly on his feet. Realizing his physical limits are catching up to him, Ho just bursts into a maniacal, taunting laugh. The vigilante does not waste any time, driving his heavy baton straight into Ho's exposed midsection. The brutal impact completely knocks the wind out of Ho's lungs, sending him collapsing heavily onto his knees. The vigilante stands over his broken opponent, coldly warning him that his laughing days are officially over. He raises his heavy baton high into the air, determined to put this crazy high schooler down for good. Looking up at the descending shadow of the weapon, Ho calmly accepts his current reality that he has finally lost. He slowly closes his eyes, a strange sense of nostalgia washing over his mind. It has been nearly 4,000 years since he last tasted the bitter, exciting flavor of defeat. The baton strikes down with a resounding crack, completely silencing the park. Wait, did the hit actually land on Ho? A small green blur rolls right into the middle of the courtyard, kicking up dust. The vigilante halts his strike, looking around in utter confusion at the sudden bizarre interruption. A tiny green creature stands in front of Ho, crying out in sheer panic as it recognizes its master. Unwilling to take any unnecessary risks, the vigilante quickly steps back and grabs his jacket to assess this new threat. His dark cape flutters behind him as he prepares to make a tactical retreat. With a series of quick leaps, the masked vigilante completely disappears into the shadows of the park. Ho remains on his knees, staring in disbelief at the giant scaly green leg that just appeared right in front of him. He slowly looks up to meet the eyes of the strange little creature, which is trembling and crying tears of pure relief. A sudden realization washes over Ho as he stares at the weird little lizard. He blinks in pure shock, pointing his finger at the small horned dragon and asking if he is Young. Meanwhile, high up in the divine realm, Mu's massive original god body is wrapped tightly in glowing purple chains. Lucifer looks at the empty vessel with a sinister grin, knowing that the supreme god is currently trapped in a weak mortal form. Since the barrier has completely severed the connection between Earth and the divine realm, Mu's soul is locked out of his original body. Lucifer realizes that with Mu out of the way, his next step is to break through the Earth's barrier and claim absolute control. He turns to the giant trapped dragonling, offering him a deal to inherit the title of Earth God if he helps overthrow Mu. But the loyal assistant just glares at him, quietly mumbling something under his breath. Lucifer rolls his eyes, telling the massive dragon humanoid to speak up since he cannot hear him from all the way down there. Dragonling looks at the swirling purple seal surrounding him, asking if the severed space means no attacks can pass through from either side. Lucifer proudly confirms it, telling the dragon that any struggle is completely pointless, so he should just accept the offer. A brilliant blinding light begins to gather in Dragonling's hands as he smiles, glad to know attacks will not work. Realizing something is terribly wrong, Lucifer's confident smirk instantly vanishes as the magical energy reaches critical mass. A massive world-shattering explosion erupts inside the temple, threatening to tear the entire domain apart. Dragonling unleashes his full sacrificial power, his massive form glowing like a miniature sun in the middle of the temple. Lucifer is caught completely off guard, screaming in absolute horror at the dragon's insane suicidal loyalty. The colossal Gothic towers of Elmer's palace are completely shattered as the shockwave blasts through the sky. The massive energy beam rips a hole straight through the fabric of the divine realm, lighting up the cosmos. The extreme blast wave echoes across the entire planetary system, shattering the space between worlds. Having used up every ounce of his power, Dragonling's massive body shrinks down as he plummets through the clouds. He tumbles helplessly down toward the surface of planet Earth, landing on the cold brick pavement of the park. Now in a tiny, adorable miniature form, the exhausted dragon gasps for air and desperately tries to keep his consciousness. He looks up toward the city horizon, knowing he has to quickly find his master and warn him about Lucifer's impending invasion. Back in the ruins of the temple, a furious, soot-covered Lucifer screams out in pure rage at the lizard who dared to defy him. His eyes glowing with a terrifying red light, the Demon King summons a massive wave of dark magic to finish the job. He fires a colossal piercing beam of purple energy straight down towards Earth to hunt down the escaping dragon. The deadly magical strike cuts through space, locking onto the planet like a guided missile. The dark energy pierces directly through Earth's atmospheric barrier, causing the clouds to swirl in absolute chaos. The shock wave of the magical attack ripples across the red sky of the city, announcing the arrival of a godly threat. Meanwhile, the tiny green dragon continues to tumble through the air, desperate to reach the ground safely. Back in the park courtyard, the falling dragon crashes directly into the scene of the fight, catching both Ho and the vigilante off guard. Young's tiny body slams straight into the masked vigilante's face with surprising force. The unexpected impact sends the vigilante's head snapping backward, completely interrupting his finishing blow. The poor little dragon sits on the ground, crying and apologizing to his master for failing to protect him better. Ho looks down at his sobbing assistant, his face completely shadowed in deep, boiling silence. A terrifying rage spreads across his face as he realizes who is behind this mess. Lucifer is absolutely going to pay for this. Despite his narrow defeat in the park, Mew is far from discouraged. If anything, tasting defeat for the first time in millennia has only reignited his terrifying bloodlust. He sports a massive, bone-chilling grin, completely thrilled by the realization that his opponent is more than ready to throw down again. Sitting on his bed next to the tiny green dragon, he reflects on how desperately he needs to find a solution to his physical limits if he wants to enjoy these fights. With a sudden burst of resolve, he leaps up from the mattress, declaring that he needs to get stronger as fast as possible to make this fragile human body combat ready. But as soon as he tries to move his arm, a sharp pulsing pain flares up through his muscles because the severe structural damage is still incredibly sore. His entire body starts trembling violently as his nervous system reacts to the strain, meaning he won't be able to use his arm for days. Realizing he is completely stuck, Ho turns to his loyal little companion and urgently asks if he brought the legendary artifact. Yang proudly puffs out his chest, reassuring his master with absolute confidence that of course he brought it along. The little dragon's throat suddenly begins to bulge as he struggles to huff and retch, preparing to regurgitate the precious item. With a massive heave, Yang opens his jaws wide and spits out a large glowing red artifact directly onto the bedsheets. He happily explains that this is a rare dragon bloodstone infused with a one-time healing spell, expressing minor regret that he didn't bring more. Without hesitating for a single second, Ho reaches down and firmly grabs the warm, glowing red stone. Holding the glowing artifact in his palm, he flashes a satisfied smile, confident that this magical boost will easily fix his broken frame. The moment he focuses his mind, the dragon bloodstone erupts in a swirl of brilliant green magical energy, beginning to absorb directly into his skin. The soothing, warm energy surges through his arm and spreads across his entire upper body, instantly knitting his torn muscle fibers back together. But as the magic settles, Ho's eyes suddenly widen in pure shock as he senses a highly unexpected reaction within his body. He tightly clenches his fist, feeling the massive surge of power and realizing this artifact is definitely doing a lot more than just a simple healing job. His veins glow with a powerful silver light as his physical senses sharpen to an insane degree, realizing the stone also acted as a potent body enhancement spell. Yang smugly brags from the bed, revealing that he secretly infused a bit of his own personal dragon magic into the stone to give his master a proper upgrade. Ho examines the remaining energy left inside the stone, realizing that because his human vessel uses so little mana, they can actually use it one more time. The little dragon eagerly points at the stone, telling his master to go ahead and absorb the rest of the magic to maximize his power. But Ho casually pulls the stone back and slips it into his pocket, deciding it is much smarter to save the remaining charge for a future emergency. Disappointed that he didn't get to watch his master power up even more, Yang lets out a nervous gulp. The scene transitions to another pet gulping down its food inside a beautifully decorated glass terrarium. This is Dooley, the cute little pet gecko owned by the female class president, who is currently babying it with a massive happy smile. She gently places her tiny lizard back onto the dry dirt of its enclosure, softly telling it to stay still and behave itself while she is away. With her backpack secured, she heads out the door, wishing her favorite pet a sweet goodbye before leaving for school. Meanwhile, back in the quiet classroom, one of the former school bullies is sitting quietly at his desk, looking completely out of place. This bandaged guy is actually writing and studying with absolute intense focus, completely ignoring everything else around him. With multiple bandages covering his swollen nose and cheeks, he sighs and realizes that acting like a tough guy bully was never really his style anyway. But his peaceful study session is instantly shattered when the classroom door slides open with a loud aggressive thud. He freezes in pure terror as Lee Ho casually steps into the room, looking like an absolute menace. Ho walks right up to his desk with a chilling smile, casually asking the nervous student if he is ready for a quick match today. Ho then spots the class president standing right behind him in the doorway, letting her know that her advice from yesterday actually convinced him. He flashes a terrifying pitch-black grin of pure bloodlust, declaring that he is officially on the hunt for a worthy opponent. The class president stands there sweating bullets, completely creeped out by the kid's absolute lack of normal human sanity. She quickly backs away down the hallway, awkwardly wishing him good luck while praying he does not do anything completely illegal. Out on the school balcony, a couple of students lean over the railing, whispering to each other about the wild rumors spreading through the grades. One of the girls asks the tall student next to her if he has heard about the second-year kid who earned the fearsome nickname Neutralization. She explains that this seemingly quiet kid used to be a massive target for bullying until he suddenly snapped. As they walk down the stairs, she continues to spill all the juicy details while the athletic student listens in heavy, brooding silence. She laughs hysterically as she delivers the final punchline, explaining that the kid actually ripped off his bully's ear to end the fight. Hearing the brutal description, the tall student's eyes narrow as he immediately visualizes his cousin Guak Cheol and the scrawny Lee Ho. His fist clenches backpack strap so hard his knuckles turn white, realizing his cousin spun a massive pathetic lie to cover up his own defeat. He mutters to himself in frustration, realizing he almost beat up an innocent victim because of his cousin's fake sob story. Back in the classroom, Ho stands by the window with his arms crossed, highly disappointed by the total lack of action. He watches his classmates lazily tapping away on their phones, complaining that nobody in this place has the actual will to fight. Sighing in deep boredom, he decides his best move is to head back to the public park to continue his physical conditioning. But as he walks outside the school gates after class, he suddenly spots a very familiar tall student walking just a few paces ahead of him. Ho's eyes lock onto the guy's shoulder, his sharp combat instincts immediately picking up on a specific physical detail. He visually scans the precise size, placement, and tone of the student's shoulder muscles under his uniform. A look of pure ecstatic realization washes over his face as he recognizes those exact muscle groups from yesterday. Before the tall student can even process what is happening, he feels a sudden chill and starts to turn his head in confusion. Ho charges forward like a wild predator, his sneakers squeaking loudly against the pavement as he closes the gap. He sprints right past the shocked students, leaving a massive gust of wind in his wake as he pursues his target. Realizing the crazy high schooler is chasing him at full speed, the tall student bolts, panicking over how the kid managed to recognize him. He remembers how carefully he wrapped his face and wore goggles during his vigilante patrols, making his discovery seem completely impossible. Sweat pours down his face as he sprints, terrified that the grinning kid is chasing him to hand him over to the police. Desperate to shake his pursuer, he slides around a sharp brick corner to lose him inside a narrow maze of side streets. But Ho easily tracks his movements, rounding the exact same corner with a terrifying, bloodthirsty smile. Ho skids to a halt in the middle of the empty, quiet alleyway, looking around in annoyance as his target completely vanishes. Suddenly, the small green dragon pops his head out of Ho's collar, looking around at the quiet surroundings. Yon quickly realizes his master is hunting for the masked vigilante who dared to humiliate him in the park yesterday. The little dragon leaps down onto the paved bricks, confident that his sharp sense of smell can easily track the guy's unique scent. He crawls along the pavement, sniffing the cold stone blocks with absolute focus. But as he follows the trail, his small snout bumps directly into the clean white tip of his sneaker. Yang freezes in pure shock, slowly tilting his head upward as sweat drops from his scales. He looks up to find the female class president standing directly over him, staring down with an icy, unreadable expression. She peers down through her glasses in absolute deadpan silence, leaving the poor dragon completely paralyzed. The class president stands there frozen in absolute shock as she stares down at the green lizard. Yang is completely sweating and begging her to back off. Instead of screaming or running away, she actually blushes, her face turning bright red as she gets a closer look at the creature. Yang continues to wave his tiny arms in a panic, yelling at her to move aside and leave him alone. But before she can make a move, Ho's hand suddenly swoops down from above. He grabs the little dragon tightly around the waist, squeezing all the air right out of him. Ho lifts him up like a plush toy, prompting the class president to scream in outrage and demand to know what he is doing to the poor thing. Yang Thrash troubles in his master's tight grip, crying in his mind that if he only had his divine magic back, he wouldn't be handled so easily. She adjusts her glasses, utterly mesmerized as the reality sinks in that she is looking at a literal talking lizard. She breaks out into complete starry-eyed baby talk, squealing about how this creature is infinitely cuter than her pet gecko. Hoping to escape her hyperactive affection, Ho quickly pivots and runs away while Yang clings to his shoulder, sobbing and apologizing for his weakness. The little dragon wraps his arms around Ho's ankle, weeping dramatically about how helpless he is without his former godlike powers. Hearing the class president's footsteps rapidly catching up, Ho stops and glances back over his shoulder. She points a finger directly at the lizard, demanding to know if this bizarre talking green creature is actually Ho's friend. Ho picks up the crying dragon by his horns, calmly explaining that while they are friends, the lizard is also a very obedient follower. The class president's face turns beet red as a massive status effect of jealousy instantly takes over her entire brain. Ho just stares back at her with a completely deadpan and unimpressed look on his face. With a casual flick of his wrist, he tosses the screaming dragon directly at her face. He stands there with his hands in his pockets, asking her if she simply wants to borrow the dragon for a little while. Yang is left flailing in midair, completely betrayed by his master's casual handoff. The scene transitions to the class president's bedroom, where she sits in her chair while Yang is left sitting awkwardly on the rug. She quietly peers down at him, wondering if the tiny green creature is currently upset with her. She thinks back to the alleyway just moments prior, when Ho was still holding the dragon by his collar. Ho offered her a very simple deal to let her keep the dragon for a bit if she helps him hunt down a specific person. Naturally, as a certified lizard enthusiast, she agreed with absolute aggressive nodding. The moment the deal was signed, Ho tossed the poor dragon like a wet rag. Yang spun through the air and landed squarely on top of her head, leaving her completely dizzy but thrilled. Ho walked away without looking back, instructing the dragon to simply stay with her for a while and gather what he can before returning. The poor dragon could only watch his master's departing figure, crying out in panic as he was left behind with his new captor. Ho just smirks to himself under the red sunset, heading straight back to the park to resume his intense physical training. Back in the bedroom, Yang decides to reclaim his dignity, clearing his throat and proudly introducing himself as the master's elite secretary. He steps forward with his arms crossed, demanding that she actively cooperate with his plans from now on. She remains completely silent in her chair, simply staring at the tiny dragon's dramatic speech. Suddenly, her heart skips a beat, completely overwhelmed by how incredibly cute the dragon looks when he tries to act tough. She leans forward and shakes his tiny claw, asking if his master is indeed the quiet high schooler Lee Ho. She introduces herself, letting him know that she is actually the official class president. She pulls out a document showing her perfect academic record, proudly boasting that she is ranked first in her entire grade. Deeply impressed by her achievements, Yang realizes his master selected her for a very good reason. But as he thinks about her leadership title, a sudden terrifying realization hits him. He asks her if her being the leader of the class means his master is not the one running things at the school. She replies that Ho's grades are actually pretty low, which completely shatters the dragon's entire worldview. Yang screams in absolute denial, refusing to believe that the strongest being in the universe could possibly be ranked so low. He reasons that if she is indeed the leader of this class, then his master's true rank must transcend this tiny school altogether. In his mind, he visualizes his master as a colossal red-eyed demon lord, towering over the entire globe as the undisputed ruler of Earth. He commands her to do everything in her power to ensure his master reclaims his rightful place at the absolute peak of this world. She smiles playfully, agreeing to the alliance on one very specific condition, that the dragon has to visit her house as often as possible. Yang lets out a wicked, scheming grin, thinking about how easy it will be to use this girl to gather vital intelligence about Earth. He happily accepts the deal, assuring her that visiting her home is a very simple task for a secretary of his caliber. Looking out over the city skyline, the tiny dragon silently promises to help his master rebuild his absolute empire from scratch. Meanwhile, back at the park, Ho is pushed to his limits, performing a high-intensity handstand push-up on the concrete stairs. With a clean acrobatic leap, he flips off the parallel bars and lands perfectly on his feet. He clenches and unclenches his fists, amazed by how incredibly fast his body is recovering. He realizes the magic from the Dragonstone is permanently enhancing his muscles and making him significantly stronger than before. Confident in his newly restored strength, he decides it is time to test his limits and push his body even harder. With a lightning-fast strike, he drives his fist directly into a thick steel pole and leaves a visible dent in the metal. He lets out a slow hot breath as the shockwave of the strike dissipates into the cool evening air. He looks down at his knuckles, completely satisfied with his current physical progression. But as he looks around the empty playground, a sudden wave of disappointment washes over him. He wonders why the strong vigilante has not shown up to challenge him today, feeling completely starved for a decent fight. He sighs and decides to head back, figuring they are bound to run into each other at school sooner or later. He slings his uniform jacket over his shoulder and slowly walks away from the public training grounds. Later that night, Ho walks down the quiet streets of the city, keeping his senses sharp as he patrols the area. Suddenly, a thick, familiar scent of sweat catches his attention, making him stop in his tracks. Meanwhile, back at her desk, the class president is busy searching online shopping sites to buy doll clothes and accessories for her new friend. Young sits right next to the screen, highly curious about human fashion and checking out the various small bags on display. He leans in and sniffs her neck, instantly identifying the unique scent of the human vessel his master is currently occupying. Satisfied with his findings, the little dragon hops off the desk, thanking her for the help and letting her know he is heading out for the night. With a quick leap, he slips out the window and dashes across the rooftops of the neighborhood. Young falls from the sky, landing squarely on Ho's head as his master walks down a dimly lit side street. The dragon proudly sits on Ho's shoulder, declaring that he has completely won over the class president and secured her loyalty. He boasts that she is now a dedicated subordinate who will serve their cause without hesitation. But as they walk past a dark alley, Young's nostrils flare as he picks up a very specific scent. He alerts his master, letting him know that the exact scent of the park vigilante is coming from right around the corner. Ho stops and peers over a concrete divider into a secluded parking area, spotting a confrontation. A terrified thief sits on the asphalt, pleading with a hooded figure that beating him up over a stolen bicycle is a massive overreaction. But the hooded vigilante does not show any mercy, driving a heavy fist straight into the thief's face to shut him up. He stands over the unconscious criminal, coldly muttering that bad guys always talk way too much. The dark-hooded vigilante corners a potential target, keeping his gaze cold and calculating as he announces he has found him. With a sudden flick of his head, he turns around, alert to some noise or presence behind him. A wide shot reveals the alleyway where Lee Ho is standing near the entrance, holding a metal bar with his little green dragon riding on his shoulder. Young sniffs the air aggressively, pointing his finger and declaring that there is an incredible smell coming from just ahead of them. Ho narrows his eyes to lock onto his target, while the vigilante stares back with equal intensity behind his cracked goggles. The tension is palpable as the two fighters lock eyes, both sizing each other up for the inevitable rematch. Ho's sneaker slides slightly across the concrete pavement as he braces his weight, ready to dive straight into action. The vigilante raises his white-gloved hand in a defensive gesture, telling the kid to wait a second because there has been a major misunderstanding. He insists that he has absolutely no intention of fighting, backing away slightly to avoid escalating the conflict. But Ho is not about to let his favorite opponent walk away so easily, sprinting forward like a wild animal. The vigilante tenses his muscles in alarm, realizing the crazy high schooler is already closing the gap. Ho closes in with a terrifying, ecstatic grin, completely thrilled at the prospect of another messy scrap. The vigilante is forced to raise his guard as Ho lunges, their bodies clashing in close proximity. The two stand chest to chest, the atmosphere incredibly heavy as they prepare for the first strike. But as the seconds tick by, Ho realizes with some annoyance that the vigilante is deliberately refusing to launch a preemptive strike. He wonders if this guy truly has no intention of fighting back, waiting patiently to see who will make the first move. Suddenly, a third figure jumps in out of nowhere, swinging a heavy weapon from behind. The vigilante turns in alarm as the petty thief he beat up earlier jumps back into the fray with a wild look in his eyes. The enraged thief screams at the top of his lungs, swinging a heavy black baton directly at the vigilante's face. His sneakers squeal against the pavement as he throws his entire body weight behind the clumsy, aggressive attack. With a heavy swing, the weapon slices through the air, heading straight toward its target. The vigilante spots the incoming strike at the last second, bracing his arms to block or evade the blow. But he suddenly realizes that if he dodges the swing, the heavy weapon is going to crash directly into the unaware high schooler standing behind him. Ho remains standing perfectly still, seemingly oblivious or completely unconcerned by the sudden back alley ambush. The heavy baton strikes with a resounding crack directly against Ho's forearm. Ho licks the small drop of blood from his lip, letting out a wild, satisfied grin as he processes the hit. Before the thief can even pull his weapon back, Ho delivers a devastating counterstrike that sends the attacker flying backward. Ho's hand snaps out, firmly grabbing the thief's wrist to prevent him from escaping or launching another strike. The thief groans in agony as Ho begins to aggressively apply pressure to his joints, completely neutralizing his weapon. The sheer raw strength of the teenager leaves the attacker completely speechless and shivering in fear. Ho drives a brutal, bone-shattering headbutt directly into the thief's face, completely shattering his nose. The thief screams in absolute agony as Ho continues his relentless close-quarters assault without showing a shred of mercy. Ho rains down a flurry of heavy punches, turning the poor guy's face into absolute mush in a matter of seconds. One final devastating strike to the chest sends the thief collapsing heavily onto the concrete with a loud thud. The defeated attacker lies shivering on the pavement, clutching his chest and crying in pain as he realizes he picked a fight with a total monster. Ho stands over the unconscious body, his breathing slow and steady as he turns back to face his primary opponent. But his wild, bloodthirsty grin slowly begins to fade as he stares down at his hands in disappointment. He groans in frustration, muttering to himself that fighting these weak, normal humans is starting to get incredibly boring. He reflects on his first arrival on Earth, remembering how exciting the initial physical feedback of battle was when his body was still weak. But if every fight is going to be this one-sided, it is really no different from his boring old god days in the divine realm. He needs a true challenge. He looks over at the silent masked vigilante, realizing this guy is the only one who can actually push him to his limits right now. He lets out a heavy sigh, adjusting his collar as he prepares to head home for the night. Looking back into the alleyway, Ho is completely baffled to find that the vigilante has completely vanished into the night. A quick flashback shows the vigilante making a tactical retreat just moments prior while Ho was busy pummeling the thief. The vigilante ran down the dark streets, completely bewildered by how the crazy high schooler keeps tracking him down. His eyes narrow behind his cracked goggles as he tries to formulate a plan to lose his persistent stalker. Meanwhile, Ho lets out a wide, ecstatic grin, his cheeks flushing red as he realizes how exciting this game of cat and mouse is going to be. Yong sniffs the pavement aggressively, pointing his finger and declaring that the vigilante has a highly delicious scent. But the little dragon's tracking is suddenly cut short when his nose bumps right into a speeding sneaker, sending him tumbling across the dirt. Yong rolls backward, his tail flailing as the vigilante speeds away into the dark alleyways. Later that night, a heavy metal lock clicks open with a loud beep inside a high-end apartment. Kang Cheol slowly steps inside, tossing his sneakers onto the floor as he lets out a long, exhausted sigh. He recalls Ho's terrifying, blushing smile from earlier, completely creeped out by the kid's absolute obsession with combat. But before he can even take his jacket off, the front door violently slams open with a loud thud. A sharp, authoritative woman with her hair tied in a neat bun steps inside, proudly announcing that the prosecutor has officially arrived. She casually walks past him, telling him to get out of her way with absolute icy authority. She pokes his bandaged cheek, mocking him for not even flinching and teasing that he is finally starting to live up to his tough guy reputation. Embarrassed, Kang Cheol turns red and tries to ignore her teasing, demanding a hot bowl of ramen with no egg. His eyes narrow in deep thought, realizing that after everything they have been through, normal threats do not even face his sister anymore. He thinks back to that tragic rainy night, remembering the sheer helpless rage he felt when he was beating down his sister's stalker. He stares at his reflection in the boiling pot of ramen, realizing that he has completely lost the ability to feel any joy in fighting. Now the only emotion he ever feels when throwing a punch is pure cold anger. The next morning, Ho walks down the street outside the school, his eyes sharp and focused as he scans the crowd of students. Young rides on his shoulder, sweat dropping from his scales as he nervously apologizes to his master for losing the trail yesterday. Suddenly, a group of nearby students stops and starts whispering in sheer panic, pointing directly at the green lizard. One of them nervously asks if that bizarre creature is actually a real-life Komodo dragon walking around the school grounds. Before the gossip can escalate, a loud voice cuts through the crowd and catches Ho completely off guard. The class president comes bouncing over with a massive happy smile, waving her hands and greeting Yong with absolute excitement. She asks the dragon if he managed to hear about their special agreement from yesterday. Ho holds the dragon up like a plush toy, reminding her of their deal to help him locate the masked vigilante in exchange for borrowing Yong. She places her hand on her chin, explaining that any mysterious hero who covers their face and beats up bad guys around here is known as Iljamai. She breaks down the legend, letting him know that this mysterious vigilante is famous for systematically dismantling every local delinquent gang. Confused, she asks Ho why he is so obsessed with finding and fighting this guy in the first place, wondering if Ho has secretly joined a gang. Ho just ignores her questions, clenching his fist as he promises himself that the next time they meet, he won't let his favorite toy escape. As the group walks under the bright blue sky, Ho casually slings his gym bag over his shoulder with a calm expression. He suddenly leans in close to the class president, whispering a chilling reminder to wait for him after school ends because he will come find her. She stands there completely frozen, a visible shiver running down her spine as the creepy teenager casually waves goodbye and walks away. Yong rides along on Ho's shoulder, leaving the class president adjusting her glasses in utter confusion about how they even know each other. Ho turns back one last time, offering a quick, cryptic answer to her question before walking out of sight. Sitting at his school desk, Ho stares quietly out the window, his expression unreadable as the school day drags on. But inside his mind, the wait is absolutely torturous. He repeatedly bounces his leg up and down under his desk, his body shaking with unvented adrenaline. Even poor Young is sitting on the desk, matching his master's nervous energy as they both struggle to sit still during class. Finally, the school bell rings, and the automated speaker announces that night self-study students should head to the third floor after dinner. Since he has some serious business to attend to, Ho-han delivers his green dragon helper directly to the class president. She happily hugs the little dragon, completely beaming with joy, while Young just mutters about getting motion sickness from all the shaking. She walks off down the hallway, thoroughly pleased with her new arrangement as she carries her favorite lizard home. Left completely alone in the silent, empty classroom, Ho stands quietly by his desk and waits for his guest to arrive. Right on cue, the sliding door of the classroom opens with a slow, heavy creak. Ho looks up with a sinister, bone-chilling grin, greeting the tall boxer who just stepped through the door. The athlete unzips his gym bag, calmly noting that he is glad the teenager managed to wait for him quietly. With practicing ease, he slips on a pair of dark protective leather hand wraps to prepare for the scrap. Ho's eyes narrow as he recognizes the wraps, wondering if they are similar to the ancient Greek hand wraps used in primitive boxing. Before they begin, the boxer stops and asks a direct, serious question to find out if Ho actually enjoys fighting. Ho turns his back slightly, chuckling under his breath and telling him that he has got it completely wrong. He visualizes the bloody, brutal clashes from his millions of years of combat, reflecting on the heavy impact of hitting and getting hit. To him, the absolute best part of a struggle is hearing the desperate screams of the muscles forced to move beyond their limits. He admits that from the ancient past until this very moment, fighting is the only thing that has ever made him truly feel alive. Hearing the kid's bizarre clinical explanation of combat, the boxer breaks out into a cold sweat, realizing this kid is a complete psychopath. He reaches back into his bag, deciding it is better to get this over with quickly. He casually tosses a second pair of heavy leather hand wraps directly toward Ho's face. Ho easily catches them, making a mock complaint about the rough throw. The boxer commands him to wear them, claiming he cannot seriously beat up an opponent who isn't even properly geared up. Ho quickly wraps his knuckles, stepping into a ready stance with his fists raised. Before another word is said, the two fighters explode forward, their fists colliding in a blur of motion. The boxer grits his teeth in frustration, sweating as he realizes the scrawny teenager is incredibly impatient and aggressive. He weaves through a flurry of quick strikes, reminding himself to stay completely calm and avoid getting overly emotional during the fight. He slides his foot backward to brace his stance, preparing to treat this dangerous street fight like a professional boxing match. He takes a slow, deep breath, raising his guard to protect his face. He focuses his mind, telling himself to keep his body relaxed and avoid letting his muscles stiffen up under pressure. The two engage in a high-speed exchange, their movements incredibly fluid and practiced as they trade blows in the empty room. Fists blur across the screen as a series of rapid blocks and counters echo through the quiet school building. A heavy impact lands directly against Ho's guard, sending a massive spark of kinetic energy into the air. The boxer is completely in his element now, a confident grin spreading across his face as he prepares his ultimate combination. He channels the rotational force from his feet up through his hips and torso, transferring the entire weight of his body directly to his fingertips. He drives a massive, perfectly calculated punch straight forward, completely satisfied with the pure, raw impact. With a bloodshot grin, he declares that this is the true essence of boxing. Ho wipes the blood from his cheek, completely unbothered as he realizes that without his magic reinforcement, that heavy strike could have been highly dangerous. His eyes glow with a terrifying red-hot intensity as he lets out a psychotic laugh, declaring that this is exactly what a real fight is supposed to feel like. Meanwhile, back in a third-floor classroom, a tired red-haired student is fast asleep on his desk during the night study session. He suddenly flinches, his head snapping up as he groggily wakes up from his deep slumber. He rubs his eyes, looking around the quiet, dimly lit classroom where the other students are diligently focused on their work. As he looks down at his desk, his eyes lock onto a sweet chocolate bar that someone left behind for him. He picks up a yellow sticky note that playfully mocks his constant sleeping. Checking his phone, he realizes he is running incredibly late. He hurriedly packs his books into his bag, chewing on the chocolate bar as he mutters that he needs to get moving. With a quick sprint, he dashes out of the classroom and races down the concrete stairs. This is 20-year-old student Lee Haejun, who looks incredibly sharp with his styled burgundy hair and earrings. He continues his rapid sprint through the school corridors, desperate to reach his destination on time. He slams the door open, rushing inside with a determined look on his face. Back in the classroom, the high-speed scrap is reaching a boiling point with punches colliding in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. Ho easily ducks under a swinging jab, his movements incredibly quick and light on his feet. Using the sudden opening, Ho drives a high heavy kick straight into the boxer's raised guard. The boxer is completely thrown off by the sudden change in tactics, struggling to block the aggressive flurry of kicks. Extremely frustrated, he screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know why the kid is kicking in a boxing match. Ho just tilts his head with a mockingly confused look, deadpanning about what boxing is even supposed to mean. With a solid thud, his sneaker plants firmly against the tiled floor as he preps his next leap. He launches himself high into the air, asking where the rule is that says you can only use your fists in a real fight. Ho drives a savage airborne sidekick directly into the boxer's ribs, the sheer force of the strike pushing him backward. The boxer recoils in agony, gritting his teeth as the devastating impact rattles his entire frame. Before he can even recover his balance, Ho lands another heavy knee strike directly to his temple. He follows up with a rapid-fire combination of heavy strikes, completely overwhelming the boxer's defenses. The boxer gasps for air, sweating profusely as he realizes the sheer weight behind those kicks is absolutely insane. Ho sweeps his leg low, forcing the boxer to make a desperate leap to avoid getting his legs completely taken out. The athlete panics, knowing that if his lower body collapses under this constant pressure, the fight is officially over. He tries to brace his weight, but his leg is already trembling violently from the accumulated damage. With a sickening pop, his knee completely buckles under him, refusing to obey his commands. Ho exploits the opening, driving another brutal low kick directly into the buckled thigh. The wide shot shows the absolute dominance of the young teenager, who continues to relentlessly pressure the veteran fighter. With a highly satisfied grin, Ho raises his fists and confidently declares that this match is finally over. But as his smile widens, a spectral outline of the red dragon bloodstone appears over his hand, signifying that the physical enhancement has officially run out. Ho's eyes widen in sudden alarm as a wave of intense physical exhaustion and muscle soreness instantly floods his body. The boxer slowly stands back up, a smug grin spreading across his face as he asks if the kid has finally run completely out of strength. The tall boxer Kang Cheol stands in his fighting stance, grinning confidently as he asks if Ho is finally out of strength. In response, Ho just flashes a wild, bone-chilling grin of his own. The two completely lose their minds, laughing hysterically inside the dark, empty classroom like a pair of certified lunatics. Their echoing, chaotic laughter sweeps down the quiet school hallway under the red evening sky. Just outside, the burgundy-haired student Lee Hyujin stops to peek through the window while chewing on his chocolate bar, looking absolutely disgusted by the scene. He rolls his eyes, muttering about how pathetic it is to see guys laughing like total fools while beating each other up. With a look of pure cold resignation, he turns and walks down the stairs, completely done with the high school drama. Back in the classroom, Ho lunges forward once again, his body enveloped in a fast-moving, glowing aura. He decides to play it smart, opting for a highly defensive approach to analyze his opponent's movements. Kang Cheol steps in and throws a massive high-speed right hook, shouting out his attack direction. But it was a clever trick, as he suddenly shifts his punch mid-swing into a devastating left hook counter that slams directly into Ho's face. The sheer bone-shattering force of the professional strike sends Ho spinning through the air like a top. Before he can even recover his balance, Kang Cheol drives another heavy follow-up strike directly into his cheek, drawing a fresh spray of blood. Ho crashes heavily against the school desks, sending wooden chairs scattering across the tiled floor. Wiping the blood from his mouth, Ho realizes that in this fragile human body, his raw muscles are still no match for a trained boxer's solid physique without a magical boost. He stares down at his trembling hand, frustrated that he cannot even tap into his third channel of divine energy. He closes his eyes, trying to focus his mind and gather a tiny spark of spiritual power. With a heavy gasp, he forces himself back onto his feet, determined not to let his new toy break so easily. He stands under the dramatic red sunset shining through the classroom windows, his eyes narrowing as he tenses his muscles. He focuses all of his remaining willpower, causing a faint purple magical spark to crackle around his clenched fist. Ho charges forward with a sudden burst of speed while Kang Cheol confidently raises his guard, noting that the kid is still surprisingly lively. Ho throws a punch, landing a clean hit directly on the boxer's solid chin. But Kang Cheol barely even flinches, offering a cocky smirk as he mocks Ho's weak punches. Suddenly, the boxer's smile completely vanishes as Ho disappears from his field of vision, reappearing right behind his shoulder. Before the athlete can even turn around, Ho slips a lightning-fast strike through his blind spot. Kang Cheol's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes he completely miscalculated the kid's speed. He quickly snaps his hand out, firmly grabbing Ho's wrist just in time to stop the follow-up, trying to calm his spinning head. But suddenly, a massive deafening shockwave of condensed air explodes between them, throwing both fighters off balance. The sheer explosive force of the air blast leaves the boxer completely dazed, his vision spinning in confusion. Ho exploits the opening, driving a devastating heavy palm strike straight into Kang Cheol's face. The brutal impact sends the heavy boxer flying backward across the room, crashing heavily against the lockers. Ho watches him fall, a highly satisfied smug smirk spreading across his face as his experiment succeeds. He remembers his old god days where gathering mana involved compressing the surrounding energy into a single dense point. But in a magic-barren atmosphere like Earth, many other elements like dust and oxygen react and incinerate together. This process leaves only pure, highly compressed air behind. And when that highly compressed air is suddenly released without being burned away, it triggers a massive, violent vacuum burst. Ho chuckles to himself, highly impressed that he managed to weaponize simple air compression on this magicless planet. He walks over to the dazed boxer lying on the floor, finding this mortal opponent increasingly interesting. With a wide, red-faced psychotic smile, he leans down and grabs the athlete by his cheeks. He clamps his hand tightly over the boxer's face, savoring the raw thrill of the struggle. Drool dripping from his mouth, the dizzy boxer asks if Ho is trying to completely destroy him. Kang Cheol stumbles back, holding his spinning head as he admits defeat, but warns the kid not to cross the line. He rubs his temples in agony, grunting that he has some important news to share next time. With a heavy sigh, the defeated vigilante stumbles out of the classroom, promising to see him again. Ho is left standing alone in the empty room, smacking his lips in disappointment that the fight had to end so soon. The scene cuts to the quiet school building under the starry night sky, with Ho realizing this should be enough training for one day. Meanwhile, back down on the streets, poor Yong is packed inside a massive, ridiculously heavy backpack. The class president waves a happy goodbye, telling the dragon to let her know if he ever needs anything else. The tiny dragon waddles down the sidewalk under the streetlights, looking completely exhausted from carrying the bag. Nearby, Kang Cheol is walking home while rubbing his sore neck when he suddenly spots his own stolen backpack waddling down the street. Yong turns around and spots the boxer, his eyes widening as he recognizes his master's opponent. The little dragon clenches his tiny claws, refusing to let this rude human walk away without getting a piece of his mind. Kang Cheol is busy complaining about his ringing ears, completely unaware of the green threat heading his way. With a fast jump, Yong launches himself directly at the boxer's face like a green missile. The little dragon slams squarely into his nose, completely bypassing the boxer's elite reaction time. But because he has no magic left, Yong just faceplants onto the hard pavement along with his heavy bag, leaving Kang Cheol wondering if he was just attacked by a weird dog. Completely freaked out by the talking lizard, the boxer runs away into the night, screaming about a wild dog chasing him. A few minutes later, Ho walks down the same street, spotting the unconscious face-down green dragon on the sidewalk. He stands over his tiny secretary, completely speechless at the bizarre sight. The next morning, Yong is packed into a brand new comfortable backpack designed specifically for pets. The little dragon pokes his head out, happily asking if his new traveling gear suits him well. He boasts about his brilliant training, noting that the class president is doing an excellent job acting as his loyal subordinate. Ho continues walking down the busy street while Yong decides it is safer to duck back inside the bag to avoid attracting any unwanted attention. Suddenly, a familiar voice calls out to him from behind. It is Kang Cheol in casual clothes, sporting a thick white bandage across his nose as he asks why Ho is wearing his school uniform on a Saturday. Ho slowly turns around, looking completely blank, as he asks what a Saturday is even supposed to mean. The boxer just stares back in complete deadpan silence, utterly bewildered by the kid's total lack of common sense. As they walk together, Kang Cheol notes that he wanted to talk to him anyway, asking if Ho truly enjoys the thrill of a fight. Ho tries to play it cool, claiming he only fights when he absolutely has to, but his wide blushing grin completely betrays his words. The boxer chuckles, offering a friendly smile as he invites Ho to tag along with him. He promises that if Ho sticks with him, he will never have to worry about running out of exciting fights. Ho's face instantly twists into a terrifying bloodthirsty grin as he realizes he just hit the jackpot. He pats the boxer on the shoulder, excitedly demanding to be taken to a place where he can start fighting immediately. Kang Cheol panics, sweating profusely as he tries to clarify that he didn't mean they should start fighting right this second. From inside the backpack, Yong glares at the boxer with a sharp, suspicious eye, warning him to speak carefully around his master. On a quiet Friday morning, the sun shines brightly over Wild Goose High School, completely unaware of the dark business going down inside. A simple restroom sign hangs on the wall, but today, this place is being used for some serious back alley extortion. One of the class bullies stands guard outside the door, coldly telling any regular students to turn back because the restroom is currently under control. Inside, a massive delinquent named Young Joe is cornering a terrified student, demanding to know exactly how much money he managed to bring today. With trembling hands, the poor student reluctantly hands over a measly 20,000 won. Yangzhou's face twists into absolute fury, screaming that this pathetic amount is nowhere near enough to pay his dues. The shivering victim desperately defends himself, claiming that because of the masked vigilante Iljame, he couldn't sell his stolen bicycle secondhand for a decent price. That explanation only makes Yangzhou even angrier, and he violently slams his fist directly into the restroom wall. He mutters about how he is supposed to pay back his debts with interest if his subordinates keep bringing him pocket change. With a murderous look in his eyes, he orders his lackey to call every single delinquent in the school. The scene cuts to Saturday evening, where Kang Cheol and Ho are walking down the quiet streets of the city. The boxer admits that he used to just swing his fists out of sheer frustration, but after fighting Ho, he feels like he might actually start to enjoy combat. Ho smiles, suggesting it would be a lot better for them to just have a rematch right now, instead of wasting time patrolling for boring street punks. Kang Cheol waves him off, promising a rematch sooner or later before suddenly pausing and pointing toward a dark alleyway. Both of them stop in their tracks, their attention caught by a weird disturbance down the street. Kang Cheol sniffs the air, immediately picking up the thick scent of cigarette smoke. He peers into the shadows, wondering how many delinquents are gathered down there for the smoke to be this incredibly thick. Deep in the alley, a group of high school punks is surrounding a helpless student. One of the bullies gloats, telling his buddy that they just hit the absolute jackpot. He demands the victim's wallet and credit cards, warning him not to dare report them as lost to the bank. Suddenly, a hooded masked figure drops down from above, casually asking if they are seriously busy mugging someone. Before the punk can even finish his sentence, the vigilante drives a heady right hook straight into his face. Kang Cheol tells the rest of them to take out their own wallets if they want to play this game. The other delinquents instantly lose their minds in a panic, recognizing the legendary vigilante Iljame. Looking at the massive crowd, the vigilante realizes there are significantly more punks here than he originally expected. Suddenly, Ho drops right into the middle of the alleyway, wearing his own sloppy mask, hilariously begging the vigilante for help. With a nod of agreement, Kang Cheol shouts for them to charge, and both of them plunge directly into the crowd of delinquents. Ho casually strolls through the chaos, letting out a heavy sigh as multiple metal pipes swing past his head. An angry punk grabs him by his collar, screaming at Ho for trying to play hero along with the vigilante. The punk lands a light hit on Ho's cheek, which Ho interprets as a highly disrespectful pinch. With a terrifying glow in his eyes, the soul of the ancient earth god officially joins the street fight. The camera pans out to show a pile of unconscious, bruised delinquents scattered across the cold pavement of the alley. Ho adjusts his hood, highly disappointed to find that even though their attitudes scream delinquent, their physical bodies are incredibly weak and out of shape. He leans down, casually checking the dropped wallets for any cash or useful items. Meanwhile, Kang Cheol walks over to the shivering victim on the ground, gently asking if she is okay. The red-haired girl sobs into her knees, completely overwhelmed by the terrifying situation. She looks up at her savior, her eyes widening as she recognizes the famous vigilante outfit. But before they can celebrate, the heavy rhythmic sound of a massive crowd of footsteps begins to echo from the street. Young pokes his head out of Ho's hood, warning his master that a massive group of enemies is currently surrounding them. A nearby smartphone screen flashes with a high alert message warning that Iljame has just been spotted in the alleyway. Yangzhou and his entire gang of Wild Goose High School delinquents block the exit, declaring that they have finally cornered the piece of trash. Faced with the massive blockade, Kang Cheol readies his dual batons, gritting his teeth in frustration. Standing right behind him, Ho feels his heart beating violently in sheer, uncontrollable excitement. His cheeks flush red as he realizes he has finally found his absolute favorite scenario, a chaotic one versus many brawl. Yangzhou raises his arm, commanding his entire gang to charge forward and completely finish them off. Ho's face twists into a terrifying red glowing psychotic smile as he prepares to welcome the mob. A spectacular chaotic alleyway brawl ensues with Ho and Kang Cheol systematically tearing through the wave of delinquents. Ho drives a heavy fist into a delinquent's jaw, laughing hysterically about how incredibly fun this fight is. Yangzhou watches the absolute carnage in sweaty disbelief, wondering how there can possibly be two copycat Iljames fighting at the same time. Furious at his gang's pathetic display, he charges into the brawl himself to take control of the situation. Down the street, the burgundy-haired Lee Haejun checks his phone, highly annoyed that his call isn't going through. As he passes the alley entrance under the dim streetlights, the sounds of brutal impacts draw his attention. He looks inside and spots the chaotic street fight raging with wild swings and screaming punks. He watches with a look of absolute cold disgust, complaining about another bunch of pathetic idiots throwing their lives away in street brawls. He prepares to walk away, wondering if these guys have nothing better to do with their spare time before suddenly freezing. His eyes widen in sudden shock as he spots his younger sister Daljun shivering on the cold concrete amidst the violence. A dark shadow falls over Haejun's face, his eyes turning cold and murderous as a traumatic memory begins to resurface. Years ago, Haejun's father was a famous, highly celebrated mixed martial arts champion, standing victorious in the ring. As a little kid, Haejun would sit in front of the television, proudly watching his father dominate his opponents. But behind the bright stadium lights, a dark, blood-stained syringe falling to the floor marked the beginning of a nightmare. His father kept pushing his body to become stronger and stronger, but at some point, the heavy doping completely warped his mind. Young Haejun could only sit on the floor in absolute tearful terror as his father returned home. To the public, his father was a champion, but at home, the man was a terrifying, abusive monster. The domestic violence eventually forced their mother to run away in the middle of the night to save her own life. But young Haejun could not run away. He had to stay behind in that living hell because he had to protect his tiny younger sibling hiding inside the dark closet. Even when his body was covered in bleeding cuts and deep bruises, he quietly endured the beatings. He kept his eyes locked onto the towering monster at his strongest, refusing to show any signs of fear. He watched, he endured, and he protected. But by the time Haejun's physical build grew to match his father's, the breaking point finally arrived. Haejun fought back against the abusive monster with pure desperate fury because he knew his life was on the line. To him, fighting was never a game or an amusement. It was the raw, bloody struggle for survival. His father screamed in a blind, veins-popping rage, promising to kill both of them with his own hands. The monster lunged forward, his eyes bloodshot with pure hatred. But on that tragic, fateful day, Haejun killed the monster, blood splattering heavily across the floor. The court took pity on his severe family circumstances and self-defense claim, sentencing him to just a year in juvenile detention before he returned to school. After school, he worked exhausting manual labor and construction jobs under the hot sun to support himself and his sister. He absolutely couldn't afford to get sick or injured because his physical body was the entire fortune and survival for his sibling. So Haejun swore a solemn, unbreakable oath to never treat his body carelessly or throw it away in meaningless fights. And that is exactly why he feels nothing but intense disgust and anger whenever he sees stupid teenagers treating street fights like a fun game. He would never act like those pathetic, reckless fools. He glares back into the alleyway, his eyes locking onto his shivering sister. This is Lee Daljun, Lee Haejun's younger sister, whom he has spent his entire life protecting from monsters. Haejun stands frozen, his eyes wide in sudden shock as he spots his younger sister Daljun cornered on the alley floor. Youngjo stands proudly and calls out for Iljame, while Ho lies dazed on the pavement with Young peeking out of his bag. Youngjo looks around, completely unaware of the furious protective brother standing right behind him. Before Youngjo can even finish his sentence, Haejun delivers a massive, bone-shattering sidekick directly into his midsection. Haejun moves with blinding aggressive speed, completely overwhelming Youngjo. Haejun clamps his hand tightly over Youngjo's face, slamming his head violently against the brick wall. With a massive crash, he slams Youngjo's head directly into the brickwork, instantly shattering his confidence. Down on the pavement, Young struggles under the heavy bag, weakly asking his master if he is okay. But before Ho can answer, Haejun steps right on the bag, accidentally squishing the poor little dragon's face. Leaving Youngjo groaning in pain, Haejun leaps forward to deal with the other delinquents. He unleashes a flurry of high-speed punches, systematically taking out the surrounding punks in a matter of seconds. Kang Cheo watches in absolute speechless shock as a random high schooler begins completely clearing out the alley. Haejun drives a brutal clean strike directly into a delinquent's jaw. He lands a heavy punch to the chest, sending another punk crashing onto the pavement. With his eyes glowing in a furious bloodshot glare, Haejun warns the delinquents that they shouldn't have crossed the line. Kang Cheo tries to intervene and calm him down, realizing the angry kid might accidentally kill someone. But as he speaks, Haejun instantly whips his head around to face him. He glare focuses on Kang Cheo, wondering if this masked vigilante is actually connected to the delinquents. Sensing the kid's terrifying raw power, Kang Cheo immediately prepares himself to block. Haejun throws a massive punch, but Kang Cheo manages to barely slip under the dangerous strike. Instead of stopping, Haejun drives his fist directly into the brick wall, cracking the solid stone. He lands a heavy, explosive blow that forces the veteran vigilante to stumble backward in pain. Grabbing his sister's hand, Haejun decides his primary goal is her safety and not a prolonged fight. He pulls her away, quickly retreating down the alley as the remaining punks try to recover. In her haste, the girl accidentally drops her small purple wallet onto the paved road. The wallet slides harmlessly across the stone floor, completely ignored by the escaping siblings. Haejun glances back one last time, his cold, calculating eyes locking onto the scene of the brawl. Youngjo slowly gets back onto his feet, rubbing his bruised jaw in pure veins, popping rage. He screams at the top of his lungs, demanding to know if this new attacker is just another copycat, Iljame. He clenches his fists so hard, his knuckles turn white, promising to hunt them down. But before he can even finish his threat, Ho pops up out of nowhere, driving a heavy fist into his face to shut him up. Ho lands a second clean punch, showing off his incredible combat reflexes. Still wearing his messy mask, Ho smiles in absolute fascination at the angry sibling's strength. He watches them disappear down the dark streets, highly intrigued by Heijun's raw, unpolished combat style. Left in the quiet alleyway, Ho just bursts into a loud, maniacal laugh. Kang Kaol runs over in a panic, desperately telling his crazy partner to cover his face before anyone recognizes him. Ho looks at the spot where the brother was standing, deeply impressed by the sheer weight behind his fists. Back on the ground, Yangzhou groans in pain, gritting his teeth as he vows absolute revenge. The scene transitions to the high-tech training room, where Kang Cheol is drawing a funny, detailed stick figure on a whiteboard. He explains that the massive delinquent leader they fought earlier is named Yangzhou. He writes 3 names on the board, noting them as Godori. He explains that while they are well-known delinquents, they usually kept a low profile. But recently they've started mugging and extorting innocent people across the streets. He points his marker directly at Yangzhou's sketch, identifying him as the mastermind behind the sudden rise in crime. Ho just stares blankly at the whiteboard, his eyes glaze, focusing in complete confusion. He raises his hand, casually asking what on earth a delinquent, a mugging, or a Godori is even supposed to mean. Kang Cheol's patience completely snaps, his face turning bright red as he yells at Ho's complete lack of basic common sense. Down on the floor, the tiny green dragon Yong struggles inside his heavy bag, his tail twitching. Yong violently jumps out of the backpack, screaming at the top of his lungs. He climbs onto Ho's head, furiously telling the boxer to show some respect to the supreme deity. Kang Cheol's eyes pop out of his head, staring at the green lizard in complete speech-deprived shock. Ho deadpans, explaining that this is Yong, who is sort of like his friend. Kang Cheol stares at Ho, pointing out that having a talking frog combined with a total lack of common sense is incredibly weird. Yong yells back while Ho gets a creepy plotting smile on his lips. Ho chuckles, admitting that his opponent's analytical skills are actually quite impressive. He proudly declares his divine status, leaving the boxer completely dumbfounded. Kang Cheol just sighs, assuming the crazy high schooler is just suffering from a severe case of middle school syndrome. The scene cuts to the class president's cozy bedroom, where she is holding Yong like a baby. She stands there in her purple hoodie, blushing as she baby talks the adorable green dragon. She hugs Yong, completely thrilled to have such a cute rare pet staying over. Back in the training room, Kang Cheol points at the board, summarizing that Yangzhou is their primary target. His younger sister Dao Jun grabs his sleeve, shivering in fear as she recalls the terrifying alley brawl. He reflects on the raw massive difference in physical strength, feeling a thrill he hasn't experienced in millennia. He realizes his current mortal vessel is still too weak to easily win against someone like Yangzhou. Kang Cheol invites him to his boxing gym, noting that Ho's physical conditioning needs a lot of work. Ho declines, explaining that he needs a much more intense, brutal kind of training to push his limits. Suddenly, Yong slaps a glowing tablet screen directly in front of his face. Ho looks down at the screen with a curious question mark. The screen displays a viral live-streamed underground street fighting tournament showing a fighter getting knocked out. The commentator screams that the champion has just secured his 13th consecutive victory. The live chat goes absolutely wild, explaining that anyone can challenge the champion to win a massive cash prize. Kang Cheol looks over Ho's shoulder, identifying the champion as Whistle High's Kim Chung-gu, who is also a member of Godori. Ho's eyes light up as he realizes his next target is practically handing himself over on a silver platter. He leaps off the bed, stretching his arms with a confident, predatory smirk. Ho firmly squishes a hand of Huatu cards, declaring his ultimate plan to systematically crush every single member of the delinquent gang. He sets a brand new goal for their upcoming mission. First, they will completely defeat Yangzhou, and then they will take down the rest of Godori. High above the clouds, a massive surge of dark purple lightning erupts across the heavens, threatening to tear the fabric of the divine realm apart. A violent storm of shattered magical barriers and crackling electricity rains down across the sky as the cosmic defense systems fail. Lucifer stands tall in the center of the destruction, spreading his massive black wings and holding dual purple spears with a menacing look. Sweat drops from his temples as he stares down at his hands, his face twisted in intense concentration. The colossal explosion leaves a massive smoking crater where the secure celestial barrier once stood. Lucifer peers down through the rift at the glowing blue planet Earth, completely intact despite his high-level magical assault. He grits his teeth in pure veins, popping frustration, absolutely furious that his ultimate spell didn't even scratch the surface of the planet's shield. He visualizes his rival, the Earth's god Mu, standing casually and making the complex defense of a planet look like a total walk in the park. Completely unable to break through, the Demon King screams out at the top of his lungs, absolutely fed up with his own limitations. This scene cuts back to Earth, where the school bully Yangzhou is also screaming in pure veins, popping frustration inside a public restroom. He repeatedly slams his fists into the wooden doors of the stalls, leaving massive fist craters as he vents his anger about getting beaten up by the vigilante. He stands panting in the middle of the room, his face bright red as he vows to completely destroy the vigilante. Suddenly, a terrified student sitting on the toilet peeks his head out, nervously asking if Yangzhou is just in a really big hurry to use the restroom. Yangzhou stands outside the high-rise apartments, complaining to his lackey that he didn't manage to get any money or even catch a glimpse of the vigilante. His classmate nervously pulls out his smartphone, letting him know that he actually managed to salvage one small item from the scene of the fight. Yangzhou snatches the item, completely unimpressed as he demands to know what this useless piece of plastic is supposed to be. He accidentally drops a few loose coins on the floor as he examines the item under the streetlights. But as he gets a closer look, his angry scowl instantly turns into a wicked, satisfied smirk. It turns out to be a school ID card belonging to Li Daojun from Bidiolji High School, the younger sister of the guy who beat them up. Yangzhou smiles like a total villain, realizing this dropped ID card is the perfect tool to track down his attackers. He holds the card up to his face, declaring with a chilling laugh that this piece of plastic is highly usable. He sports a terrifying red-faced grin as he prepares to organize a massive hunt for the siblings. The next morning, Ho is walking down the street carrying his backpack with his tiny green dragon secretary riding safely inside. Young holds up a hand-drawn map, directing his master to make a quick left turn at the very next alleyway. Ho follows the directions, walking casually down the paved street as a jogger with a tiny chihuahua runs up from behind. The jogger politely offers a quick excuse as he passes, keeping his eyes focused on his morning workout. But the little chihuahua stops, sniffing around Ho's ankles as it detects the strange presence of the dragon inside his bag. The cute little dog sticks its tongue out, looking completely innocent and harmless at first glance. But suddenly the dog's eyes go completely bloodshot with rage, its face twisting into a terrifying growl. The tiny chihuahua bares its sharp teeth, letting out an aggressive bark as it locks onto the waddling backpack. With a sudden snap, the angry little dog clamps its jaws tightly onto Ho's backpack, where Young is hiding. Young screams in absolute sweat-inducing shock as he gets violently shaken inside the dark bag. He glares down through the zipper opening, his eyes narrowing in pure fury as the tiny dog continues to growl at him. His face turning bright red with humiliation, the proud dragon screams about how a lowly mortal creature dares to disrespect him. Ho finally arrives at the Saipi Park Arena under a dramatic golden sky, finding a massive crowd of students gathered for the tournament. At the registration desk, a red-haired girl with a selfie stick is busy sorting through the fighter applications, casually rejecting them one by one. She looks up in confusion as Ho approaches, pointing out that wearing a school uniform on the weekend is incredibly weird. Ho just deadpans, telling her that he indeed attends Bidiolji High School and that she should just write it down on the form. She sighs, clicking her pen and asking him what his actual fighting experience is. Ho looks at her in blank confusion, asking what she means by experience. She explains that they need any relevant background like boxing or street fighting to show the viewers on the live stream broadcast. Ho slowly counts on his fingers, muttering numbers under his breath as he calculates his extensive history. He calmly states that his official combat experience spans roughly 3 million years, leaving the announcer completely speechless. She just stares back at him with a massive sweat drop, wondering if this kid is completely serious. But instead of turning him away, she suddenly blushes and grins, absolutely loving the bizarre self-proclaimed 3 million years gimmick. She happily accepts his application, letting him know that the standard entry fee for the tournament is 50,000 won. Ho reaches into his pocket and pulls out a crumpled handful of cash, asking if there's anything else they need to get started. Meanwhile, back at the class president's house, she is tearing her room apart and screaming for her mother to help her find her missing pink wallet. Inside Ho's backpack, Young is busy counting the bills, noting that they only have 46,000 won and are short by 4,000. The announcer girl counts the cash, laughing as she decides to let the tiny deficit slide since she loves his hilarious backstory so much. She pockets the money and yells to the crowd, calling for the next challenger to step forward. Ho walks into the main park courtyard, keeping his eyes sharp as he scans the crowded arena. Suddenly, his attention is caught by a tall, green-hooded student standing in the background with his arms crossed. Ho narrows his eyes, focusing his attention on the mysterious figure. He analyzes the size and density of the student's shoulder muscles through the thick fabric of his hoodie. He notes that the guy's physique is exceptionally well-trained, far exceeding the level of any average high school delinquent. A confident smirk spreads across Ho's face as he recognizes him as Kim Chung-gu, one of the legendary members of Godori. The champion stands tall and imposing, completely unbothered by the whispering crowd. The announcer girl steps up next to him with her selfie stick, loudly declaring that the next match is about to begin and calling for all participants to gather. A wide aerial shot shows the Saipi Park Arena packed with spectators waiting for the champion's next defense. Ho steps directly into the center of the ring, walking straight up to the third-year Whistle High champion. He stands face-to-face with Kim Chung-gu, the sheer size difference between them drawing gasps from the audience. Ho flashes a terrifying psychotic grin, noting that since both of them are in the ring, they have already agreed to fight. He pulls his fist back, preparing to launch a massive sucker punch without even waiting for the official start. The announcer girl panics, quickly grabbing Ho's arm to stop the illegal strike. She desperately holds him back, screaming at him to wait for the proper bracket. She yells in frustration, asking if he even bothered to watch the broadcast before entering the arena. She slaps a sheet of paper in front of his face, scolding him that he cannot just start throwing punches whenever he wants. She holds up the official bracket sheet, explaining that this is a structured one-on-one tournament format. The bracket displays several local fighter names competing for the grand prize of 1 million won. She turns to the camera, loudly announcing that the fourth match of the undercard is officially underway. The crowd of spectators bursts into mocking laughter, pointing and jeering at Ho's ridiculous claim of having 3 million years of experience. His opponent, a disciplined international student wearing a traditional Chinese martial arts uniform, bows politely to the crowd. Peeking out of the backpack, Young happily celebrates that they finally get to watch a proper match. But as he speaks, his eyes suddenly goes wide in shock as he spots a familiar threat nearby. The tiny chihuahua from earlier is standing on a leash, growling and barking aggressively directly at him. The little dog jumps and snaps its jaws, utterly determined to finish their unfinished business. Yong's face turns red with irritation, completely fed up with this disobedient beast's constant barking. In a sudden flash of green smoke, the dragon bursts out of the backpack. The spectators stare in absolute sweat-inducing confusion as a tiny green lizard flies through the air. Young lands on the paved stone floor, ready to teach the dog a lesson in divine authority. Ho looks down at his empty bag, completely bewildered by his dragon's sudden chaotic tantrum. The chihuahua's eyes go wide as it spots the green lizard charging straight at its face. The dog starts spinning around in a panic, trying to break free from its owner's leash. With a loud snap, the dog breaks its leash and sprints directly into the center of the fighting arena. The Chinese martial arts opponent freezes in shock as the chihuahua and the green lizard begin chasing each other around his ankles. The announcer girl watches the chaotic pet chase with a massive delighted grin, finding it absolutely hilarious. She quickly turns to the camera, loudly declaring that this match has officially been upgraded to a special double-team fight. The broadcast graphics update on screen, displaying the matchups for the fighters. The pet division displays the ultimate showdown of the century between Young and Cerberus. The crowd in the park whispers in sheer disbelief as they watch a tiny green dragon and a crazy wide-eyed chihuahua square off in the center of the ring. The announcer girl holds up her selfie stick, enthusiastically declaring that the double-team match has officially begun. The Chinese exchange student calmly presses his palms together, politely asking Ho if he is familiar with the ancient art of Sang Yangquan, and explaining that it mimics wild animals. He curls his hand like a claw, warning Ho that defeating a wild animal is nearly impossible, and advising him to be careful. With a sudden athletic leap, the student lunges forward and drops low to the ground to begin his assault. The student uses the feline-like smooth, tiger-style movements, intending to lower Ho's guard with a series of quick, unpredictable weaves. He follows up with a powerful heavy palm strike directly toward Ho's chest, throwing his entire body weight behind the blow. But Ho easily sidesteps the strike, countering with a brutal lightning-fast punch that catches the student completely off guard. The heavy impact of the counterpunch leaves the exchange student coughing on his knees and gasping for air. Ho stands calmly over him, pointing out that even if you try to mimic a wild beast, it is still just a normal human body performing basic movements. He watches the struggling student, noting that it only took one brief exchange to completely dismantle his tiger style. The Chinese student sweats profusely, gritting his teeth in humiliation as he realizes he is dealing with a complete monster. He looks at the towering wall of strength in front of him, his braided hair swaying as he slowly gets back on his feet. He takes a deep breath, muttering that he has absolutely no choice but to use his forbidden technique. The student's mind flashes to his elderly master, who warned him that this dangerous technique is a last resort that humans should never use. With a sudden sharp slap of his hand against the pavement, the student braces himself and cracks the stone beneath his palm. He drops his entire center of gravity, crouching low like a wild beast about to spring. Ho looks down, slightly surprised by his opponent's sudden change in posture. Meanwhile, on the pet side of the arena, Young is sweating profusely as he tries to keep his guard up, complaining that his hand-to-hand combat skills are completely rusty. The tiny Chihuahua Cerberus stands opposite him, growling aggressively and baring its sharp little teeth. With a sudden leap, the hyperactive dog bounds forward, leaving a blur of motion lines as it launches its attack. The dog runs at a blistering speed, its tiny paws tapping rapidly against the pavement. It skids and turns sharply, kicking up dust as it moves in a circular pattern around the confused dragon. The dog continues to slide and pivot, utilizing its small size and agility to create a series of high-speed illusions. To Yang absolute horror, the Chihuahua suddenly multiplies, leaving 3 identical growling dogs surrounding him in a triangle. The announcer girl loses her mind, screaming to her livestream viewers about whether this tiny Chihuahua is actually a ninja dog. She labels the spectacular technique Chihuahua-type skill, leaving the crowd completely amazed. Yang tries to stay calm, desperately trying to deduce which of the 3 growling Chihuahuas is the real one. He lunges at the middle dog, confident that he has managed to see through the illusion. Wait, the middle one is completely fake. The real Chihuahua lunges from the side, violently clamping its jaws directly onto Yang's snout. The dog violently shakes its head, taking control of the pet match and leaving the dragon flailing in pain. Back in the human mash, the exchange of blows continues, but the boxer is forced to watch in alarm from the sidelines. Ho tenses his fist to end this quickly, while the student prepares to unleash his new animal forms. The student shifts his hands, dropping to all fours as he activates his quadrupedal mode. He launches himself forward, moving on his hands and knees with a blistering high-speed sprint. The spectators burst into mocking hysterical laughter, pointing their phones and laughing about how the animal mimicry style looks. The crowd's teasing continues, with everyone recording the bizarre quadrupedal sprint for their social media. The student's elderly master stands in the crowd, sweat dropping in silent embarrassment at how his disciple looks. He silently mutters to himself, regretting ever teaching his student this forbidden technique in front of a live audience. The student continues his low-to-the-ground sprint, keeping his eyes locked onto Ho's knees. Ho's eyes narrow as he analyzes his opponent's low, beastly stance. Suddenly, the student lunges, his hands claw-curled as he executes a claw swipe directly at Ho's neck. The claw swipe connects, leaving a series of shallow bleeding scratches across Ho's cheek. Blood drops onto the floor as Ho winces from the sharp burning sensation. The student slides past him, his feet scratching loudly against the pavement as he prepares his next beastly sweep. Ho looks down at the blood on his fingers, realizing that if that claw hadn't been a human hand but a beast's paw, he would have been in serious trouble. He grins, completely thrilled by the danger and unpredictability of his opponent's moves. The exchange student drops back to all fours, his breath coming in hot, shallow gasps as he prepares his final assault. Ho looks up, sweating as a giant spectral black beast claw swoops down at him, wondering what style is coming next. The student executes a series of rapid, sweeping claw strikes, shifting his body in cat style. He immediately transitions, dropping low to the pavement as he unleashes a flurry of swift, low-to-the-ground attacks. With a sudden acrobatic twist, he flips his body and drives a heavy, backwards-aimed strike directly at Ho's chest. Ho is forced to take a step back, gritting his teeth as sweat pours down his face and admitting he has never seen a human use their muscle groups for quadrupedal movement. He braces his stance, realizing that because the student's center of gravity is so low, it is difficult to predict his next move. Ho's face is completely shadowed, but a small, ecstatic smile begins to creep back onto his lips. The student's eyes go wide in alarm as he spots the crazy blushing grin spreading across the teenager's face. Ho realizes that if he just thinks of his opponent as a standard 4-legged animal, the solution becomes simple. He notes that no matter how fast a beast is, the core physical weaknesses of quadrupedal creatures remain the exact same. As the student lunges forward for another sweep, Ho takes a sudden heavy step to the side. He focuses his willpower, triggering a sudden explosive expansion of the muscles in his legs. With a massive crash, Ho leaps high into the air, breaking the pavement beneath his feet. The exchange student looks up in absolute, jaw-dropping shock as his target disappears from the ground. The spectators and the announcer girl scream in amazement, holding up their phones to record the jump. Ho explains that the weakness of quadrupedal fighters is that they have no defense against attacks coming from directly above. He drops down like a meteor, driving his knee straight into the back of the student's neck. The impact of the aerial drop sends the exchange student face-planting onto the concrete. Ho lands smoothly on his feet, standing victoriously over his defeated opponent. The crowd erupts into a wave of cheers and shouts, completely amazed by the finish. Ho turns his head back, casually asking how things are going on Yang's side of the ring. The scene pans over to show the exhausted, beaten-up dragon lying flat on his back while the Chihuahua stands proudly over him. Ho looks down at his pet, his eyes narrow and completely deadpan. The little Chihuahua bares its teeth, growling aggressively as it stares back at Ho. Suddenly, the little dog plays dead, rolling over onto its back and sticking its paws in the air. The announcer girl turns to her livestream, declaring that the Chihuahua has officially forfeited, giving the victory to the 3 million years fighter. Ho casually licks the blood from his cheek, completely satisfied with the thrill of the scrap. Meanwhile, back down in the crowd, one of the spectators holds up a smartphone to search the internet for the adoption price of a rare talking lizard. At the registration desk, the announcer girl takes her marker and draws a massive red X across the student's bracket, officially advancing Ho to the finals. She turns to the camera, loudly announcing that the fifth match has concluded and that the final undercard battle is about to begin. The updated bracket shows the winner of the next match will face the 3 million years fighter in the grand finals. She announces that the sixth match will determine the second finalist who will get to challenge Ho. Ho watches the stage, keeping his eyes sharp as the next challenger is announced. The announcer girl introduces the next fighter as the representative of boxing. A tall, blonde-haired student with his arms crossed steps into the ring, wearing a green wrap around his injured arm. This is Kwok Chul, the professional boxer who previously suffered a crushing defeat. Kwok Chul spots Ho standing near the desk, his eyes widening in sudden shock. Ho flashes a wide grin as he looks at his old opponent, noting that they finally meet again. To understand how Ho reached this point, we have to look back to his previous match against the blonde-haired boxer, where Ho reminds himself to keep his guard up. The referee calls for the match to begin, and the two fighters stand face-to-face in the center of the crowded courtyard. The blonde boxer steps forward with absolute confidence, shouting that he is definitely going to win this match. He drives a massive, heavy right hook straight toward Ho's face. Ho manages to raise his arm just in time, blocking the heavy strike but feeling his muscles scream in pain from the impact. The sheer force of the professional strike sends Ho flying backward across the ring, crashing heavily against the tiled floor. The boxer gloats, showing off his green-wrapped arm and sneering that it serves Ho right for putting him in a cast previously. Ho stands alone in the darkness of his mind, feeling the throbbing, intense pain of the injury pulsing through his veins. But instead of backing down, a terrifying, ecstatic grin spreads across his face as he realizes the pain is exactly what makes him feel alive. He gets slowly back onto his feet, his eyes glowing with a dark, predatory light that instantly freezes the boxer's confident smile. The boxer breaks into a cold sweat, reminding himself to stay completely calm and handle this dangerous opponent carefully. He steps back into his guard, throwing a series of rapid-fire jabs to shake Ho's balance. Hoping to catch him off guard, the boxer transitions smoothly into a surprise high kick, confident that Ho only expects boxing punches. But Ho's sharp combat instincts pick up on the movement instantly, his eye locking onto the trajectory of the incoming foot. He prepares his body to react at the exact millisecond of impact. The boxer screams in triumph as he unleashes the kick, sure that his attack is going to land. But Ho executes a quick, fluid pivot, twisting his body to the side with absolute precision. He spins smoothly around the kick, using the rotational force to build up momentum for his own counterattack. He completes the rotation, slipping right past the boxer's overextended leg. With a sudden, massive burst of speed, Ho drives a devastating spinning punch straight into the boxer's jaw. The impact is absolutely massive, sending the athlete crashing heavily onto the pavement. The boxer lies completely unconscious on the floor, his eyes rolled back after taking the clean hit. Before anyone can stop him, Ho leans over his defeated opponent, his eyes wide with wild, uncontrolled combat adrenaline. The teacher and the crowd scream in absolute horror, desperately pleading with him to stop before he does something permanent. The announcer's voice booms over the speakers as the crowd goes wild for the next matchup, where the undefeated female champion steps onto the field. Her opponent is none other than the mysterious new transfer student who has been wiping the floor with everyone. Ho stands ready, his mind focused entirely on the fight ahead as he prepares to secure that sweet 1,000,001 prize money despite his fatigue. The two fighters square off under the dramatic red sky, the tension between them reaching a boiling point before the referee signals for the match to begin. Without wasting a single second, the female champion lunges forward and delivers a lightning-fast crescent kick right to his face. Ho's head is whipped back from the sheer force of the impact as the kick lands squarely on his cheek, realizing her speed is on a completely different level. A rapid exchange of blows ensues with the champion unleashing a relentless flurry of kicks and punches that forces Ho entirely on the defensive. The two lock eyes as they clash in close quarters, panting heavily from the physical exertion while she studies his unbothered expression. Ho takes a step back, realizing that her attacks carry a serious amount of weight, and dealing with a top Kagori fighter is a real challenge. He struggles to find an opening against her long reach, pulling a serious face to suppress his growing excitement and analyze her pattern. Confused by his sudden, bizarre expression, she asks if he is hurt, but Ho is too busy calculating his next move to care. She does not wait for an answer, driving another sweeping kick low to the ground to keep him off balance. Ho reacts instantly, dropping low to the pavement to avoid the high kick as it sails harmlessly over his head. The champion spins on her heel, transitioning smoothly into a second consecutive crescent kick to keep the pressure on. Ho is forced to leap backward to avoid the follow-up strike, deciding it is time to match her kick for kick. He lunges forward, executing a powerful spinning kick while simultaneously preparing to take a hit to get close. The sheer force of his counterstrike knocks the green cap clean off her head, catching her completely off guard. Ho lands smoothly on his feet, looking incredibly satisfied with his quick tactical adjustment. But as he looks down at her legs, he realizes that her height and reach advantage make a direct kicking duel highly unfavorable for his shorter build. Now that her hair is down, the champion adjusts her stance, looking more serious than ever as she prepares to finish this match. With a sudden athletic leap, she launches herself high into the air directly above him. She brings her heel crashing down in a devastating axe kick, nearly splitting the pavement in half as Ho barely rolls out of the way. She immediately follows up with a series of quick, springy aerial jumps, keeping him pinned to the ground as she rains down kicks. Ho focuses his sharp reflexes, watching her foot pass just inches from his face as he realizes her attack speed is still increasing. He manages to twist his body to dodge another close-range strike, feeling the wind of her kick brush against his cheek. But the champion smoothly spins on her heel after landing, dropping extremely low to the ground in a fluid transition. She lands on all fours, adopting an incredibly stable, animalistic low stance that catches Ho completely by surprise. Her eyes lock onto his ankles, her focus sharp as she prepares to sweep him off his feet. But instead of backing away, Ho does something completely bizarre and drops to all fours right in front of her. He copies her low-profile stance, activating his own version of the quadrupedal style to counter her beastly movements. A confident grin spreads across Ho's face as he realizes that lowering his center of gravity might be the perfect way to find an opening. The champion stares in pure speechless disbelief, completely thrown off by his sudden copycat antics. She tries to stomp down on him to end the match, but Ho easily slips under her guard with incredibly fluid movements. He weaves through her legs like a ghost, completely neutralizing her height advantage by keeping his profile as low as possible. No matter how fast she tries to strike, Ho is always one step ahead, dodging every low kick with easy adjustments. He slips right behind her, positioning himself perfectly for a devastating counterattack. Frustrated by his slippery defense, she grumbles about how she isn't used to dealing with such low-profile attacks. The crowd of spectators in the background bursts into excited murmurs as they watch the highly unusual quadrupedal battle unfold. Her training partner sweats profusely, realizing Ho is effortlessly countering a technique that took them 5 years to perfect. The old martial arts master watches from the sidelines, highly impressed by the teenager's natural combat instincts. The master blushes with excitement, while the other spectators nervously argue about whether they are about to lose their bets. The champion lunges for another sweep, but Ho easily slides underneath the strike with smooth and controlled movements. She is completely surrounded by multiple after-images of his rapid movements, grumbling in frustration that he is moving around like a cockroach. She looks down, desperately trying to locate his actual position amidst the blur of after-images. Her eyes widen in sudden alarm as she senses a massive, powerful presence appearing right behind her blind spot. She swings her leg back in a desperate bid to hit him, but her kick completely misses as Ho slips past her guard once again. He dashes past her with blinding speed, leaving a massive gust of wind in his wake. Her green cap is blown off her head once again, fluttering harmlessly down onto the paved brick floor of the park. She turns her head in a panic, trying to track his movements as he circles around her shoulder. But it is already too late, her eyes widening in pure shock as she realizes she has left a massive opening in her defense. Terrifying spectral image of a purple behemoth appearing over his frame as he prepares to unleash his behemoth fist. While Mu is known as the Earth God, his existence was never strictly limited to our blue planet because 3,000 years ago, he traveled far beyond Earth's borders. His journey led him directly to Lucifer's designated territory, a distant realm swirling with ancient, turbulent cosmic energy. But his departure from Earth wasn't entirely a matter of personal choice or luxury. Unlike Earth, this foreign planet was completely saturated with natural mana, causing the local wildlife to rapidly evolve into terrifying, highly aggressive beasts. To survive in this brutal and untamed environment, Mu spent his days hunting down these mutated creatures to refine his combat abilities. Through endless battles, his physical vessel adapted, slowly absorbing the raw strength of his fallen prey. Among the many dangerous quadrupedal monsters that Mu encountered, one beast stood completely above the rest. The absolute strongest of them all was the legendary Behemoth, a colossal titan of pure muscle and rage. In modern times, this ancient creature serves as the inspiration behind Ho's signature style, the Behemoth fist that mimics the beast's low-to-the-ground power. Ho drops into his stance, focusing his mind on rearranging his muscle groups to closely match the structure of that legendary creature. His forearms bulk up with a sickening crunch as his physical form forces itself to adapt to the heavy, dense output of the Behemoth's strength. The female champion's eyes widen in sheer shock as she senses the sudden, overwhelming pressure radiating from the teenager. Before she can even prepare a defense, Ho unleashes a massive wind-compressing punch straight toward her. The sheer shockwave of the blast hits her like a physical wall, sending her flying backward through the air across the arena. She crashes heavily onto the paved bricks outside the ring's boundaries, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Clutching her bruised stomach, she struggles to catch her breath as she groans in intense physical pain. Ho slowly lowers his arms, standing victoriously under the warm sunset as the dust begins to settle. With the powerful silhouette of the behemoth fading behind him, Ho officially concludes his devastating counterattack. But before he can even celebrate, a pink smartphone on a selfie stick is suddenly shoved directly into his face, leaving him completely confused. The red-haired announcer girl steps up, loudly declaring to her livestream audience that the match is officially over due to an out-of-bounds loss. The crowd erupts into a wave of excited murmurs, utterly amazed that the 13-time champion was defeated so suddenly. Spectators in the back exchange confused looks, wondering how such a high-profile match could end on a simple technicality. Many of them complained about the highly anticlimactic finish, clearly wishing the two had kept swinging until someone was knocked out cold. Ignoring the complaints, the announcer girl flashes a cheerful smile at her camera, waving goodbye to her viewers until next week's broadcast. Once the stream goes offline, her cheerful persona instantly vanishes as she turns to address Ho with a cold, serious glare. She points a finger down the street, casually telling him to follow her if he wants to collect his hard-earned prize money. Ho quietly follows her down a narrow, quiet alleyway, wondering what kind of game she is currently playing. She looks back over her shoulder, reminding him that the promised 1 million won is indeed his, if he can win one final match. Ho remains silent, keeping his guard up as they walk deeper into the secluded alley. She explains that every single undercard victory so far was merely a qualification to challenge the true champion. Suddenly, she whips around with incredible athletic speed, completely cutting off his path. With a sudden leap, she drives a devastating flying knee kick straight toward Ho's chest. The surprise attack lands heavily against Ho's chest, forcing the wind completely out of his lungs. He is sent crashing violently onto the hard concrete pavement, his head bouncing slightly against the stone. The red-haired girl stands over him with a smug, victorious grin, introducing herself as the final opponent, Kim Chung-gu. Ho lies on his back, realizing that his body's reflex limits prevented him from reacting quickly enough, even though he saw her muscle movements shifting. He groans in pain, realizing that deliberately taking that hit to test her strength might have been a massive mistake. Kim Chung-gu casually walks away, leaving him shivering in the dirt as his vision begins to blur. Down the alley, she meets up with the green-hooded female champion who was knocked out of the ring earlier. The champion lets out a sigh of relief, thanking her friend for stepping in to protect their prize money. The two of them quickly run off into the evening, leaving Ho completely alone in the dark. Ho struggles to push himself up, weakly reaching out toward the empty street as he groans that he can still fight. With his physical vessel near its limits, he weakly calls out for his tiny dragon secretary to bring him a healing potion. But his cries echo silently through the empty alley, with Young nowhere to be found. As Ho struggles on the pavement, a dark, complicated backstory begins to unfold elsewhere in the city. To understand what happened to Young, we have to look back to a desperate high schooler with glasses who is currently having a massive breakdown in his room. He clenches his hair in absolute terror, staring at his phone as he realizes he just lost 5 million won from his mother's bank account. It turns out his classmate had introduced him to a sketchy online gambling site which quickly dragged him into a massive financial hole. Back in his bedroom, the glasses student is still clutching his head in absolute panic, realizing he has completely ruined his family's savings. He stares at the glowing gambling screen, weeping over how quickly 5 million won vanished in a matter of minutes. He remembers Guak Cheol's advice about the student loan office, realizing his only choice was to find something of extreme value to offer as collateral. He arrives at the loan office, heavily slamming the dark blue bundle containing the stolen dragon onto the desk. The suit guy looks up from his paperwork, asking what on earth is inside the wiggling bag. The glasses student slowly unties the knot, preparing to reveal the bizarre green creature to the stunned loan sharks. Desperate to make the money back, he decided to steal Ho's pet lizard and pack the struggling green dragon into a heavy bag. He runs straight to a local student loan office, showing a photo of an endangered tuatara lizard to a guy in a suit. He eagerly points at the wiggling Young, claiming that this rare mutant specimen is worth an absolute fortune to collectors. He begs the loan shark to give him a high-value loan, claiming that the creature could easily sell for hundreds of millions. The suit guy listens quietly, looking highly skeptical of the student's dramatic sales pitch. From the shadows of the office, a mysterious figure wearing a purple hoodie and sunglasses nods quietly to signal his approval. But the glasses student is left utterly disappointed when the loan shark only offers him a measly 1 million won for the rare dragon. With no other options, the student accepts the cash, muttering that he will just have to use the money to gamble his way back to the top. Meanwhile, outside the office, the glasses student meets up with a hooded accomplice to plan doubling down on their bets. Hoping to secure even more quick cash, they decide to use another high schooler's ID card as collateral. They drop a forged student ID card belonging to Lee Daljun onto the loan shark's desk. The suit guy examines the card, coldly ordering the nervous hooded student standing in front of him to take off his hood. The hooded figure hesitates, sweat dripping down his neck as the loan shark's sharp gaze locks onto his face. Slowly, the hood is pulled back, revealing the anxious face of the accomplice. It turns out to be the real Lee Dao-jun, who is nervously trying to pass off the edited card to secure a loan. The suit guy notes that the editing job on the card is incredibly sloppy, but agrees to hand over a standard 450,000 won loan with a one-week deadline. Dao-jun grabs the envelope of cash and quickly runs out of the building, eager to escape the tense atmosphere. Outside in the dark streets, her muscular classmate stops her, asking if the scheme actually worked. Dao-jun flashes a cocky grin, holding up the envelope and bragging about how easy it was to fool the loan sharks. But she admits that the creepy basement office was still incredibly terrifying to visit alone. The two walk away, confident that they will easily win back their losses and pay off the debt before the deadline. The camera pans up to show the rundown storefront sign of Grandma's Money, a highly predatory collateral loan shark operation. Inside the office, the purple-hooded boss spins his phone, chuckling that those naive high schoolers have absolutely no chance of paying back their debt. The suit guy asks if they should track them down, but the boss casually waves him off. With a lazy flick of his wrist, the boss tosses Dao-jun's forged ID card across the room. The plastic card sails through the air, heading toward the back of the office. It lands inside a dusty wooden barrel filled with other confiscated student IDs, right next to the tied-up, furiously growling Yong. Back at school, the quiet corridors are instantly shattered by a panicked scream. The class president has just realized that her favorite green lizard is completely missing. She turns around, her face twisting into a wide-eyed look of pure horror as she tries to process the sudden disappearance. She grabs Ho by the shoulders, desperately asking if Yong managed to return to his side. Before Ho can even answer, she starts tearing the classroom apart, frantically throwing open every single locker and drawer in search of the little dragon. She bolts out into the hallway, her frantic cries echoing down the school corridor. Ho just sits quietly at his desk, sweating slightly as he watches her run away, while the guilty glasses student sits next to him, looking equally nervous. Outside, the classroom doors line the empty corridor under the bright afternoon sun. With a loud crash, the class president slides the doors open aggressively, screaming the dragon's name into every room she passes. She continues her chaotic search, throwing lockers open and sending books scattering across the floor. A tall, tan-skinned student watches her with a massive sweat drop, completely bewildered by her frantic behavior. He just stands there with his hands in his pockets, wondering if she has completely lost her mind. Ho slowly follows her down the hallway, calmly asking why she is currently heading toward the senior classrooms. Before she can cause a massive scene, a muscular senior student grabs her by the head to force her to calm down. The senior drops her back onto her chair, while she rubs her temples in complete defeat, grumbling about how she couldn't find him anywhere. She groans, explaining that she checked every single classroom on the floor but found absolutely nothing. Ho casually leans in, telling her that she wouldn't find him because the dragon didn't actually disappear at school. Her eyes snap open in shock, and she grabs his collar, demanding to know why he is only telling her this crucial detail now. With a calm sigh, Ho places a hand-drawn paper map directly onto her desk. She stares at the map in surprise, trying to figure out what those clumsy drawings are supposed to represent. It turns out to be the exact layout of the neighborhood that Yong had previously drawn to track the vigilante. Ho points directly at a specific alleyway on the map, explaining that the dragon scent completely vanished at this location. Without waiting for a second explanation, she snatches the paper and sprints out of the classroom at full speed. She dashes past the door, leaving her classmates completely stunned. The muscular senior tries to call her back, shouting for her to return to class immediately. But she completely ignores his warning, pleading for the teacher to let her go just this once. The massive senior simply reaches out and grabs her by her collar like a kitten, lifting her clean off the floor as she flails in a panic. She is forced to sit back at her desk, looking deeply depressed as she realizes she is completely stuck. Ho looks at his bruised, bandaged knuckles, sharing her deep disappointment as he reflects on his own situation. He thinks back to his recent fights on Earth, frustrated that his fun is always getting interrupted by outside forces. He clenches his fist, absolutely hating the fact that he was unable to finish his duel properly. But even more frustrating than the interruptions is the current state of his fragile mortal body. He realizes that after only using his behemoth fist a few times, his human muscles are already screaming in agony. But a sudden psychotic smile spreads across his face as he realizes this physical limitation is exactly what makes the struggle so exciting. He sits back comfortably, happily humming to himself as he plans to recover his strength and jump straight back into the action. Finally, the school bell rings, and the automated speaker announces the end of classes for the day. The class president instantly grabs Ho by his wrist, dragging him out of the room at a blistering speed. They sprint down the concrete stairs, passing several other students who are heading home. The other students watch them in confusion, whispering about how they were causing a massive scene earlier in the hallway. Daljun is walking up the stairs next to her tan-skinned senior classmate, casually asking if he has seen her missing wallet. But the class president abruptly skids to a halt, blocking their path as she blushes in embarrassment. Both Daljun and the senior offer a funny apologetic look while the class president dramatically explains that she has lost her beloved pet. She begs them for help, while the tan senior raises an eyebrow, asking what kind of pet she actually lost. Ho steps forward, casually explaining that the pet is actually a rare, highly valuable dragon. He uses his hands to describe its size, noting that while it used to be massive, it has recently gotten quite small. He continues his clinical description, adding that its skin shows a loss of appetite and it carries healing potions inside its body. The senior and Daljun exchange a massive sweat drop, completely assuming the kid is just suffering from a severe case of middle school syndrome as they walk away. The class president looks at Ho in sweat-inducing confusion, wondering why he would describe his pet like a mythical beast. But Ho just flashes a wide, mischievous grin, realizing that letting her handle the search is the perfect way to free up his time for more training. Meanwhile, in a school restroom, the glasses student is sitting on the toilet, desperately staring at a mobile gambling screen on his phone. Shaking with anxiety, he mutters a series of silent prayers, begging for a big win to save his life. Suddenly, a massive explosive impact rocks the bathroom door from the outside. The door is violently slammed open with a loud thud as someone screams a series of curses. With a red vein popping on his forehead, the glasses student stares at his phone in absolute wide-eyed shock. He leaps up from the toilet seat, screaming in triumph as his final bet actually pays off. He stands there looking ecstatic, celebrating that his very last coin managed to win him a massive jackpot. He laughs hysterically, staring at the screen and whispering about how incredibly easy it is to make money once you win. He smiles greedily, planning to quickly pay back his mother's savings before the interest piles up any further. But as he taps the screen to withdraw his winnings, his confident smile slowly begins to fade. His eyes turn wide with a sudden cold terror. A thick sweat drop drips down his cheek as he realizes something is terribly wrong. He collapses back onto the toilet, completely crushed as a warning message explains that he cannot exchange his digital currency for real cash. Meanwhile, 6 long days have passed since the official search for the missing dragon was first launched. Ho continues to walk around the school with a terrifying red-cheeked smile, completely unbothered by his pet's disappearance. A massive search operation is conducted across the campus, with the class president leading the charge. Even the boxing senior tries to help, while a hand-drawn poster of the missing dragon is taped to the gym wall. But despite all their hard work, not a single green scale of Yongyang is ever found. Exhausted and defeated, the class president and Daljun sit on a park bench under the dramatic red sunset. Daljun offers a sincere apology, feeling guilty that a high school senior had to waste so much time because of her lost wallet. Ho walks past them in the background with a smug grin, leaving the class president muttering curses about his complete lack of concern for his own pet. The class president stands up, offering to quickly head to the nearby store to buy them both a cold drink. But as she walks away, a tall, imposing figure in a clean black suit slowly looms out of the shadows behind Daljun. The suited man stands over her, holding Daljun's forged ID card in his hand. The class president walks back through the park, carrying a plastic bag filled with drinks as she looks around. She stops in the middle of the empty paved path, calling out for her friend, but Daljun has completely vanished into thin air. To understand how Daljun managed to pull off her daring rescue, we have to look back to a few days prior outside the school gates. Right outside the school gates. Ho was just walking down the street when he suddenly spotted the massive, muscular senior walking ahead of him. The senior looked back in surprise as the scrawny transfer student approached him with an intensely focused expression. Without saying a single word, Ho reached out and poked the guy's massive shoulder, deeply impressed by his physical conditioning. He poked his chest and casually noted how exceptionally well-defined his muscles were, asking how long he had been training. The senior turned bright red, completely flustered by the kid's bizarre and overly casual behavior. Fascinated by his build, Ho proudly announced he was joining the senior's training sessions to further strengthen his own fragile body. The senior just stared down at him in complete deadpan silence, utterly bewildered by this kid's total lack of boundaries. Meanwhile, the scene flashes back to Daljun standing in front of the loan sharp's desk, furiously demanding her ID card back. She leaned forward and screamed at the top of her lungs that she never agreed to leave her student ID as collateral. The suit guy looked at her coldly, holding the plastic card just out of her reach while reminding her of their official agreement. Daljun's face turned pale as she desperately defended herself, insisting she never borrowed a single one from their shady office. Furious at being completely scammed, she violently slammed her fist onto the wooden desk and demanded to be let go. The purple-hooded boss stood up and yawned in boredom, telling her to save her breath because they hear the exact same fake excuses every single day. The suit guy stepped in, coldly advising her to drop the tough act and just pay back what she owes. Realizing she was completely cornered, Daojun took a deep breath and quietly asked exactly how much money she had to pay to get her ID back. The suit guy smiled and explained the principal amount was 500,000 won. But because the deadline passed, they slapped on a 50,000 won interest fee. She let out a heavy sigh and tried to act tough, promising to return with the cash within a week. The suit guy slid the contract back into his drawer, warning her to come on time if she did not want them showing up at her school. But as he closed the drawer, Daojun caught a glimpse of several other stolen student ID cards neatly stacked inside the organizer. She glared at him over her shoulder, her mind already racing as she formulated a plan to take back what was rightfully hers. She slammed the office door shut with a loud crash, leaving the loan sharks grumbling about how high schoolers these days have zero respect. The assistant turned back and asked his boss if they should keep a closer eye on her, but the boss just shrugged. The suit guy quickly apologized, realizing he had spoken out of turn in front of his highly dangerous superior. Later that evening, Daojun walked outside the Oasis PC building, keeping her eyes sharp as she searched for a way back inside. She waited in the shadows under the dark night sky for the office to completely empty out. Knowing exactly where the assistant usually hides his spare keys, she reached inside the dirt of a potted plant near the entrance. With a satisfied smile, she pulled the small metal key from the dirt, quietly mocking the loan sharks for their incredibly sloppy security. A quick flashback shows the suit guy walking down the same hallway earlier, grumbling about how annoying it is to deal with stubborn teenagers. He headed down the stairs completely unaware that his secret hiding spot was about to be exploited by a high schooler. Back in the present, Daojun creeps down the concrete stairs inside the empty building with her heart beating fast. She walks down the hallway on tiptoe, absolutely determined not to give a single one of her hard-earned money to those predatory scammers. She slides the key into the lock and lets out a quiet sigh as the heavy metal door clicks open. She peeks inside, her eyes locking right onto the dark office desk where her ID card is currently being kept. She slides the door open slowly, ensuring the hinges do not make a single sound in the quiet hallway. She slips inside the pitch-black room, using the moonlight filtering through the windows to guide her steps. The empty and silent office looks incredibly eerie in the dark, with heavy shadows stretching across the floor. She quickly approaches the main desk and quietly searches through the drawers to find her file. With a triumphant grin, she pulls her school ID card right out of the organizer, celebrating her successful heist. She turns to leave the room, eager to escape before anyone notices the intrusion. But, as she takes her first step toward the door, a sudden loud metallic clanking noise echoes from the back of the room. She freezes with a cold shiver running down her spine as she slowly looks back over her shoulder. In the far corner of the dark office, a small black cage is locked tight with a heavy padbolt. She creeps closer and peeks through the narrow wire bars to see exactly what is hidden inside the darkness. She spots a small green creature huddled in the back of the cage, shivering and crying in fear. Suddenly, two glowing yellow eyes snap open in the dark and lock right onto her face. The tiny green dragon, Young, violently slams against the bars, crying out and begging her to save him from these awful scammers. But before she can unlock the cage, a heavy hand suddenly clamps down onto her shoulder and catches her completely off. Daojun whips her head around in absolute terror, sweat pouring down her face as she prepares for the worst. But to her surprise, the person behind her is none other than the glasses student who originally stole the dragon, also creeping in to retrieve his papers. She quickly clamps her hand over his mouth, desperately shushing him before his panicked screaming alerts the entire building. She glares at him and places a finger over her lips to signal him to stay quiet as they stand in the dark room. The glasses student nods frantically in agreement, his eyes suddenly sliding down to look at her stolen ID card. He looks at the photo and immediately recognizes her name in high school. He gasps in shock, whispering in disbelief as he realizes she is the owner of the wallet his cousin stole earlier. Daojun whispers back and tells him to keep his voice down, suggesting they both quietly take what they came for and get out of here. The student nods in agreement while Daojun quickly unlocks the cage and snatches the tiny sobbing green dragon. She dashes out of the basement office, holding Young tightly under her arm as she runs down the corridor. She looks at the missing lizard poster taped to the wall, realizing this strange green creature is indeed the pet everyone has been looking for. She heads up the stairs under the dim streetlights, highly satisfied that she managed to save the poor thing from those awful loan sharks. But the security cameras inside the dark basement office blink with a silent, steady red light, capturing every single movement in the shadows. Suddenly, the scene cuts back to the bright sunlit afternoon, where a series of panicked voices continue to echo across the school courtyard. The class president turns around in shock as Daojun comes running up to her under the blue sky, looking completely exhausted. She lets out a sigh of relief, frantically asking her friend where on earth she disappeared to yesterday after leaving the park. She explains how worried she was when Daojun suddenly vanished, but the red-haired girl just offers a tired, apologetic smile. With a mysterious grin, Daojun unzips her purple backpack, promising that the search is finally over. She reaches into her bag and gently pulls out a very familiar green snout covered in small horns. The class president's jaw completely drops as she recognizes the unmistakable scales of Yang wiggling inside the backpack. She bursts into dramatic happy tears, hugging the little dragon tightly and crying about how much she missed him. Yang is squished flat against her cheek, looking highly annoyed by her overly affectionate embrace. With a sudden leap, the little dragon breaks free from her arms, flying straight toward Ho with an excited shout. He lands squarely on Ho's forearm, holding on for dear life as he celebrates their grand reunion. But the moment he lands, a sudden blinding flash of pain shoots through Ho's arm, his veins popping with intense heat. Still recovering from his intense behemoth training, Ho lets out a sharp yell and violently shakes the dragon off his sore limb. Yang faceplants onto the pavement while Ho rubs his aching arm, warning the little lizard to be extremely careful around him for now. The class president runs up in a panic, angrily scolding Ho for treating his precious pet so carelessly after they spent a week searching for him. Meanwhile, back on the security monitors inside the loan office, black and white footage shows Daljun creeping down the stairwell at night. The camera footage tracks her running back up the steps while holding a heavy wiggling bundle under her arm. The very next clip shows the glasses student clutching his papers as he dashes down the stairs in a total panic. He sprints past the camera completely unaware that his desperate escape is being recorded in high definition. The suit guy stares at the monitor, letting out a long, exhausted sigh as the truth behind the break-in finally comes to light. He turns to his boss and explains that 2 stolen student ID cards are missing, and the exact 2 owners were caught on camera ransacking the place to retrieve them. The purple-hooded boss stands up in pure veins, popping rage, furiously screaming at his assistant for failing to properly secure the office keys. He grinds his teeth and grunts that while the lost cash is just pocket change, the sheer disrespect of having his private office raided is completely unacceptable. To see how these 3 legendary fighters ended up teaming up, we have to look back to a highly unusual physical education class at school earlier that day. The students are busy playing a chaotic soccer match, with a bald student confidently sprinting down the grass with the ball. He leaps high into the air, screaming about his ultimate eagle shot technique as he prepares to blast the ball forward. Ho stands nearby, watching the dramatic display with a completely blank expression. With a loud crash, the heavy soccer ball is kicked directly into another student's face, the impact sending him tumbling backward. The ball rolls harmlessly away across the grass, landing right next to Ho's sneakers. Drops of fresh dark red blood begin to drip steadily onto the lawn as the injured student clutches his nose. Instead of backing away, Ho stares at the blood with a terrifying red-cheeked smile of pure psychotic joy. He is completely addicted to the physical feedback of battle. He instantly lunges forward and grabs the bald kicker by his collar, his eyes glowing with an intense war-hungry light. He begins violently shaking the terrified student while the surrounding classmates scream in pure panic. The students desperately run over to intervene, screaming for Ho to stop before he neuters another classmate like the last guy. The massive PE teacher runs across the field at full speed, shouting at the top of his lungs to find out what on earth is happening. But Ho just laughs hysterically, holding the student and shouting about how incredibly fun and exciting modern physical education classes are. Meanwhile, during the chaos, the class president sits quietly on the school steps, babying the green dragon Yang. She places an old smartphone on the steps, explaining that while it cannot make normal phone calls, he can still use messaging apps whenever he is connected to the school Wi-Fi. She gently reminds the little dragon that because neither he nor Ho has any way to communicate during an emergency, he must carry this phone with him at all times. Yang leans in close to the screen with a massive question mark over his head, completely bewildered by those strange human words. She giggles, realizing that the proud dragon assistant has absolutely no concept of modern human technology. She patiently begins to explain the basics of the internet, while the dragon listens with wide, sparkly eyes of pure wonder. But their conversation is interrupted by the glasses student sitting nearby, who is grumbling under his breath. Yang glares at him, asking if he is seriously complaining about losing his money again. The glasses student sweats profusely, his mind flashing back to the terrifying moment he was caught on the security cameras earlier. He tries to explain himself, but his nervous stuttering only makes the little dragon even angrier. Yang's face turns bright red with pure fury as he recognizes the student who originally kidnapped him to the loan office. With a sudden leap, the angry little dragon launches himself straight onto the student's face, biting and scratching with absolute rage. The student screams in agony, desperately trying to pull the green menace off his face. He falls backward down the concrete steps, flailing his arms as Yang continues his relentless assault. Down on the path, the PE teacher walks alongside Ho, sighing in pure exhaustion and begging the crazy transfer student to just give him one single day of peace. But as they pass the steps, Ho casually kicks the struggling glasses student right out of his way without even looking. The student is sent tumbling onto the concrete path, while Ho offers a smug, mocking smile over his shoulder. He runs ahead onto the sports field, excitedly shouting that it is officially time for another round of physical training. The PE teacher watches him go, looking completely defeated by the kid's endless chaotic energy. He runs over and grabs Ho by his head from behind, trying to force him to behave himself during class. The warm sun shines brightly through the clouds as the school day slowly draws to a close. The automated speaker system announces the official end of classes, dismissing the students for the weekend. Students pack their bags and head out through the gates, chatting happily about their plans. Ho walks alongside the class president, excitedly talking about how much he enjoys school training, while she warns him that he has a highly warped concept of what PE actually means. She looks at him over her shoulder, asking if he is planning to leave his dragon pet with her again today before he starts his workout. Down the path, Daljun is walking with a female classmate, giggling and chatting happily under the red sunset. The two classmates laugh together, completely unaware of the dark figures watching them from the shadows. Nearby, the boxer Guak Cheol is rubbing his sore neck, complaining that he must have slept poorly last night. Lee Haejun talks on his phone, his expression incredibly serious as he promises the class president that he will head over to her location immediately. Suddenly, the massive dark silhouette of the orange beanie delinquent looms directly behind the laughing Daljun. The delinquent steps out, calling out her name and identifying her as the owner of the forged ID card. He stands towering over her with his arms crossed, coldly demanding that she hand over her student ID card immediately. Daljun looks back in shock and confusion, while her classmate breaks out into a cold sweat. He grunts, warning her that since they were both caught on the office security cameras last night, she needs to bring the card quickly to settle her debt. She stares at him in confusion, trying to figure out what on earth this large delinquent is talking about. Enraged by her silence, the delinquent grabs her collar and screams in her face that if she does not hand over the card, the loan sharks won't leave either of them alone. He grabs her purple backpack, violently trying to snatch it away as he screams that she must have hidden the stolen ID inside. Daljun struggles with all her might, screaming at him to let go of her bag. Down the street, the protective Lee Haejun spots the confrontation, his face turning bright red with an absolute world-ending rage as he recognizes the delinquent. Before another word is spoken, both Haejun and the boxing senior bolt forward, their sneakers squeaking loudly against the pavement. They sprint down the path at a blistering speed, bypassing several shocked students as they charge toward the alleyway. A wide, ecstatic grin spreads across Ho's face as his sharp combat instincts realize that a massive, exciting brawl is about to go down. Back in the alley, the orange beanie delinquent continues to choke Daljun, demanding she give up the bag before he beats her up. But suddenly, several hooded loan shark thugs step out from the shadows of the alley, completely surrounding them. Before the delinquent can even react, a massive double-impact punch slams directly into his chest, sending a brilliant shockwave of energy into the air. Ho slides into the center of the alleyway, blocking his path with absolute smooth confidence. With his eyes glowing in a furious, bloodshot glare under the red sunset, Ho proudly declares that he is going to be the first one to throw a punch. Haejun and the boxing senior slide in right behind him, their faces shadowed with pure, unadulterated fury. The orange beanie delinquent stumbles back in complete sweat-inducing confusion, utterly bewildered by the sudden arrival of three angry high schoolers. The three vigilantes block the exit, their movements perfectly synchronized as they prepare to launch a coordinated assault. Realizing he is completely outmatched, the delinquent grabs Daljun over his shoulder and bolts, running away down the alleyway as fast as his legs can carry him. The three pursuers immediately explode forward in hot pursuit, their faces determined not to let their prey escape. They scream her name, their footsteps echoing loudly against the narrow brick walls. The delinquent runs down a flight of concrete stairs, desperately calling for his allies to step in and block the pursuers. He slips behind a heavy metal security door, escaping into a secluded section of the building. The three pursuers slide around the corner, keeping their eyes sharp as they track his path through the narrow corridors. They sprint down the dark alleyway, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. But suddenly, the boxing senior halts, looking around the surrounding buildings with a look of sudden cold dread. He stares at the concrete walls, his face turning pale as he realizes they have just chased the delinquent directly into the main headquarters of the predatory loan sharks. With a heavy thud, Daljun is violently thrown onto the concrete floor of a dark, narrow alleyway, gasping in pain and struggling to push herself up as the dust settles around her. A large delinquent wearing an orange beanie stands over her, coldly muttering that nobody ever comes down to this secluded alley anyway, before telling her they should quickly settle this business. But as he looks up, his confident smirk instantly vanishes, seeing the city's three most dangerous vigilantes standing behind him in the shadows and staring at him with cold, murderous eyes. Daljun's green school backpack lies forgotten on the dirt floor nearby, completely ignored as the tension in the alley reaches a boiling point. The giant orange beanie delinquent steps back into his fighting guard, coldly telling his opponent to bring it on. Ho happily walks forward with his hands in his pockets, completely satisfied with his progress. But suddenly, the red-haired class president steps in out of nowhere, her face twisted in pure veins popping rage. She glares at Ho, telling him to stop fooling around and take this situation seriously. She screams in frustration, pointing out that if he hadn't stopped her earlier, they wouldn't be in this massive mess in the first place. Ho just blinks in surprise, completely taken aback by her sudden intense anger. Hoping to calm her down, Ho suggests she let off some steam by taking care of the other delinquents while he handles the giant. But before she can answer, the orange beanie delinquent steps in and grabs Ho by his shoulder with a heavy crushing hand. He holds him tightly, completely ignoring his friendly conversation. The massive pressure causes Ho's shoulder joints to spark with painful burning electricity. Ho just chuckles, a wide, blushing grin spreading across his face as he shrugs off the pain. The giant delinquent pivots his hips, preparing to execute a massive throw. Ho tenses his muscles, braced for the incoming impact. His sneakers slide loudly against the pavement as he tries to maintain his balance. But the giant quickly sweeps his leg low, completely throwing Ho off balance. With a massive crash, Ho is violently slammed face-first onto the hard brick pavement. He lies flat on his face, looking up as the dust begins to settle. Using the distraction, the red-haired girl grabs Daljun's hand, sprinting away down the alleyway to escape the scene. They quickly run out of sight, leaving the remaining delinquents behind in the quiet street. The class president tells her that in a situation where you are completely outmatched, avoiding a fight is always the smartest option. She lectures her on the basic rules of survival, explaining that they need to preserve their strength to save the dragon. The giant delinquent watches them run away in confusion, wondering why they are abandoning their partner. But Ho slowly stands back up, completely unharmed as he assesses his back muscles. He explains that by contracting his back muscles as much as possible at the exact millisecond of impact, and then rapidly expanding them again, he can easily absorb the entire force of the throw. He pops back up like a spring, looking completely refreshed and ready for round 2. The giant delinquent stares in absolute disbelief, unable to understand how the kid keeps surviving his heavy attacks. The senior asks if he needs any help, but Ho just waves him off once again with a cold glare. The giant lunges forward, his hand claw stretched to grab Ho's face. But Ho easily slips past the giant hand, his movements smooth and controlled. The delinquent manages to grab Ho's wrist instead, pulling him in close. He pivots his weight, preparing to execute a massive shoulder throw. With a loud thud, Ho is violently thrown over his shoulder, crashing heavily onto his back. But Ho just smiles, noting that his muscle contraction technique completely absorbed the impact once again. He looks up from the ground, finding his tiny green dragon secretary clinging tightly to his chest. A massive shadow looms over him as a heavy sneaker prepares to stomp down. Before Ho can even recover his balance, a heavy sneaker comes crashing down toward his face with massive bone-shattering force. He barely rolls out of the way, looking up from the paved ground as the giant orange beanie delinquent steps into his field of vision. Ho's eyes narrow as he locks onto his opponent's face, his voice dripping with icy anger as he demands to know what they did to Yong. The giant delinquent looks down, completely surprised to find the tiny green dragon clinging tightly to Ho's school backpack. The giant unleashes a relentless barrage of heady punches, but Ho easily weaves and blocks every single strike. The delinquent's eyes widen in shock as he realizes his opponent is blocking his heavy strikes with absolute ease. With a terrifying blushing grin spreading across his face, Ho declares that this fight is officially his revenge for his tiny secretary. Grinding his teeth in pure frustration, the giant delinquent prepares his ultimate high-speed attack. He tenses his massive frame and charges forward like a wild bull, completely done with Ho's smug attitude. Ho's eyes widen in sudden excitement as he tracks the incoming charge, his combat instincts instantly kicking in. To him, the massive delinquent's charge feels exactly like a giant boulder flying straight toward his face. He focuses his mind, forcing his leg muscles to rapidly expand to maximize his leaping height. With a sudden explosive jump, Ho launches himself high into the air, letting the giant delinquent crash harmlessly beneath his feet. He lands heavily on his side, his face twisting in pain as his weak human muscles struggle to handle the impact. His sneakers skid loudly across the stone pavement as he tries to recover his footing. With a quick acrobatic roll, he manages to slide backward and stand upright once again. He brushes the dust off his uniform, while his tan-skinned senior classmate watches him from the background in concern. The senior steps forward, asking if he needs any help dealing with this massive delinquent. Without even looking back, Ho flatly declines the offer, his eyes remaining locked on his target. He realizes that overcoming the massive weight difference head-on is going to be incredibly difficult in his current body. But a dark shadow falls over his face as he clenches his fist, promising himself that no matter how big the rock is, his fist will break it. He decides to play it smart, aiming to systematically break down his opponent's defense by targeting his weakest joints. The two clash in a spectacular flurry of blows, their fists colliding in a blur of white motion lines. Ho drives a brutal bone-shattering right hook straight into the giant's midsection, targeting his vulnerable organs. Before the delinquent can even react, Ho slips under his arm, unleashing a rapid-fire combination of side strikes. He lands another clean heavy blow to the side of the delinquent's waist, exploiting his slow rotation speed. He pants heavily, his face turning bright red as he struggles to stay conscious under Ho's relentless pressure. He looks up in terror, pointing a finger and screaming that a 2-on-1 fight is complete cheating. Ho just deadpans, letting him know that his partner has absolutely no intention of joining the fight. He waves his senior off, reiterating that he wants to handle this battle entirely on his own. But his brief distraction leaves a massive opening, and the giant delinquent quickly lunges forward to grab him from behind. He laughs wickedly, tightening his grip and gloating about how he finally managed to catch a slippery opponent. He squeezes with all his might, turning Ho's face a deep shade of purple as the teenager struggles to breathe. Sensing the immediate danger, the tan-skinned senior prepares to step in and break the hold. He watches Ho gasp for air, realizing that a chokehold of this caliber could easily render him unconscious in seconds. Dropping his backpack, the senior sprints forward to help his friend escape the dangerous trap. He charges down the alleyway at full speed, his face tensed in deep worry. He reaches out, desperate to pull the heavy delinquent off Ho's back before it is too late. But suddenly, Ho screams out at the top of his lungs, furiously commanding his classmate not to help him. The senior instantly skids to a halt, looking completely bewildered by the sudden angry warning. He peers through the smoke to find Ho actually blushing and grinning like a total lunatic inside the chokehold, completely addicted to the raw thrill of the struggle. The giant delinquent has Ho locked in a tight rear naked choke, aiming to squeeze the life out of him. But instead of panicking, Ho remains completely analytical. He notes that the heavy pressure is directly compressing his carotid arteries and can literally feel the oxygenated blood flow to his brain decreasing. Normally, anyone else would be completely blacking out from a chokehold of this caliber within a few seconds. But instead of showing fear, a creepy wide grin slowly spreads across Ho's face because this guy is genuinely loving the danger. He begins to focus his energy directly into his neck, preparing to utilize his absolute control over his muscle fibers. With a sudden violent flex, he executes a targeted neck muscle contraction to counter the squeeze. By tensing his muscles perfectly, he manages to create a tiny gap between his neck and the giant's arm, instantly restoring his blood flow. The giant delinquent is completely shocked as he feels his secure chokehold starting to slip, wondering what kind of freak this is. With his airway restored, Ho redirects his physical energy down into his forearms, aiming to maximize his grip strength. He grabs the giant's locking arm, applying an immense amount of crushing pressure directly to the muscles and bones. The giant delinquent lets out a high-pitched scream of pure agony as his hold is violently broken. Ho casually breaks free and steps back, while his opponent clutches his ruined arm in utter disbelief. To Ho, breaking down this massive opponent is really no different from smashing a giant boulder. You just have to target the weak point right at the center. He focuses his mind, preparing to deliver a single devastating strike to finish the match. He winds up his fist, concentrating all of his remaining physical strength into his knuckles. He remembers his physical training from just a few days ago back at the local gym. The massive trainer was demonstrating a heavy barbell squat, showing off his incredibly muscular lower body. The trainer was lecturing him on the absolute importance of proper posture and form when training with heavy weights. The trainer was literally crying tears of joy from the intense burn, screaming about how amazing the leg workout felt. He boasted about how his thigh muscles were getting an intense workout, thoroughly enjoying the physical strain. Ho watched him closely, realizing that a solid lower body is the crucial foundation for any real strength. He visualized the complex muscle groups inside his own thighs, preparing to optimize their output. But once the trainer stepped away, Ho quietly approached the heavy barbell rack. The trainer turned back in surprise, seeing the scrawny transfer student preparing to lift a massive weight. He panicked, warning Ho that the weight was way too heavy and telling him he was going to get seriously hurt. But Ho just ignored the warning, grabbing the bar and preparing to lift. With a slow, steady effort, he lifted the massive barbell onto his shoulders. His knees trembled slightly under the heavy load, but he quickly adjusted his posture. The trainer ran over in a full-blown panic, shouting for him to put the bar down immediately. But Ho just offered a creepy, red-cheeked grin, casually saying that he is completely fine. He thought back to an ancient legend of a master of controlled muscle tension from another realm. This legendary warrior Mew had absolute command over every single muscle fiber inside his body. By redistributing the muscle fibers from other areas, he could multiply his physical strength in an instant. He could focus his entire physical power into a single punch, turning his fist into a weapon of mass destruction. With a single devastating strike, the ancient master completely shattered a massive stone temple. To Mew, manipulating muscle mass in all areas was as simple as breathing, even if it was a technique he rarely used. But for his current weak human vessel, this technique is an exceptionally effective cheat code to overcome his physical limits. Back in the alley, Ho leaps forward, while the giant delinquent stands there in utter confusion. Ho focuses his mind, preparing to drain the muscle fibers from his left arm. With a sickening squelch, his left arm completely shrivels up, while his right arm balloons into a massive muscular fist. His classmate and Daljun watch the transformation in absolute speechless horror, unable to comprehend what they are seeing. Ho winds up his giant right fist, his eyes glowing with an intense demonic red light as he prepares to deliver the final blow. With a sudden explosive burst of speed, Ho launches himself straight toward the giant delinquent. The giant delinquent breaks into a cold sweat of pure primitive terror as the massive fist closes the gap. With a deafening roar, Ho drives his massive muscle-reinforced punch straight into the giant's face. The shockwave of the impact is absolutely massive, lighting up the entire alleyway with a blinding gold light. The sheer force of the blow shatters the space behind them like a giant cracked boulder, completely turning the surrounding structures to rubble. The giant delinquent lies face up on the ruined concrete, his eyes rolled back after taking the devastating hit. Ho stands over his defeated opponent, his breathing slow and steady as his arm returns to its normal size. He looks down at the unconscious giant, a wide, terrifyingly happy smile spreading across his face as he celebrates his victory. The giant lies completely knocked out in a pool of rubble, his face bruised and swollen after taking the direct hit. A couple of the loan shark's contracts are ripped to shreds, fluttering harmlessly down onto the concrete. Meanwhile, the class president and Daljun watch from a safe distance, completely stunned by the sheer violence of the fight. The class president points at the crazy smiling teenager, nervously asking Daljun if she actually knows who that terrifying guy is. She stands there sweating, muttering that she did not want to get involved, but he keeps sticking to them like glue. She recalls how she originally lost her purse, and he was the one who tracked down the thief to return it. She remembers him throwing her purse onto the pavement, which is how they first crossed paths. But she had no idea that the wallet actually contained something incredibly important to the local delinquents. The wallet belonged to one of the top members of the loan shark gang. At the loan office, the suited boss sits at his desk, furiously demanding to know who dared to steal his money. He slams his desk in pure rage, screaming that they need to track down the thieves immediately. A couple of the lackeys bow politely, promising to mobilize the entire gang to search the streets. The boss stands up, his face twisted in absolute fury as he vows to make the high schoolers pay with interest. Back in the alley, the class president and Daljun run as fast as they can to escape the dangerous area. She pulls out her smartphone, deciding to call her older brother to let him know about the situation. She calls Lee Hae-jun, explaining that they are currently being chased by a group of angry loan sharks. The scene cuts to the bright red sky over the local city streets, with several high school students heading home after classes. Inside the local PC room, a lazy student with a purple hoodie is sitting on the sofa and scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, the door is violently slammed open with a loud thud, catching him completely off guard. The purple-hooded student leaps up in absolute surprise, screaming about what on earth is happening. Before he can even finish his sentence, Hae-jun drives a brutal high-speed punch straight into his face. The impact is incredibly heavy, sending the student crashing onto the PC room floor. Hae-jun stands over his bleeding opponent, his face shattered with pure cold rage. He grabs the student by his collar, demanding to know where the rest of his gang is currently hiding. He pulls out a phone, calmly dialing a number to call for more backup. With a sudden crash, several suited bodyguards slam the door open, rushing inside to protect their boss. The bodyguards quickly surround Hae-jun, their faces serious as they prepare to take him down. Hae-jun stands his ground, looking completely unbothered as his eyes lock onto the thugs. He remembers his abusive father, the former MMA champion who destroyed their family with his drug-fueled violence. Inside his veins was the exact same raw, terrifyingly strong combat instinct that he spent his entire life trying to suppress. With a sudden burst of speed, Hae-jun lunges forward, his fist blurring as he prepares to completely dismantle the suited guards. Hae-jun steps through the heavy door of the apartment, his face incredibly serious. The sound of a body slamming against the wall echoes through the empty hallway. With a sudden explosive burst of movement, he slams a suited bodyguard face first onto the hard-tiled floor. The bodyguard groans in agony as his head bounces off the floor, his face bruised and bleeding. The other guards back away in shock, realizing this high school kid is an absolute untamed beast in close combat. Hae-jun stands in the center of the room, looking completely calm. Hae-jun glares at the purple-hooded student on the sofa. He demands to know why they are trying to extort money from his sister that she never even borrowed. The purple-hooded kid tries to play tough despite shivering in terror, asking if Hae-jun knows who he is. Hae-jun steps closer, his gaze ice cold. He lets out a quiet warning that if they keep bothering his family, he does not know what he might do to them either. With a clean professional kick, Hae-jun launches another bodyguard backward into the wooden door. The purple-hooded classmate collapses onto the floor, clutching his face and sobbing as he realizes his entire operation is completely done for. Heijun slowly walks out of the building, the afternoon sun casting a long shadow across the quiet streets. Meanwhile, back near the sports complex, Ho is walking alongside the tan-skinned boxing champion with his tiny green dragon perched happily on his head like a hat. The champion looks at Ho's arm, completely fascinated. He asks how on earth the teenager managed to repeatedly shrink and expand his arm muscles during their previous fight. Ho tenses his biceps, explaining his muscle manipulation technique and claiming it is simple. Young rides along on his head as Ho continues to show off, flexing his arm muscles with absolute ease. The champion watches him closely, completely bewildered by the rapid muscle contraction. He sighs, telling Ho that a normal human body shouldn't be able to communicate with its individual muscle groups like that. To get a real result, you have to listen to the actual voice of your muscles. Ho begins a highly clinical explanation of human anatomy, noting that every single muscle group is completely different. He illustrates his point with a cartoon sketch of happy bouncing muscles, stating you have to pay attention to each and every one. The cartoon muscles are shown trapped inside a dark, barred cell labeled muscle hell if ignored. He warns that if you treat your body poorly, your muscles will literally rebel against you, just like ancient warriors who neglected their recovery and suffered a painful, slow death. The champion listens quietly as they walk down the paved sidewalk, trying to process the kid's bizarre, quasi-divine wisdom. Young pokes his head out of Ho's hood, whispering a warning to his master and asking if it is really okay to share such advanced physical secrets with a normal human. Ho just smirks, noting that if the boxing champion gets any stronger, it only means they will have an even more exciting rematch in the future. He needs to find strong opponents quickly to test his own limits. The dark shadow of Lucifer's horned demonic silhouette looms over Ho's thoughts. He knows he needs to hurry up and regain his original strength to prepare for the inevitable cosmic invasion. Yang reminds him that Lucifer is currently unable to break through the planet's divine barrier, meaning Ho has plenty of time to train. But Ho's expression remains incredibly serious. He knows that a god like Lucifer is bound to find a loophole sooner or later, so he cannot afford to waste a single day. He clenches his fist, declaring that his main priority right now is sheer unadulterated training. The scene cuts to the official Manhwa title card. The scene transitions to the high-end office of a local mob boss. A shivering subordinate, the purple-hooded classmate, is pleading with his boss and claiming he was doing really well. The stylish, pink-haired boss calmly listens with a cold smile, adjusting his sunglasses. The classmate explains how their group set up a gambling site to trap local students. The boss chuckles, telling the shivering kid that his tongue is getting a bit too long. He mockingly asks if the classmate is afraid he won't inherit the family business anymore. The boss sits back in his leather chair, casually telling his nephew to think of this painful failure as a valuable business experience. But his friendly smile instantly vanishes, his eyes turning cold and dangerous behind his glasses. He expresses his deep disappointment that the team he assigned was beaten so easily. He stands up, putting his arm around his nephew's shoulder and telling him to relax while he handles the situation nicely. Down in a dark, concrete basement, the defeated gang members are kneeling on the floor, shivering in their underwear and apologizing. A massive suited mob enforcer stands over them holding a heavy wooden baseball bat. He mockingly asks if they aren't embarrassed to get taken down by a simple high school kid. The enforcer shoves the blunt end of his bat directly into Chuyi's face, coldly telling him to open his mouth. He forces a glowing blue magical pill straight down Chuyi's throat, while the other guards watch in absolute silence. He warns Chuyi that if he tries to spit the pill out, he is dead, before ordering his men to drag him away to the arena. The scene cuts to a high-speed elevator, where the boss and the purple-hooded classmate are descending into the underground complex. The boss adjusts his sunglasses, casually admitting that the student gambling business his nephew was running wasn't actually a bad idea. But he notes with some disappointment that targeting broke high schoolers is highly unprofitable because kids simply do not have any real cash flow. The elevator doors slide open with a loud beep, revealing a dimly lit hallway. The two step out, their expensive shoes tapping loudly against the polished marble floor. The boss walks forward with a confident stride, telling his nephew to take a good look at how the real professionals operate. He leads him toward a massive grand archway at the end of the corridor. They step onto a high balcony, looking down at a massive packed underground fighting coliseum filled with screaming spectators. The boss smiles, explaining that the big money can only be made in the professional leagues where wealthy adults bet millions on high-stakes matches. He wraps his arm around his nephew's neck, declaring that to truly succeed, you have to be the one controlling the game from behind the scenes. He points toward the steel cage ring, telling the teenager to watch the next fighter incredibly closely. In the center of the ring, Wak Chuyi is panting heavily, his eyes glowing with an unstable, terrifying purple magical light. His muscles have ballooned to twice their normal size, thick purple veins pulsing across his shoulders and chest as the drug takes full effect. The classmate watches in absolute sweat-inducing shock, unable to believe that Guok Chul-yi was always this powerful. Chul-yi glares at his opponent, a wild drug-fueled rage filling his face as the referee prepares to start the match. The referee drops his hand, and Chul-yi explodes forward with a massive purple glowing burst of energy. The opposing fighter raises his arms, preparing to block the incoming rush, but he has absolutely no idea what kind of raw power is heading his way. With a sickening impact, Chul-yi's fist slams directly into the fighter's raised guard, the sheer force of the blow rattling his bones. The opponent lets out a high-pitched scream of pure agony as his defenses are completely shattered. Chul-yi drives a second devastating punch straight into the fighter's face, sending a spray of blood and spit into the air. The opponent's eyes roll back in an absolute daze as his consciousness completely fades away. The boss laughs hysterically from the VIP balcony, thoroughly entertained by the sheer brutality of the finish. He turns to his nephew, holding up one of the blue pills and boasting that with just one pill, he can decide who wins or loses any match he wants. The classmate stares at the blue pill in his hand, a look of greedy, ambitious realization washing over his face. The boss wraps his arm around him, declaring that with this drug under their control, they can easily dominate the entire underground gambling scene. The nephew clutches his fist, silently promising himself that once he gets his hands on this power, he will easily take down Liho and reclaim his pride. In the ring below, the drug-infused Chul-yi lets out a roaring laugh of pure artificial strength, completely unaware of the physical toll the pill is taking on his body. Meanwhile, back at the gym, Ho is pushing his body to the absolute limits, performing a series of intense barbell squats. The heavy steel bar rattles loudly against the rack as he tenses his sore muscles, his breathing slow and steady. He stands tall and finishes his set, a wide, satisfied smile spreading across his face as the physical feedback washes over his senses. With his cheeks flushed red with sweat, Ho excitedly tells the massive gym trainer that this intense muscle burn is absolutely amazing. The trainer just stands there with his arms crossed, staring back at the scrawny teenager in complete deadpan silence. He scans the kid's body, looking at the fresh bruises and red muscle strains covering his arms and legs. He points at the visible veins popping across Ho's thighs, highly curious about how his muscles are adapting so fast. The trainer admits that while he has seen countless dedicated athletes train over the years, he has never seen anyone build muscle and recover this incredibly fast. He narrows his eyes, asking Ho directly if he is currently using some kind of dangerous, illegal performance-enhancing drugs to achieve these results. With a perfectly innocent blank look, Ho raises his hand and casually admits the truth. The trainer completely loses his absolute mind, screaming at the top of his lungs about how dangerous and stupid it is for a high schooler to destroy his own body. But Ho just deadpans, calmly explaining that he only takes the drugs because his current mortal body is still incredibly weak. In the dark recesses of his mind, the giant red-eyed spectral image of Lucifer looms over him, reminding him of his ultimate goal. He knows that if he wants to survive a battle against the Demon King, his current strength is nowhere near enough. Ho walks down the paved street under the red sunset, carrying his backpack as usual. Young is riding quietly on his shoulder, keeping his senses sharp. Suddenly, a classic ringtone starts blaring loudly from inside the bag. Young pulls out the smartphone, looking completely startled by the ringing noise. The little dragon holds up the vibrating phone, excitedly shouting to his master that he has an incoming call. The class president's cartoon-style angry face pops up on the screen. She screams into the speaker, demanding to know where on earth Young has been all week. Ho just smirks, completely unbothered by her screaming as he walks down the street. He tells her he is currently heading out to check on the final results of his training. He arrives at a secluded narrow alleyway between the high-rise buildings, spotting a couple of figures. In the dark alley, the red-haired girl Daljun is counting a stack of cash alongside her tan-skinned senior classmate. They are busy organizing the profits from their underground gambling operations. But they suddenly freeze as they detect a massive, powerful presence entering the alleyway behind them. Ho steps into the light with a massive, terrifyingly wide grin on his face. He is incredibly thrilled to have found his next targets. Daljun steps forward with a smug smile, noting that she thought Ho would have learned his lesson from his previous defeat in the park. But she realizes that Ho is still as overconfident and war-hungry as ever. With a sudden athletic spring, she lunges forward to deliver a high-speed strike. She drives a heavy targeted kick straight toward Ho's chest, her movement incredibly swift and precise. She lands the kick perfectly on his chest, a confident grin spreading across her face as she celebrates the direct hit. But her smile instantly vanishes as she looks up. Ho is standing perfectly still, his eyes wide and completely unbothered by the heavy impact. Ho wipes a tiny drop of spit from his mouth, letting out a low, bone-chilling chuckle. Daljun backs away in absolute sweat-inducing shock, unable to understand how the scrawny teenager didn't even flinch. Ho tenses his pectoral muscles, noting that he is not going to make the same mistake twice. He has learned how to protect his vital strike points by contracting his muscles at the exact millisecond of impact. Young happily celebrates from his shoulder, noting that his master's training is finally starting to pay off. Ho tenses his frame, sprinting forward like a wild beast to launch his counterattack. He rains down a flurry of swift, low-to-the-ground punches, but Daljun easily weaves and blocks every single strike. The impacts echo loudly through the alleyway, but neither of them manages to land a clean hit. Ho realizes that because Daljun's center of gravity is so low, her defensive posture is exceptionally solid. It is like fighting an opponent in a completely reversed weight class. Daljun drops low, preparing to sweep his legs with a swift spinning kick. But Ho easily jumps over her sweep, his movements incredibly fluid and light on his feet. He lands smoothly on his feet, chuckling that the impact of her defenses feels just right. Daljun grinds her teeth in frustration, demanding to know why he is laughing. She hangs back, panting heavily as she tries to recover her balance. She glares at him, asking if he seriously thinks he has already won the match just because of a minor weight and reach advantage. With a sudden violent twist, she launches herself forward, driving a heavy punch directly toward Ho's chest. The punch lands, but Ho tenses his pectoral muscles once again, completely absorbing the shock of the heavy strike. Both of them slide backward across the pavement, their sneakers scratching loudly against the stones as they recover their footing. Daljun looks up in sweat-inducing shock, noting that the teenager has definitely gotten significantly stronger since their last encounter. She stands ready, clenching her fists and promising that this time, she will beat him up without holding back. The two engage in a high-speed close-quarters exchange, their limbs blurring across the screen in a rapid sequence of blocks and slips. Daljun slips past his guard, executing a brutal horizontal elbow strike straight toward his head. Ho's head is whipped back as she follows up with a rising elbow strike, drawing a fresh spray of spit and sweat into the air. She completes the combination with a devastating spinning elbow strike, the heavy blow cracking loudly against his chin. But Ho's body remains completely solid, his feet remaining firmly planted on the pavement despite taking 3 consecutive direct hits. Daljun's eyes widen in sheer terror as she realizes she is completely overextended. Ho's face is completely shadowed under his messy blue hair, a terrifying red-cheeked smile spreading across his face as he clamps his hand onto her shoulder. With a sudden powerful grip, he grabs her collar, preventing her from escaping. He pivots his weight, executing a massive shoulder throw that sends her flying through the air. Daljun is sent crashing violently face first onto the hard brick pavement. She bounces slightly against the stone floor, her head hitting the concrete with a loud thud. She struggles to push herself up, her vision spinning in confusion as Ho casually looms over her. Ho looks down, noting that his upper body muscles are still slightly sore, but his lower body is in perfect condition. With a sudden explosive flex, Ho activates his quadrupedal body ram, charging forward like a wild beast. But right before he can land the finishing blow, the tan-skinned boxing champion slides in out of nowhere, blocking the path with a massive defensive shield. With a loud crash, the senior deflects the strike, shielding Daljun from the heavy impact. The senior stands tall and imposing, coldly ordering Ho to take his hands off his teammate. The senior's face turns pale as he recognizes Guokchul's cousin standing nearby with a group of suited guards. He sprints forward with a series of quick, high-speed steps, his sneakers squeaking loudly against the concrete. Ho locks his eyes on his new opponent, his focus sharp and cold. This is exactly the kind of escalation he has been waiting for. With a sharp, powerful stomp, Ho plants his foot into the pavement, preparing to launch a direct, high-speed counterstrike. The senior lunges forward, but his eyes widen in pure shock as Ho easily slips past his guard with absolute blinding speed. He realizes in terror that Ho is significantly faster than before, completely unable to track the teenager's movements. Before he can even raise his arms, Ho drives a heavy bone-shattering punch straight toward his face. The heavy blow lands squarely on his cheek, the sheer force of the strike sending a massive shockwave of pain through his skull. Daljun watches the brutal hit in absolute wide-eyed horror, completely terrified by the scrawny kid's unreal strength. With a sudden athletic kick, the senior manages to push Ho back, his foot landing squarely on the dragon riding on Ho's head. He quickly retreats, his eyes narrowed as he realizes they are completely outmatched in hand-to-hand combat against this guy. He launches a rapid-fire flurry of desperate kicks and punches, trying to keep Ho from closing the gap. The wide aerial shot shows the 3 of them clashing inside the narrow brick alleyway, the atmosphere incredibly heavy with dust and tension. Ho stands calmly, a satisfied smug smile spreading across his face as he carries his tiny green dragon on his head. He can feel the power returning to his body. Young looks down at him, while Ho admits that if it were his old fragile body, he wouldn't have lasted this long against 2 opponents. But he notes with some annoyance that every time he tries to close in on one target, the other keeps jumping in to block his path. With a sudden psychotic smile, he looks up at the little dragon and asks if he is curious about a new way to extend their attack range. Before Yong can even process what is happening, Ho reaches up and grabs him tightly by his neck. Using the dragon like a biological flail, Ho hurls him forward at full force, excitedly shouting that it is officially a 2-on-2 fight. Both Daojun and the senior stare in absolute jaw-dropping terror as the screaming green lizard comes flying straight at their faces. Ho prepares to throw the tiny green dragon straight into the fight like a weapon, his sneakers squeaking loudly against the pavement. With a sudden fling, Yun is launched through the air, screaming in utter terror as his tail flails. The little dragon flying headbutts Guok Guan, while the red-haired champion lunges at Ho with a rapid punch. The champion, Whistle High's female fighter, narrows her eyes as she slides forward to deliver her strike. With a sudden grab, Ho captures the wailing green dragon by his tail mid-air, using him to swat her fist aside. The champion stares down at the empty space where her attack completely missed. With their positions swapped, Ho is now the one holding the upper hand as the dragon hangs from his fingers. Ho holds the green dragon up with a wide, smug grin, noting that using a weapon is risky. He tells the champion that relying on any weapon, even a living one, merely creates a massive weakness in close combat. She steps back, realizing that if he closes the distance, her options are going to be severely limited because the hand holding the weapon gets sealed off. Suddenly, she sweeps her leg, delivering a brutal high-speed uppercut straight into his jaw. With a sudden massive swing, Guok Guan throws a heavy projectile from behind, catching Ho's attention. Guok Guan flies in with a sudden flying kick combo while the red-haired champion headbutts Ho from below. Ho's head is thrown back from the double impact, but he quickly tenses his neck muscles, completely mitigating the brain shock. The red-haired champion looks up in sheer wide-eyed terror as Ho remains completely unbothered by her direct headbutt. With a sudden leap, Guok Guan lands back on her feet, clutching her forehead as she looks up in alarm. She yells out her teammate's name, warning her to quickly get out of there. Before Chungu can even react, Ho is already closing the gap, his eyes glowing with an intense predatory light. Ho drives a heavy muscle-reinforced punch straight toward her face. The champion blocks the strike with her forearm, but the sheer force of the blow pushes her backward. With a sudden twist, Ho wraps his arm around her neck, pulling her in close for a tight chokehold. He slams her violently against the stone wall, keeping his grip firm. Guok Guan screams in a blind rage, unable to break the hold as she watches her teammate suffer. With a sudden athletic flip, Guok Guan launches a massive crescent kick directly toward Ho's head. Ho easily ducks underneath the high kick, his reflexes incredibly sharp as his sneakers skid against the floor. He slips under her overextended leg, his gaze cold and calculating. With a sudden powerful grab, he catches her ankle in midair with his left hand. He smiles smugly, admitting that he usually prefers striking techniques, but maybe he will try a joint lock after a long time. With a sudden twist, he executes a brutal Egyptian joint lock on her leg. The trainer lets out a loud gasp of surprise as she is violently pulled off balance. An illustration of the ancient joint lock technique is displayed, showing how the pressure is applied to snap the bones. He squeezes with all his might, turning her leg in an impossible direction. She screams in absolute agony, her eyes wide with blinding pain. Her face turns pale as she struggles to breathe, her leg muscles feeling like they are going to snap. She desperately pounds the concrete floor, screaming that she surrenders and admitting defeat. Ho holds her leg tightly, asking with a cocky grin if she is absolutely sure she wants to give up. With a sudden powerful swing, he tosses her onto the paved street while she clutches her injured knee. Ho shrugs, complaining that his body is still too weak to properly leave his signature god mark of defeat. He checks the pockets of her green jacket, searching through her loose cash. With a sudden flick of his wrist, he tosses her crumpled wallet and cards onto the floor. The items scatter across the paved bricks of the alley under the warm evening sun. He stands there with his hands in his pockets, grunting that he will definitely leave his mark next time they meet. Meanwhile, the other gang members are shown running down the street, completely exhausted after their defeat. Guok Guan is limping heavily, leaning on her classmate's shoulder for support. They struggle to reach their base, their faces bruised and covered in sweat. Chungu's head hangs low, her expression completely shadowed in deep, hopeless silence. The scene transitions back to the school desk, where a Huachu card lies torn in half on the wooden floor. The two halves of the card represent the shattered alliance of the delinquent gang. The massive delinquent leader Yangzhou walks down the street, looking incredibly frustrated after his recent failure. He kicks a small stone on the pavement, muttering that nothing ever works out for him lately. With his face covered in bandages from his fight with Ho, he looks like a complete joke. He clenches his fists, swearing that he will find a way to get his revenge on that crazy high schooler. Suddenly, several small pebbles come raining down from above, bouncing off his head and shoulders. A tall, purple-haired student with his hands in his pockets is shown standing on top of a concrete wall, looking down with a smug smirk. The purple-haired student, Guok Dugian, mockingly asks if he's the one who was beaten up by some kids from the next neighborhood. Yanzhou's face turns bright red, completely humiliated by the senior's teasing. Guak Dugyeon casually jumps down from the wall, landing smoothly on his feet and noting that Yangzhou still has some fight left. The two stand chest to chest, the atmosphere incredibly tense as they prepare to throw down. But Guak Dugyeon is currently carrying a massive glowing blue magical pill inside his pocket, which he received from the lone boss. With a sudden violent swallow, he gulps the pill down, his eyes turning wide with an artificial drug-fueled power boost. His muscles instantly begin to expand, thick veins pulsing across his neck and arms. The scene cuts to the next afternoon at school, where the class president is walking down the steps with her sister. She looks back in surprise, spotting Guak Dugyeon leaning against the lockers with a complete black shadow covering his face. The purple-haired student holds out his hand, showing off the remaining blue magical pills in his palm with a cocky grin. With a sudden dramatic swallow, he pops another pill, a look of manic, unstable confidence filling his face. He laughs hysterically, his muscles bulging as the drug-induced strength surges through his body. He warns that with this power, he will easily take down every single delinquent who stands in his way. The class president and her sister can only stare in absolute sweat-inducing confusion, utterly bewildered by his dramatic behavior. The scene transitions to the dark high-rise office of the lone boss Choi Sang-gil. The boss looks out over the city skyline under the red sunset, highly pleased with the progress of their drug distribution. He tells his nephew that once every student gang is hooked on their blue pills, they will officially control the entire city's cash flow. His eyes glow with a cold, terrifying light behind his glasses as he explains the ultimate business plan. The purple-hooded classmate nods in greedy agreement, excited to see his rivals get destroyed. He holds Daljun's forged ID card in his hand, clutching it tightly as his face twists in a wicked, satisfied smirk. He promises that their next operation will completely break the high schooler's resistance once and for all. A massive red glowing shadow of Guak Dugyeon's mutated form appears behind him, his eyes glowing with an unstable, dangerous power. Guak Dugyeon prepares to swallow the blue magical pill he received from the loan sharks, holding it in his hand. He pops the pill directly into his mouth with a look of manic anticipation. With a sudden swallow, the pill slides down his throat. A massive surge of unstable blue magical energy erupts inside his body, transforming his physical vessel. His veins glow with a powerful blue light, his face twisting into a terrifying drug-induced smile of pure bloodlust. The surrounding classmates watch in absolute sweat-inducing confusion. The drug begins to heavily alter his cognitive state, making him increasingly violent. Daljun stares in shock, wondering what on earth is happening to Guak Dugyeon's body. Guak Dugyeon grabs the massive bandaged delinquent Yangzhou, lifting him clean off the floor like a rag doll. With his eyes glowing with an unstable blue light, he declares that once he captures Daljun too, there will be no more Godori left to challenge him. He boasts that he is now the undisputed top dog of this entire neighborhood. With a sudden aggressive dash, he charges straight toward Daljun at a blistering speed. Daljun is frozen in shock, completely unable to react to the sheer speed of his rush. Guak Dugyeon lunges, reaching his hand out to grab her by her head. But she manages to barely react, planting her hands into the pavement to slide out of his path. They slide past each other, their sneakers scratching loudly against the concrete. Daljun looks back in alarm, realizing her opponent's physical speed has reached an impossible level. Guak Dugyeon swings his hand, but his strike completely misses as she slips under his guard. Suddenly, the tan-skinned senior classmate leaps in from the side, trying to block Guak Dugyeon's path. She delivers a massive crescent kick, hoping to push the mutated fighter back. The kick lands squarely on Guak Dugyeon's chin, the impact echoing loudly through the alleyway. But the senior's eyes widen in absolute cold terror as her foot collides with his face. Guak Dugyeon didn't even try to flinch or dodge the blow, his neck muscles completely absorbing the shock. He has her leg clamped firmly against his cheek, his face completely shadowed with a terrifying smile. The senior classmate sweats profusely, muttering in disbelief at the sheer solidity of his body. She feels like her foot just collided with a solid steel wall. No matter how much she tries to pull back, her leg is completely locked in place by his muscular trap. With a sudden powerful squeeze, Guak Dugyeon clamps his hand onto her ankle, crushing the bones. The senior lets out a high-pitched scream of pure agony as her ankle is shattered under his grip. With a heavy swing, Guak Dugyeon hurls her across the alleyway like a rag doll. Daljun screams in absolute fury, charging forward to protect her classmate. She winds up a massive punch, throwing her entire body weight behind the aggressive strike. She drives her fist directly into Guak Dugyeon's face with a loud thud. The impact is incredibly heavy, but Guak Dugyeon barely even flinches. With a sudden massive grab, he clamps his large hand directly over Daljun's face. He lifts her clean off the floor, mockingly whispering that her punches only tickle him. Daljun struggles in his grip, sweat pouring down her face as she stares at his mutated glowing veins and demands to know what he did to his body. Guak Dugyeon's hand squeezes her face even tighter, completely cutting off her options. With a sudden violent swing, he slams her face first directly into the concrete wall of the building. He tosses her crumpled body onto the pavement, his expression cold and completely satisfied. Daljun slides down the wall, her head hitting the bricks as she collapses onto her knees. She lies motionless on the concrete, completely knocked out cold from the heavy impact. Guak Dugyeon walks over and stands over her, mockingly asking if this is the true extent of the Godori level. He lets out a cold, arrogant laugh, complaining that their reputation is so incredibly lame, it almost makes him want to die. A wide shot shows the absolute one-sided carnage inside the alleyway, with both Daljun and her senior classmate lying defeated. The purple-hooded classmate from school steps out from the shadows, shouting for Guak Dugyeon to quickly wrap things up so they can leave. The classmate smiles, praising him for a great performance and asking how the blue pills felt. Guak Dugyeon just laughs maniacally, his face flushed red as he shivers with the raw surge of artificial power, admitting it is driving him nuts. He grins like a total psychopath, completely intoxicated by the drug and believing he cannot lose. He walks down the street with the purple-hooded classmate, demanding that he grant his request now that he has taken down every Godori member. The classmate listens quietly, but as Guak Dugyeon boasts about his invincible strength, he begins to worry about the sheer destructive power. The scene flashes back to the loan shark office, where Choi Song-gil was explaining the severe side effects of their blue pills. He warned that the stronger the drug's effect, the worse the physical toll. He pointed out that the drug heavily alters the user's brain, making their personality incredibly violent and unstable. With a sudden gesture of his hand, the mob boss made a popping noise, explaining the ultimate risk. He smiled coldly, letting his nephew know that if a user takes too many blue pills, their body will literally explode from the physical strain. Back in the present, Guak Dugyeon shrugs, muttering that his herbal medicine should easily prevent any major side effects. The two walk away into the evening, leaving their defeated opponents behind. The next afternoon, Ho is walking down the same street with Yongyang riding on his head, looking around in confusion. He adjusts his green cap, grunting that he is highly disappointed because he wanted to leave his signature god mark of defeat on those two delinquents. He heads back to school, walking into his classroom and approaching the class president's desk. He asks her for help locating the delinquents, pointing out that she previously promised to assist him. The class president blushes in absolute embarrassment, her heart beating fast as she tries to hide her starry-eyed face. Young pokes his head out of Ho's bag, happily greeting her. She quickly grabs her marker and paper, agreeing to draw a detailed, hand-drawn map of the local neighborhood for them. Ho sits at his desk, watching her draw and calling her a boomer for seriously drawing a map by hand again. She ignores his teasing, showing off a perfectly detailed layout of the alleyways. Ho pulls out a modern smartphone, showing her that they can easily use a GPS mapping app instead. Yongyang sits in his waddling pet bag, checking the blue route displayed on the screen. They arrive at the local Bideolji High School campus, looking up at the bright blue sky. Ho stands outside the school gates, keeping his eyes sharp as he scans the crowd of students. Suddenly, he spots a very familiar tall student limping heavily down the path, using a pair of crutches to walk. It turns out to be the tan-skinned senior classmate from the park fight, who is covered in white bandages from his nose to his knees. Ho walks up to him, his eyes cold as he asks what happened to his body. The senior classmate turns pale in shock as the crazy transfer student suddenly corners him outside the gates. He groans, explaining that he got completely wrecked yesterday when a mutated psycho suddenly ambushed them. Ho's eyes narrow as he asks if the attacker is named Guak Dugyeon. Before the senior can answer, a muffled, panicked screaming noise suddenly echoes from the nearby bushes. The senior classmate sweats in confusion, wondering who is currently hiding in the trees. Ho reaches into the bushes and violently parts the branches, revealing the captured, tied-up form of the glasses student. The poor glasses student is bound tightly with heavy ropes, a thick piece of tape completely covering his mouth. Ho pulls the tape off, and the student immediately screams in terror, begging them to save him from Guak Dugyeon. He frantically explains that Guak Dugyeon has gone completely insane, using the loan shark's blue pills to mutate his body and hunt down everyone in the school. He collapses onto the grass, shivering as he warns them that the crazy senior is currently heading toward the main hospital. The scene pans up to show the massive local hospital building, where a team of frantic nurses is currently running down the corridor screaming about a patient going into shock. The scene transitions back to the main hospital building, where the warm sunlight is shining brightly over the roof. Inside his hospital room, the heavily bandaged delinquent Yang Zhou is sitting upright in his bed, looking completely exhausted. Grumbling under his breath, he starts to explain the truth behind Guak Dugyeon's sudden, terrifying rise to power. He notes that after taking some weird blue magical pill, the scrawny Dugyeon became unbelievably strong in a matter of seconds. He sighs, admitting that Dugyeon used to be the absolute weakest member of all the local Godori. Ho listens quietly, his mind racing as he realizes the blue pills must contain some form of raw artificial mana. A sudden deep blush spreads across Ho's face, his heart beating fast with pure psychotic excitement. He realized he finally has no choice but to fight this mutated monster head-on. He turns to Yang Zhou, urgently asking where this crazy senior is currently hiding himself. The senior classmate sighs, explaining that nobody knows because even the local police had been completely unable to locate him. But Ho just grins, confidently declaring that if the police cannot find him, he will just have to go hunt down the mutated senior himself. The scene transitions to the high-rise school building, where the silhouettes of students can be seen working diligently inside the classrooms. The massive gym trainer is lecturing Ho about how he needs to make exercise a permanent habit inside his daily life. Ho carries a massive stack of cardboard boxes up the stairs, casually asking if Gwak-do-yeon was indeed the name of the mutated senior. The gym trainer adds that from what he has heard, Dugyeon is currently hiding himself extremely well to avoid any unwanted attention. Meanwhile, Gwak-do-yeon is shown standing inside a stairwell, talking quietly on his smartphone while checking a student ID photo. He screams into his phone, his face flushed red with an unstable drug-induced rage as he talks to his boss. With a sudden click, he snaps his phone shut, his eyes narrowing in cold determination. He walks down the steps, a shivering subordinate following closely behind. He peers through the window of a school classroom, his eyes locking onto his target. Haejun is sitting quietly at his desk, completely unaware of the dangerous threat lurking outside. Gwak-do-yeon pulls a small photo out of his pocket, confirming the identity of the student. He wipes a smear of blood from his nose, his eyes wide, with wild, uncontrolled combat adrenaline. Haejun sits quietly, keeping his gaze focused on his textbook. Suddenly, Gwak-do-yeon slams the classroom door open with a massive crash, turning every head in the room. Haejun slowly looks up in confusion, wondering who is causing this sudden commotion. Gwak-do-yeon steps inside, his face twisted in a terrifying drug-induced grin as he points directly at Haejun and declares he is dead today. Before Haejun can even stand up, the mutated senior grabs a nearby student by his collar, lifting him clean off his chair. With a sudden massive heave, Gwak-do-yeon lifts the screaming student high above his head with a single hand. Haejun watches in absolute wide-eyed shock, unable to comprehend the senior's raw, unnatural strength. With a violent swing, Dugyeon throws the student directly through the glass window, shattering it into a million pieces. The nearby classmates scream in absolute horror, scrambling to get out of the way of the sudden, brutal attack. Haejun quickly slides out of his seat, his expression turning serious as he prepares for the fight and tells someone to call the teacher. Gwak-do-yeon lunges forward with a wild laugh, his fist crackling with unstable purple magic as he mocks the idea of fighting. He drives a massive, bone-shattering right hook straight toward Haejun's chest. The impact is incredibly heavy, sending Haejun flying backward across the room, crashing heavily against the school desks. Gwak-do-yeon does not give him a single second to recover, instantly closing the gap to continue his assault. He lands a second devastating punch straight to the jaw, drawing a fresh spray of blood. Haejun is pinned against the concrete lockers, his vision spinning as the mutated senior continues to rain down blows. Realizing he has no other choice, Haejun tenses his muscles and prepares to fight back with everything he has in self-defense. With a sudden powerful kick, Haejun pushes his opponent back, his sneaker landing squarely on Gwak-do-yeon's chest. But the mutated senior barely even flinches, letting out a mocking, arrogant snort. He drives a heavy counterpunch, but Haejun manages to block the strike with his forearms. Gwak-do-yeon stands there looking completely unbothered, chuckling that Haejun's punches are absolutely pathetic. He leans in close, mockingly whispering that the strikes only tickle him. Enraged, Haejun drives a brutal, high-speed right hook straight into his face. But the direct hit barely registers, Gwak-do-yeon offering a cocky grin as he grunts that this one only stings a tiny bit. With a sudden powerful grab, the mutated senior clamps his hand onto Haejun's wrist, locking him in place. He squeezes with absolute bone-crushing pressure, sending a massive shockwave of agony through Haejun's arm. The entire classroom descends into pure, unadulterated chaos as classmates continue to scream for the teacher. Outside, the class president and her sister, Daljun, hear the commotion, their faces turning pale as they run toward the room. Daljun's heart skips a beat as she recognizes her brother's muffled screaming from inside the room. Inside, the mutated Gwak-do-yeon continues to choke Haejun, a pink backpack hanging from his shoulder. Suddenly, Daljun slides the door open with a loud crash, screaming at the top of her lungs for the senior to let go of her brother. But Gwak-do-yeon just looked back with a cold, terrifying smile, coldly muttering that he has no intention of letting go. He raises his fist, preparing to deliver the final crushing blow. Daljun lunges forward, her face tensed in deep worry as she tries to block the strike. With a sudden explosive impact, she manages to deflect the punch, her arm clashing loudly against Gwak-do-yeon's. The senior classmate runs in right behind her, demanding to know what Guak Dugyeon thinks he is doing at another school. Guak Dugyeon grabs Daljun by her collar, his grip incredibly solid. He glares at her, his voice dripping with icy anger as he warns her that she shouldn't have dared to lay a hand on him. Haejun looks up in sweat-inducing shock, his face pale as he realizes his sister is now in extreme danger, and declares Dugyeon crossed the line. Guak Dugyeon prepares to swing, while the senior classmate desperately tries to find a way to intervene. Suddenly, the massive PE teacher steps into the hallway, carrying a heavy stack of cardboard boxes. He looks toward the classroom in confusion, wondering what all the loud commotion is about. A bald student runs past, frantically shouting for the teacher because a massive fight has just broken out in the third-year classroom. The teacher's expression turns serious as he realizes the situation is rapidly escalating. He drops his cardboard boxes onto the floor with a loud crash, rushing toward the classroom. Ho peeks out from behind the boxes, his eyes widening in sudden, ecstatic excitement. With a quick athletic leap, Ho tosses his uniform jacket aside and bolts down the hallway. He sprints toward the commotion, excitedly shouting that he wants to join the fight too. Yeon pokes his head out of Ho's bag, holding the smartphone as his master dashes up the stairs. The little dragon's eyes widen in pure shock as he senses a massive, powerful surge of magical energy nearby. He frantically taps Ho on his shoulder, shouting that he can actually feel the presence of natural mana in the air. The little dragon shivers with excitement, realizing that this sudden surge of mana can only mean one thing. A mutated opponent is currently waiting for them inside the room. A wide shot shows Guak Dugyeon standing in the center of the ruined classroom, surrounded by his defeated opponents. He tenses his muscular arm, his veins pulsing with unstable purple magical energy. The tan-skinned senior classmate tries to launch a surprise attack, but Dugyeon easily sweeps her aside with a single hand. The senior classmate prepares to block, realizing that his opponent's style relies entirely on raw, unpolished strength and should not be hard to dodge. But as she speaks, Guak Dugyeon drives a massive bone-shattering right hook straight through her defenses. The sheer force of the blow cracks the classroom wall behind her, sending her stumbling backward in pain. With a sudden, powerful sweep, Guak Dugyeon slams her onto the floor, keeping his grip firm. The senior classmate collapses onto her knees, completely exhausted and unable to stay on her feet. Guak Dugyeon glares down at her, his face twisted in a terrifying drug-induced grin as he demands to know why she is staring. The senior classmate spits blood on his boots, muttering that no matter how tough his mutated body is, he still has a weak spot. Haejun steps in from behind, reminding her that every living creature has a vulnerable area. With a sudden coordinated rush, both Haejun and the senior classmate launch a final, desperate attack. They rain down a flurry of swift punches and kicks, but Guak Dugyeon's solid muscles easily absorb every single strike. The mutated senior lets out a roaring laugh of pure artificial power, completely unbothered by the double team. He stands tall, completely unharmed as his opponents struggle to catch their breath. He steps forward with a heavy thud, his eyes glowing with an unstable, dangerous purple light. Outside, the automated speaker continues to warn the students to evacuate the building immediately. Guak Dugyeon corners the bald classmate from earlier, grabbing him by his shirt collar with a heavy grip. The bald student shakes in absolute terror, begging the crazy senior to let him go. Dugyeon demands that he hand over another blue magical pill, his voice shaking with the painful symptoms of withdrawal. Haejun watches the pathetic scene from a distance, his expression filled with deep, silent disgust. The bald classmate stutters, completely terrified by the senior's manic drug-induced rage. Haejun steps forward, telling Guak Dugyeon that his business is with him and not with some helpless student. Guak Dugyeon grabs the bald student, growling like a beast. With a sudden violent shove, Guak Dugyeon slams the bald student's head directly into the concrete wall. He stands there panting, his face pale as he realizes the drug's effects are rapidly starting to wear off. The purple-hooded classmate watches from the doorway, coldly ordering Dugyeon to completely destroy his targets. With a terrifying, bloodthirsty snarl, Guak Dugyeon turns his attention back to Haejun. Haejun tenses his fists, his voice dropping with cold protective anger as he warns the senior that he has officially crossed the line. The senior classmate stands in the background, her face pale with worry. With a sudden athletic spring, Guak Dugyeon lunges forward, throwing a massive right hook. Haejun barely manages to block the strike, the heavy force of the blow pushing him backward. But Guak Dugyeon has already anticipated his movement, driving a second devastating punch straight into the senior classmate's shoulder. The senior is sent crashing onto the concrete, her shoulder joint popping with a sickening crack. Daljun runs into the room, her eyes wide in absolute terror as she spots her injured classmate on the floor. Before she can even reach her, the mutated Guak Dugyeon steps out, grabbing her tightly by her hair. He lifts her clean off her feet, while Daljun thrashes in his heavy grip. But suddenly, a massive muscular hand reaches out from behind, firmly clamping down onto Guak Dugyeon's wrist. It turns out to be the massive gym trainer, who has arrived just in time to stop the final blow. The trainer locks eyes with the mutated senior, his expression calm but dangerous. With a sudden powerful squeeze, he crushes Guak Dugyeon's wrist, the sheer force of his grip forcing the senior to drop Daljun. The trainer stands tall and imposing, his solid muscles easily matching the mutated senior's drug-enhanced build. Guak Dugyeon tries to break free, but the trainer's grip is completely unbreakable. Outside, the sound of police sirens begins to echo through the school courtyard. Ho walks into the room, casually carrying his backpack with Yeon-young perched on his head. The little dragon points his finger, excitedly letting his master know that he can feel a massive surge of natural mana coming from the mutated senior. Ho smiles, his cheeks flushing red as he realizes he has finally found his target. The bald classmate from earlier watches in absolute sweat-inducing confusion, completely unable to understand who this new kid is. Yeon-young holds up the smartphone, excitedly showing off the digital route. The bald student lunges forward, desperately trying to grab his phone back from the wiggling green dragon. But he accidentally steps on a pink slippery shoe lying on the floor, completely losing his balance. He faceplants onto the pavement, his head hitting the tiled floor with a thud. The poor classmate rubs his bruised nose, groaning in complete embarrassment. Guak Dugyeon ignores the distraction, driving a massive heavy punch directly toward Ho's face. The punch lands, but Ho does not take a single step backward, his neck muscles completely absorbing the shock. He stands firmly on his feet, looking completely unbothered as the mutated senior retreats to recover his balance. Guak Dugyeon's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes his opponent is completely immune to his physical attacks. Guak Dugyeon throws a rapid combination, but Ho easily slips under every single strike. He lands a light tapping punch directly against Dugyeon's chest, leaving him completely confused. Dugyeon looks down, unable to understand what this scrawny kid is trying to do. Suddenly, Yeon-young activates his mana drain spell, a glowing blue magical circle appearing around his claws. He begins rapidly absorbing the artificial drug-induced mana straight out of Guak Dugyeon's body. With a sudden massive crunch, Guak Dugyeon's mutated muscles instantly shrivel up, returning to their normal scrawny size. The sudden loss of physical strength sends him collapsing heavily onto his knees. Yeon-young happily holds the glowing blue magical ball in his hand, amazed by the sheer purity of the energy. Guak Dugyeon lies flat on his back, shivering in absolute exhaustion as the painful withdrawal symptoms take over. Ho looks down at him, his face shattered with deep, cold disappointment. He turns to his green dragon secretary, telling him to put the magical energy back inside the stone, because fighting this weakling doesn't bring him any joy anymore. Yeon-young nods, carefully placing the glowing blue ball back inside his storage pouch. He warns his master that the artificial mana Guak Dugyeon took is extremely pure and powerful, far exceeding the level of any average earth item. Ho's eyes narrow as he realizes this can only mean one thing, that another god must have meddled in his domain. Yeon-young explains that this pure magical fuel is so incredibly rare on Earth that finding it naturally is almost completely impossible. He reminds his master that there is zero natural mana on Earth, meaning the only source would be a god's personal artifact. The dragon sweats, whispering a highly suspicious question to his master about whether another being could be interfering with Earth. Ho looks at the tiny dragon, his expression completely blank as he asks if it's his. The little lizard's eyes widen in absolute sweat-inducing panic as he realizes his master is suspecting him of betrayal. He frantically shakes his head, blushing in embarrassment and begging his master to believe his loyalty. Ho just chuckles, patting the dragon on his head and reassuring him that he trusts him completely. But in the back of his mind, the dark purple glowing face of Lucifer appears, his red eyes filled with cold calculating ambition. Ho knows his rival's shadow is slowly stretching across his world. In a brief flashback, Mu's divine soul travels back 4,000 years to the desolate domain of the god of Cyclops. He was challenging the giant Cyclops, who was armed with a massive wooden club. The giant god of Cyclops screams in fury, demanding that Mu stop bothering him. The screen displays the giant's gigantified state. The giant brings his massive club crashing down, nearly splitting the ground in half. He picks up a giant boulder, hurling it directly toward the red-haired warrior. Mu easily dodges the boulder, his feet scratching loudly against the cliffside. With a sudden explosive punch, he delivers a massive wind shockwave directly into the giant's stomach. The shockwave is so powerful it forces the massive giant backward. With his gigantification spell released, the giant shrinks back down to his normal, scrawny size. He collapses onto the ground, sobbing and begging Mu to leave him alone. But Mu just looks down with a cold, disappointed expression, grunting that he would only stop if the fight was actually entertaining. He tells the shivering giant that he will definitely be back next time, leaving him completely terrified. He turns to walk away, letting out a long, exhausted sigh. Yeon-young watches him depart, silently noting that his master's worries are incredibly deep. The little dragon snaps his claws, suddenly getting a brilliant idea to help his master find more worthy opponents. He displays a giant blue magical stone he brought from Earth. He happily tells Mew that this artifact contains a special body enhancement recipe. A magical recipe screen appears, detailing Young-Young's special crushing magic. Step 1 is to crush rocks into powder, and the blue stone is crushed into fine dust. The little dragon watches the progress, highly satisfied. Step 2 is to mix the powder with liquid, and he spits directly onto the pile of dust to mix it. Step 3 is to condense magic power into the finished dough, kneading the blue mixture like bread dough. His wings spread wide as a brilliant magical light envelopes his claws, condensing the energy. Step 4 is to sign it, and he presses his claw print directly onto the blue dough. He announces it is finished, a dough condensed with powerful body enhancement magic. Young proudly explains that if you feed this blue dough to your opponent in moderation before a fight, it will make them significantly stronger and more enjoyable to fight. He carefully pinches off a tiny single dose, explaining that he condensed the energy so much that only a tiny piece is needed. But before he can even finish his explanation, Mew reaches down and grabs the entire giant blue dough ball with a greedy grin. Without waiting another second, Mu launches himself into a portal to head back to Earth while his dragon protests. Guak Dogyeon is shown shivering on the concrete wall, clutching his chest as he demands another dose. The blue pill he took was actually a massive chunk of that body enhancement dough, which has completely mutated his muscle fibers. His veins pulse with unstable purple magic, his face completely pale as his body struggles to handle the sheer volume of power. Mu just watches him with a wide, red-cheeked smile, completely thrilled by the results. Guak Dogyeon charges forward like a wild beast, his body glowing with a dangerous purple aura. He drives a massive, bone-shattering right hook straight through the classroom wall, the debris scattering everywhere. Heijin barely manages to block, but the sheer force of the blow sends him flying backward. With a sudden violent swing, Guak Dogyeon hurls a heavy wooden chair directly toward Ho's face. With a loud crash, the chair is shattered into a million pieces as Guak Dogyeon unleashes his full mutated power. A giant blue spectral ball of magical energy floats in the sky above the city, slowly heading straight down. The magical ball pierces directly through the clouds, lighting up the sky with a blinding white light. Young watches the falling stone in shock, realizing that his master has brought a massive, highly dangerous artifact directly to Earth. The blue stone bounces off Earth's divine defense barrier with a loud beep, but the barrier easily deflects the falling magic, sending the stone tumbling harmlessly off target. It turns out the magical blue ball has landed directly inside Guak Dogyeon's school backpack, which is how his classmate originally discovered it. Back in the present, Guak Dogyeon stands over Ho, his muscles bulging as he boasts about his invincible power. He drives a massive high-speed punch straight toward Ho's face. Ho's head is whipped back, but he quickly tenses his neck muscles to absorb the heavy blow. Dogyeon lands a second consecutive punch, his face twisted in a drug-induced, terrifying grin. Ho takes the heavy strike squarely on his jaw, his cheek turning a deep shade of red. He retreats slightly to recover his balance, his expression completely calm as he analyzes his opponent's style. Guak Dogyeon screams, charging forward with a flurry of swift low-to-the-ground punches. The impacts echo loudly through the ruined classroom, breaking desks and sending chairs flying. A wide shot shows the quiet, high-rise school building completely vibrating from the sheer force of the battle. Heijin and the senior classmate try to get up and escape, their faces pale as they limp toward the doorway. But the ceiling suddenly begins to crack, heavy debris falling directly in front of them. With a sudden, powerful grab, Guak Dogyeon catches Ho's ankle, preventing him from escaping. He hurls Ho violently through the air, sending him crashing face-first into the classroom lockers. Ho's body breaks through the thin metal lockers, his school uniform ripped to shreds. With a massive crash, the lockers collapse on top of him, kicking up a giant cloud of dust. Young runs over in a full-blown panic, frantically shouting to his master to see if he is okay. Ho slowly pushes himself up from the rubble, his chest covered in bleeding cuts and deep bruises as he wonders how much time Dogyeon has left. He grinds his teeth, realizing his current human vessel is still too weak to easily win against a fully mutated opponent. Young checks his magical gauges, explaining that because the drug's effect is so strong, his opponent's body is rapidly burning through its remaining power and will wear off in 5 minutes. Ho's eyes narrow as he realizes he only needs to survive for 5 minutes until Guak Dogyeon collapses from physical exhaustion. The little dragon suggests they play it defensively and let the timer run out or steal his mana again, but Ho has absolutely no intention of backing down. Ho looks up with a terrifying red-cheeked smile of pure bloodlust. He knows that if his opponent weakens, the fight won't bring him any joy anymore. With a sudden athletic spring, he leaps back onto his feet, his muscles tensing for the final chaotic round. His eyes glow with a dark, predatory light as he promises to finish this within 5 minutes. The scene transitions to the dark hallway, where the purple-hooded classmate is holding the remaining blue magical dough with a scheming grin. He walks down the concrete steps, eager to escape before the police arrive. The blue stone lies shattered on the floor of the stairwell, its magical energy slowly fading into a faint blue mist. Ho steps into the room, gripping his shirt collars as he prepares to completely strip down for the fight. With a sudden violent rip, he shreds his school uniform, exposing his muscular physique. The mutated Gyeon watches him with a silent, glowing glare, while Ho reminds himself that if he fights with brute force alone, his fragile body will definitely break. A sudden plotting grin spreads across his face as he realizes the key is to match his opponent in one specific physical area. He focuses his energy into his right arm, preparing to execute a high-level muscle compression. He recalls his ancient long lifetime in the divine realm, where his divine muscles kept growing larger and larger. But he eventually realized that those overly bulky muscles merely got in the way of his fluid, rapid fighting movements. To maintain his raw strength while significantly improving his mobility, Mu searched through different realms for a solution. He discovered a legendary secret technique to reduce his muscle volume while massively increasing its density. By condensing his physical mass, his body became incredibly light yet remained as solid as steel. By tensing his muscles, Ho can extremely strengthen any single part of his fragile human vessel. Yongyang screams in a full-blown panic as Gyeon suddenly launches his attack right in front of them. A massive glowing purple fist comes crashing directly toward Ho's face. But Ho easily blocks the strike with his forearm, a sudden explosion of wind shockwave echoing through the classroom. He tenses his arm, applying the compression technique. His arm muscles expand with a sudden crunch, easily matching the mutated senior's drug-enhanced power. Gyeon's eyes widen in sheer shock as his fist is easily stopped by a scrawny teenager's hand. Enraged, the mutated senior unleashes a rapid, heavy flurry of punches. The brutal strikes send Ho flying backward through the air, crashing heavily against the school window frames. Gyeon stands tall, his veins pulsing with unstable purple magic as he prepares his next attack. But Ho is already back on his feet, his cheeks flushed red with sweat as he tenses his forearm for more compression stacks. With a sudden athletic spring, Gyeon lunges forward to continue the onslaught. Ho charges to meet him, both of them moving at a blistering speed that leaves a blur of motion lines. The two collide in a massive clash of fists, their arms crossing in the center of the ring. With a loud crash, the window panes shatter as the shockwave of their battle blasts through the classroom. Debris and glass scatter everywhere, while the surrounding students duck for cover in panic. Dogyeon looks at his opponent, his face twisted in a drug-induced snarl as he asks how the kid is able to match his power. Dogyeon screams at him not to be ridiculous, charging forward like a wild bull. He delivers a massive, bone-shattering right hook directly toward Ho's face. But Ho easily blocks the blow, his expression completely calm as his muscles absorb the shock. A rapid exchange of blows ensues, with both of them trading heavy punches in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. A massive impact lands directly against Gyeon's guard, throwing him off balance. Ho lands a second consecutive punch, his fist crushing through the senior's defense. Dogyeon grunts in pain, unable to understand how his mutated muscles are losing their leverage. A wide red-cheeked smile of pure psychotic joy spreads across Ho's face as he notes he thinks he will win. Dogyeon's body begins to tremble as his artificial power starts to wane with the timer running out. Desperate to finish the fight, he launches one final massive punch with all his remaining strength. With a sudden violent twist, Ho sidesteps the strike, the heavy fist crashing harmlessly through the window. The concrete wall of the school building is completely shattered as Dogyeon's punch breaks through. The massive impact causes the outer brickwork to collapse, debris raining down onto the pavement below. Dogyeon is pulled off balance, his body tumbling out through the broken window. With a massive crash, the giant delinquent's body slams face down directly onto the hard pavement below, kicking up a giant cloud of dust and rubble. He lies motionless on the pavement, surrounded by broken stone pieces. The massive gym trainer and the police run over in a full-blown panic, staring at the unconscious body in absolute shock. The crowd of students continues to scream in terror, urging someone to quickly call an ambulance instead of the cops. Inside the classroom, Ho stands quietly by the broken wall, his bare chest covered in sweat as he catches his breath. He lets out a slow, hot breath as the adrenaline begins to fade from his veins. Young pokes his head out of the bag, holding the smartphone as his master walks back toward his desk. The bald classmate from earlier is shown holding the green dragon, shivering in fear. He runs out of the room in a panic, screaming that Dogyeon was only the weakest member of their gang, and warning Ho to wait for the stronger ones. Ho's green dragon secretary sits on his shoulder, wiggling his tail in confusion. Ho looks down at the floor, his eyes narrowing in sudden, intense contemplation. A sudden, wild grin spreads across his face as he processes his opponent's warning about a stronger one. He bursts out into a loud, maniacal chuckle, absolutely thrilled at the prospect of finding even tougher challengers. He turns to the little dragon with a terrifying red-cheeked smile of pure, unadulterated excitement. He tells him that they need to quickly gather more information to locate the stronger fighters, ordering him to spit it out. Meanwhile, back at the loan office, the pink-haired boss Choi Sang-gil is shown crushing a blue stone inside a mortar. He hums to himself as he prepares the next batch of blue pills, completely satisfied with his business. Suddenly, the door is violently slammed open with a loud thud, and his shivering nephew runs inside calling for him. The nephew slams his hands onto the desk, desperately pleading with his uncle to hand over more blue pills. Choi Sang-gil looks up in surprise, asking what happened to the previous batch they gave him. The nephew stutters, explaining that because their fighters keep losing, they have already used up all their supplies. He begs for at least 3 pills for each of his remaining delinquents, promising to secure their victory this time. The boss just stares back at him with a deadpan, completely unimpressed expression. He slams his hand onto the desk in absolute veins, popping frustration upon hearing they fed 2 pills and still lost. The nephew takes a step back, sweating as he realizes his uncle is currently having a massive world-ending meltdown. The office goes dead silent as Choi Sang-gil struggles to keep his anger under control. A wide aerial shot shows the boss sitting quietly in his leather chair, a dark shadow covering his face. Suddenly, the heavy metal security door of the office slowly slides open with a low metallic creak. Ho casually steps into the room, his bare chest covered in scars and his eyes glowing with a dark, predatory purple light. Choi Sang-gil leaps up from his chair in absolute jaw-dropping shock, demanding to know how the kid managed to get inside his private office. Through the open doorway, several unconscious, bruised bodyguards can be seen scattered across the tiled floor of the hallway. Ho casually examines his hands, his expression unreadable as he walks closer to the desk. He stretches his sore knuckles, his veins popping as he prepares to demand his next rematch. A terrifying psychotic grin spreads across his face as his red-cheeked gaze locks onto the mob boss, coldly asking where the stronger mutated opponent is currently hiding. The bald classmate from earlier is shown running out of the room in a panic, screaming about how Guak Do-gyeon was only the weakest member and promising to bring a stronger one. He dashes out the doorway, his voice fading down the hall. Ho sits on the floor, his muscles still throbbing slightly as the adrenaline begins to fade, thinking about the stronger one. A wide psychotic grin slowly spreads across his face as he processes the warning. He turns to his little dragon secretary with a terrifying red-cheeked smile of pure, unadulterated excitement, demanding him to spit it out. The little dragon looks up in surprise, wondering what his master is planning. Yang struggles to huff and retch, his throat bulging as he prepares to regurgitate the remaining magical dough. With a sudden heave, the dragon spits out the warm, glowing red recovery bloodstone directly into Ho's hand. The magic instantly absorbs into Ho's skin, fully healing his broken body and strengthening his muscles. Ho stands tall, completely refreshed and ready to jump straight back into the action. He prepares to leave the classroom while the class president and Daljun watch in absolute sweat-inducing confusion, asking if they are going to follow. Haejun sits on the floor, panting heavily as he warns Ho that the loan sharks are incredibly dangerous and asks to go with him. The senior classmate steps forward, declaring that she is going to tag along to nip this threat in the bud. The two of them walk down the quiet school hallway, keeping their eyes sharp. Ho walks in the center, his bare muscular chest drawing stares from the passing students. But as they reach the exit, both the senior classmate and Haejun step in, grabbing Ho's shoulders to stop him. With a sudden massive flex of his back, Ho completely shrugs off their heavy grip, his shoulders popping with raw strength. Both of them are sent stumbling backward in absolute shock. Haejun looks at him in utter disbelief, his face pale as he realizes the kid is a complete monster and asks what is wrong with him. Ho just looks back with a cold, terrifying smile, muttering that his opponents are all his personal playthings, so he wants them all to himself. He laughs maniacally, his cheeks flushing red with pure, uncontrollable combat adrenaline. He sprints away down the path, leaving his stunned classmates behind. He arrives at the entrance of a massive high-tech building under a dramatic blue sky. A suited bodyguard stands outside the entrance, keeping a watchful eye on the street. The bodyguard stops Ho, his sunglasses hiding his eyes as he sizes up the bare-chested teenager. He places his hand on Ho's chest, coldly asking what he thinks he is doing. He sneers, asking if Ho is just some local beggar trying to cause trouble. Ho calmly explains that the guy who made a promise with him went inside, and he is just here to collect his match. The bodyguard's grip tightens on Ho's shoulder, his tone growing increasingly hostile. Before the enforcer can even blink, Ho drives a lightning-fast left hook straight into his face. The impact is absolutely massive, sending the bodyguard crashing violently through the glass entrance doors. The other guards in the lobby watch in absolute speechless shock as their partner is knocked out cold. Ho steps inside, his eyes glowing with a dark predatory purple light as he prepares to clear the entire building. A spectacular, chaotic lobby brawl ensues, with Ho systematically taking out every single bodyguard. With a bloodshot manic grin, he laughs about how incredibly fun a real dogfight is. The camera pans out to show several unconscious bodyguards scattered across the floor of the hallway. He walks deeper into the building, his bare chest covered in fresh sweat. A terrifying red-cheeked smile spreads across his face as he demands to be taken to the stronger boss. The purple-hooded classmate and the bald student are shown shivering in terror in the corner of the office, recognizing Ho as the crazy bastard who won against their 2 pills. Yeon-young sits proudly on Ho's head, shouting that his master is completely sane and telling the scammers to stay quiet. He wiggles his tail, demanding that they quickly reveal the location of the stronger opponent. Ho's face is completely shadowed, his toothy grin looking more menacing than ever. He steps closer, his voice dripping with icy bloodlust as he asks where the strong fighter is hiding. The classmate stutters, completely terrified, while the pink-haired boss Choi Sang-gil watches the kid with a cold, analytical gaze, noting he isn't ordinary. The boss adjusts his sunglasses, asking if they should check out the kid's skills first. He offers Ho a very simple deal to introduce him to their absolute strongest fighters, but under one condition. He smiles coldly, stating that if Ho loses, he must agree to work under his family business. Ho just chuckles, completely unbothered by the terms as he tells the boss to do as he pleases. The bald student runs forward, desperately trying to add another condition to the bet to get his phone back. The little dragon wiggles on Ho's head, highly confused by the student's dramatic pleading. He points at Yeon-young, calling him a bastard and demanding his phone back. The little dragon lets out an angry, fire-breathing growl, completely fed up with this kid's constant whining. Ho just smiles, his eyes locked onto the boss as he prepares for his next match. Yeon-young sighs in his mind, quietly noting that his master is bound to win anyway. The scene transitions to the massive steel cage ring inside the underground coliseum. The classmate stands next to the boss, nervously asking if the kid actually has a chance of winning against their champions. Choi Sang-gil smiles confidently, explaining his strategy to use their mutated fighters to drain the kid's strength before finishing him with a 2-pill fighter. Inside the ring, a massive muscle-bound champion steps forward, his veins pulsing with unstable purple magic. A status box appears over the mutated fighter confirming he took 1 pill as he lets out a wild drug-induced laugh and states the boss said it's okay to kill, but he'll just half-kill him. He charges forward at full speed, throwing a massive right hook. The punch lands, but Ho easily blocks the blow with his expression completely calm. Ho focuses his mind, activating his grip strength enhancement technique to counter. With a sudden, powerful squeeze, he crushes the champion's wrist, the bones cracking under his grip. The champion screams in absolute agony as his mutated arm is completely ruined. He is sent collapsing heavily onto the floor of the ring, while Ho wipes a drop of sweat from his forehead. The boss, Choi Sang-gil, flinches in shock from the VIP balcony, his confident smile completely vanishing. The classmate stutters, completely terrified as the referee calls for the next match. The second mutated champion lunges from above, his body glowing with unstable magical energy after taking 1 pill. Ho steps into his stance, preparing to receive the incoming strike. He focuses his power down into his legs, activating his leg strength enhancement. He blocks the overhead kick with a solid high-angle shield, the impact echoing loudly. The collision is incredibly loud, the sheer force of the shockwave crackling through the steel cage. The opponent's eyes widen in sheer primitive terror as his ultimate kick is easily blocked by a scrawny teenager. Before he can even recover his balance, Ho drives a devastating raw punch straight into his face. The champion is sent flying backward, his head bouncing violently off the steel canvas as he is knocked out cold. Ho stands victoriously in the center of the ring, his dark eyes locked onto the boss as he reminds him of their official agreement. Ho stares at the mob boss, his eyes glowing with a dark predatory purple light under the red sunset, demanding the stronger one. Choi Sang-gil and his nephew watch the teenager from the VIP balcony, their faces pale as they realize the situation has gone completely out of hand, but there is still one left. The third mutated champion slowly walks into the ring, his bare feet scratching against the concrete floor. With a sudden dramatic gulp, he pops 2 blue magical pills directly into his mouth to maximize his power. His muscles instantly begin to expand, his veins glowing with a dangerous dark purple magical light. His thighs bulk up to twice their normal size, the raw force of the transformation cracking the concrete beneath him. The sheer scale of the drug-induced mutation leaves the spectators completely speechless as the status confirms 2 pills taken. The champion walks forward with a heavy thud, his entire body covered in pulsing purple veins. The nephew panics, shouting to his uncle that the fighter's power is absolutely insane. The stat screen updates on screen, verifying that the mutated champion has taken 2 of Yeon-young's magical pills. Ho stands ready, his mind focused entirely on his new imposing opponent as he asks if he is the stronger one. The champion smiles like a total psychopath, coldly declaring that while he does not know about any stronger one, he is indeed the absolute best fighter in this arena. With a sudden athletic spring, Guak Chulyi's cousin lunges forward, dropping low to the ground to sweep Ho's legs. He throws a massive high-speed kick, his leg moving in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. But Ho easily jumps over the sweep, his movements incredibly fluid and light on his feet. Guak Chul's heavy heel crashes directly into the steel cage, the massive impact rattling the entire structure. The boss, Choi Sang-gil, watches the exchange with a cold, calculated smile, highly satisfied with his champion's speed. He lets out a smug chuckle, confident that the kid has absolutely no chance of dodging his attacks forever. The champion continues his relentless assault, his limbs blurring as he rains down kicks. But Ho's sharp reflexes track his movements perfectly, his body weaving through the punches with millimeter precision. He slides across the paved bricks of the ring, his sneakers scratching loudly as he maintains his distance. He snaps back into his guard, his breathing slow and steady. With a playful smirk, Ho raises his right leg, teasingly asking his opponent if he is ready to keep going. He analyzes his opponent's bulky build, realizing that Guak Chul is relying entirely on his lower body to generate his speed. Ho prepares to adapt his strategy to perfectly counter his opponent's style. The champion lunges forward with a massive sweep, but Ho easily blocks the kick with his shin. He drives a lightning-fast fist directly toward the champion's chest, but the direct hit barely registers against Guak Chul's solid drug-enhanced muscles. The screen displays Ho's current style as Tiger Claw Fist Quadrupedal Mode. With a sudden athletic flip, Guak Chul launches a high-angle kick, but Ho easily ducks under the strike. Ho continues his low-profile movement, his hands claw-curled as he circles around his opponent's ankles. The champion growls in frustration, demanding to know if the kid is trying to play cockroach. Ho tenses his arm, preparing to activate his signature behemoth fist style. But despite the heavy hit, the mutated champion manages to barely hold his ground, his face turning bright red with rage as he insults the bug-like fist. The two engage in a high-speed trade of blows, their fists colliding in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. Neither of them manages to land a clean, decisive hit on the other. Ho slides back to recover his footing, his face completely shadowed as he analyzes his opponent's defense. Guak Chul gloats, mocking Ho's punches as weak bug-like strikes. Ho stands quietly, realizing his current strikes aren't landing heavily enough to penetrate his opponent's drug-enhanced defenses and wondering what to do next. He forces his face into a ridiculous tearful pout to hide his manic joy, acting like he is completely stumped. He thinks back to his ancient rules of war, deciding between using a joint lock, a vital point attack, or simply hitting harder. He remembers his match against Daljun, recalling how easily he dismantled her low-profile defenses by simply exploiting her center of gravity, or maybe he should try hitting harder. With a sudden red-cheeked smile, he decides to double down on his raw physical power and hit the vital point harder. The mutated champion Guak Chul lunges forward, throwing a massive high-speed left hook directly toward Ho's face. The heavy punch lands squarely on Ho's cheek, the sheer force of the blow cracking the pavement beneath them. With a bloodshot manic grin, the champion gloats that this heavy knee kick should be more than enough to end the match. But Ho's body remains completely solid, his feet remaining firmly planted on the canvas despite taking the direct hit. He looks up, his eyes glowing with an intense predatory light as he clenches his fist to hit the vital point harder. With a sudden explosive burst of speed, Ho drives a massive counterpunch straight into Guak Chul's stomach. The mutated champion recoils in absolute agony, all the air instantly blasted out of his lungs as he screams about the bug wriggling. Ho continues his relentless close-quarters assault, his fists blurring across the screen. He explains that even with the exact same raw strength, focusing your power on an even smaller surface area makes the impact significantly heavier. He concentrates all of his remaining physical power into a single dense point on his knuckles. He delivers a devastating final palm strike straight into Guak Chul's chin. The mutated champion lets out a high-pitched scream of pure, unadulterated agony as his skull rattles. With a bloodshot manic chuckle, Ho stands victoriously in the center of the ring, his muscles tensing. The champion collapses heavily onto the floor, completely knocked out cold as the drug-induced mutation slowly begins to fade. From the VIP balcony, Choi Sang-gil and his nephew watch the defeat in absolute jaw-dropping shock, unable to believe he is being pushed back. The little green dragon Young happily celebrates his master's victory from the sidelines, knowing he can beat a guy on 2 pills even unarmed. But the boss Choi Sang-gil's face turns pale with worry, realizing they absolutely cannot let this dangerous kid escape their office. He quickly turns to his suited bodyguards, loudly ordering them to lock down the exit gates immediately to stop him. Guak Chulyi's thigh muscles are shown trembling violently as the severe withdrawal symptoms take over his body. With a sudden, painful gasp, the mutated champion collapses heavily onto his knees. He face plants onto the floor of the ring, his physical vessel completely exhausted after the intense battle. The small blue magical stone slips out of his pocket, rolling across the stone floor of the arena. The stone rolls to a stop right next to Guokchul's hand. The purple-hooded classmate stares at the blue sphere in utter confusion, wondering what that strange item is. He looks at Guokchul's unconscious body, his mind racing as he tries to process the sudden defeat. Choi Sung-gil stands behind the cage, his face shadowed with pure cold rage as he glares at the victor. Choi Sang-gil grins like a total maniac from the VIP box, holding the remaining blue magical pills in his palm. He whispers about how much money they can make once everyone is completely hooked on their supplies. The nephew stands next to him, shivering in terror as the boss continues to talk about his grand business plan. The boss's eyes glow behind his glasses as he explains that with this drug, they can easily dominate the entire city. He tenses his arm, his veins pulsing as the magical energy begins to gather. The surrounding classmates watch in absolute sweat-inducing confusion, unable to understand what the boss is doing. A sudden surge of purple magic erupts around him as he prepares to make a move. His shoulder muscles bulk up with a sickening crunch, his physical vessel adapting to the massive power. He grins, his face twisted in a drug-induced, terrifying snarl. The extreme dose of 3 pills has completely mutated his body into a massive purple behemoth. With his eyes glowing with an unstable blue light, Choi Sang-gil stands tall in his mutated form. The nephew watches the transformation in absolute jaw-dropping shock, cheering him on to wreck the kid. With a sudden aggressive jump, Guokchul lunges forward to deliver a high-speed kick. Ho watches him with a cold, serious glare, realizing his earlier attacks won't be enough to easily win against 3 pills. He tenses his chest, preparing to activate his high-level muscle compression technique. He winds up his right fist, concentrating all his strength into his knuckles. With a sudden violent twist, he tenses his forearm to compress it. His arm muscles balloon into a massive muscular fist as he compresses further. The raw force of his condensed power crackles with a blinding silver light. He drives a massive, bone-shattering right hook straight through Guokchul's guard. But the direct hit barely registers, the mutated champion's thick skin completely absorbing the shock. Ho's eyes widen in surprise as his fist is stopped by a solid purple arm. Guokchul grins, completely unbothered as his muscles absorb the entire force of the punch. The two stand chest to chest, the atmosphere incredibly tense as they prepare for the first strike. With a sudden, powerful sweep, Guokchul tries to grab Ho's head, but Ho easily duck-dodges the swipe. Ho slides back across the pavement to recover his balance, noting how solid the guy is. He realizes his current physical strikes aren't heavy enough to penetrate Guokchul's massive mutated frame, deciding to create some distance and come up with a strategy. He stands with his hands in his pockets, grunting that dealing with this thick, drug-enhanced chunk of metal is starting to get highly annoying. He looks up, trying to find another weak point in his opponent's defense to deal with that chunk of metal. With a sudden leap, Guokchul launches himself high into the air, preparing a massive diving stomp. He drops down like a meteor directly toward Ho's position. With a massive crash, the steel ring is completely shattered as Guokchul lands. Debris and dust rain down over the surrounding spectators who scream in absolute terror. Ho barely manages to roll out of the way, looking up as the dust begins to settle. But Guokchul has already anticipated his movement, his massive hand sweeping low to grab Ho by his ankles. He lifts the teenager clean off the floor, swinging his body violently against the steel cage. With a massive thud, Ho is slammed face-first directly into the hard concrete pavement. The impact is incredibly heavy, sending a fresh spray of blood and spit into the air. Young screams in a full-blown panic from his bag, begging his master to hang in there. The little dragon wiggles his tail, shouting that he is going to activate his mana drain spell immediately to weaken the mutated champion. He prepares the magical spell, but Ho calmly stops him, his voice serious despite the heavy injuries as he tells him to hang in there a bit. Ho slowly pushes himself up from the ground, his chest covered in bleeding cuts as he calls for Young. A sudden, wild grin spreads across his face as he looks back at the dragon, telling him not to absorb his mana. He admits that with his current attacks, he cannot break through that thick, mutated skin. But he realized this extreme difficulty is exactly what makes the fight so exciting, plotting to break it. With a sudden athletic spring, Guokchul lunges forward to continue the onslaught. He hurls a massive punch, but Ho easily blocks the strike with his forearm. A second punch lands squarely on Ho's face, the massive impact rattling the cage. Heijin looks at the X-ray view of Ho's skull, wondering how his brain can possibly survive those heavy consecutive blows. With his eyes closed, Ho slowly lets the intense, painful feedback of battle wash over his senses. The boss, Choi Sang-gil, gloats from his seat, laughing hysterically at the scrawny kid's pathetic defense. Ho slowly looks up from the ground, his face covered in blood, but his expression completely satisfied. The boss's laughing stops, his face turning pale with sudden cold worry as he looks at the kid's grinning face. he stutters, completely creeped out by Ho's absolute lack of normal human fear. Ho stands calmly, wiping a drop of blood from his chin and whispering his thanks. A wide, red-cheeked, psychotic smile spreads across his face as his body shakes with pure, uncontrollable joy right now. The boss, Choi Sang-gil, runs out of the room in a panic, screaming for his guards to help him as Ho laughs like a maniac. The classmate is shown shivering in the corner of the office, his face pale with worry as he asks why he is happy. A massive, explosive shockwave of condensed air suddenly rocks the entire room, shattering the windows. The glass shards rain down onto the pavement, while the classmate screams in pure terror over why Ho is the only one who is happy. In the center of the ring, Ho and Guokchul collide in a final spectacular clash of fists. The sheer force of their blows completely shatters the steel cage, the shockwave blasting through the ceiling of the building. Choi Sang-gil looks up at the ruined roof in absolute jaw-dropping horror over his building. He remembers his childhood, recalling how he started his thug life at the age of 13 and saved money all his life to buy this place. He stares at his reflection in the broken glass, completely devastated by the destruction of his beloved headquarters. He screams in rage, vowing to completely destroy the high schoolers who ruined his dream and wrecked the building. Guokchul drives another heavy left hook directly toward Ho's face. Ho barely manages to block, but the sheer bone-shattering force of the blow pushes him back, realizing if he stays here, he will die. He collapses onto his knees, his muscles trembling violently as the physical toll of his training catches up. Guokchul stands over his defeated opponent, his veins pulsing with unstable purple magic as he prepares his final stomp. Ho looks down at his bruised arms, quietly wondering if his scrawny human attacks can even hurt his mutated opponent. The giant purple hand of Guokchul reaches down, grabbing Ho tightly by his hair to lift him off the canvas. He holds him close, Ho's eyes narrowing as he tries to find another way to turn the tables, noting earlier it seemed to work on his head. He realizes Guokchul's skull is still the only vulnerable point left in his mutated armor, but he won't expose it easily. He grinds his teeth, his expression completely blank as his mind races over how to fight. He realizes that trying to use complex, calculated strategies is simply too exhausting in a high-speed street brawl. A sudden wild resolve washes over his face, his eyes glowing with an intense war-hungry light as he decides to just follow instinct. With a sudden, powerful grip, he clamps his right hand onto Guokchul's solid forearm. A terrifying red-cheeked smile spreads across his face as he prepares to completely unleash his primitive combat instincts. Ho stands calmly in his ready stance, his eyes glowing with an intense war-hungry purple light as he notes the promise is different. With a sudden, violent flex, he activates his muscle compression technique. His body begins to tremble as his physical vessel adapts to the explosive surge of condensed strength. With a sudden athletic spring, he lunges forward, leaving a massive shockwave of dust in his wake. He launches a high-speed strike, his fist moving in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. With a sudden, powerful punch, he slams his fist directly into the mutated champion's chest. The force of the blow pushes both of them backward, Guokchul's cousin struggling to maintain his footing. His vision begins to spin in confusion as the drug's effects start to take a heavy toll on his body. Ho stands tall, looking completely unbothered as his bare feet scratch against the concrete. He grins, his face twisted in a terrifying red-cheeked grin of pure psychotic joy. He tenses his arm, preparing to deliver the final decisive combination. Guokchul screams, desperately trying to launch a counterattack and mocking Ho for trying to set the mood, asking who he thinks will be scared. He drives a massive right hook, but Ho easily blocks the blow, his expression completely calm. The champion lunges forward with a roaring yell, completely throwing his entire body weight behind his fist to bring it on. With a sudden, massive clash of fists, their arms cross in the center of the ring. A spectacular explosion of magical shockwaves rocks the entire coliseum, shattering the steel cage. Guokchul's cousin is sent flying backward, his eyes wide in absolute primitive terror. He looks at Ho's hand, completely unable to believe that this cockroach-like scrawny high school kid has this much strength left. He grinds his teeth in frustration, screaming that Ho's right arm must be completely useless after taking so many direct hits. He hurls a massive punch, but his strike completely misses as Ho slips past his guard like a ghost. With a sudden powerful grab, Ho clamps his hand onto the champion's shoulder, locking him in place. Before the champion can even react, Ho drives a flurry of rapid bone-shattering punches straight into his chest. He lands a series of heavy strikes, completely dismantling Guokchul's solid, mutated defense. Guokchul's eyes roll back in an absolute daze, his head hanging low as his strength begins to fade. The champion is sent crashing violently onto the pavement, completely knocked out cold. Ho stands over his defeated opponent, his breathing slow and steady as his arm returns to its normal size. He stares down at his purple swollen hand, realizing his current human muscles are still too weak to easily handle the strain and wondering if his opponent is going to throw his arm away. The giant delinquent's body begins to tremble as the painful withdrawal symptoms take over. With a sudden painful gasp, Guak Chuli's cousin collapses onto his knees. He faceplants onto the floor of the ring, his physical vessel completely exhausted after the intense battle. Yang checks his magical gauges, explaining that the drug's effects are rapidly fading. The champion's mutated leg muscles instantly shrivel up, returning to their normal, scrawny size. Guap Chul lies flat on his back, shivering in absolute exhaustion. The small, blue magical stone slips out of his pocket, rolling across the stone floor of the arena. The stone rolls to a stop right next to Guak Chul's hand. Ho looks down at the blue sphere, his eyes narrowing in sudden, intense contemplation as he realizes he has to finish this quickly. With a sudden athletic spring, Guak Chul lunges forward, desperately trying to grab his phone back from the wiggling green dragon. He throws a massive kick, his leg moving in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. Ho easily ducks underneath the high kick, his reflexes incredibly sharp as his sneakers skid against the floor. He slips under her overextended leg, his gaze cold and calculating. With a sudden, powerful grab, he catches her ankle in mid-air with his left hand. He focuses his power down into his legs, activating his leg strength enhancement. With a sudden, powerful sweep, Guak Chul tries to grab Ho's head, but Ho easily duck-dodges the swipe. The champion's heavy heel crashes directly into the steel cage, the massive impact rattling the entire structure. Ho's body remains completely solid, his feet remaining firmly planted on the pavement despite taking 3 consecutive direct hits. Guak Chul's eyes widen in sheer terror as she realizes she is completely overextended. With a sudden, powerful grip, he grabs her collar, preventing her from escaping. He hurls Guak Chul violently through the air, sending him crashing face first into the classroom lockers. The boss, Choi Sang-gil, flinches in shock from the VIP balcony, his confident smile completely vanishing. The little green dragon, Yong, happily celebrates his master's victory from the sidelines. The massive steel cage ring inside the underground coliseum is completely shattered. Guak Chul lies flat on his back, shivering in absolute exhaustion. Ho stands victoriously in the center of the ring, his dark eyes locked onto the boss as he reminds him of their official agreement. He stretches his sore knuckles, his veins popping as he prepares to demand his next rematch. A sudden wild grin spreads across his face as he processes his opponent's warning. He tells him that they need to quickly gather more information to locate the stronger fighters. The nephew stutters, completely terrified, while the pink-haired boss Choi Sang-gil watches the kid with a cold, analytical gaze as Ho laughs maniacally. The boss adjusts his sunglasses, asking if they should check out the kid's skills first. A wide aerial shot shows the massive packed underground fighting coliseum filled with screaming spectators. Young pokes his head out of Ho's bag, holding the smartphone as his master dashes up the stairs and calls out for him. The little dragon waddles down the sidewalk under the streetlights, looking completely exhausted from carrying the bag. The class president waves a happy goodbye, telling the dragon to let her know if he ever needs anything else. The tiny dragon waddles down the sidewalk under the streetlights, looking completely exhausted from carrying the bag and complaining about the damage they caused while trying to make a profit. She looks back in surprise, spotting Guak Dugyeon leaning against the lockers with a complete black shadow covering his face as she tries to stay positive about the building. The boss's eyes glow behind his sunglasses as he explains that with this drug, they can easily dominate the entire city, but worries about holding matches with the stadium in ruins. Yang runs over in a full-blown panic, frantically shouting to his master to see if he is okay. He stands there looking completely unbothered, chuckling that Heijin's punches are absolutely pathetic and he can't lift it. He leans in close, mockingly whispering that the strikes only tickle him because it's too heavy. Ho stands over Guak Chul's unconscious body, his physical vessel completely exhausted after the intense battle, noting it's too heavy. He looks at Guak Chul's unconscious body, his mind racing as he tries to process the sudden defeat and suggests eating something to help carry it. The small blue magical stone slips out of his pocket, rolling across the stone floor of the arena. The stone rolls to a stop right next to Guak Chul's hand. With a sudden athletic spring, Guak Chul lunges forward, desperately trying to grab his phone back from the wiggling green dragon. He throws a massive kick, his leg moving in a spectacular blur of white motion lines as he questions the move. The little dragon wiggles his tail, shouting that he is going to activate his mana drain spell immediately to weaken the mutated champion, wondering what is happening. He prepares the magical spell, but Ho calmly stops him, his voice serious despite the heavy injuries as he asks if he's crazy for not moving. Ho slowly pushes himself up from the ground, his chest covered in bleeding cuts. Yong launches himself directly onto the face of the purple-hooded classmate, biting and scratching with absolute comedic fury. But the ceiling of the arena suddenly begins to crack, a massive piece of concrete debris falling directly toward Ho, while Yong screams. With a massive effort, Ho catches the falling slab on his shoulders, his arms tensing as he protects his little dragon and tells him he's safe. He throws the concrete aside with a loud thud, looking up toward the ceiling as more rubble begins to crumble, wondering what just fell. The dust continues to rain down, filling the entire arena with a dense gray cloud as someone claims to have seen it. Yang clings tightly to the fence, his eyes wide in absolute shock as he watches his master's incredible strength, noting something from the ceiling suddenly fell. Ho tenses his neck, his breathing heavy as he looks up at the crumbling roof and mutters about the building. A sudden manic smile spreads across his face, his teeth gritted in a psychotic grin as he realizes the building hit him. He reaches out with his left hand, his muscles trembling slightly from the immense strain of holding the concrete. With a sudden flex, he winds up a massive punch, clenching his fist as hard as he can. He drives his fist directly into the falling debris, the sheer force of the blow shattering the rocks into dust. Yang's eyes pop out of his head, completely amazed by his master's raw physical power, recognizing the sound of his master pushing his muscles to their absolute limit. Ho stands tall, his fist raised high as a brilliant magical light envelopes his arm. With a sudden explosive jump, Guokchuli's cousin lunges from above to deliver a massive stomp. The massive impact of his landing cracks the concrete floor of the ring. The boss, Choi Sang-gil, panics, desperately screaming for his champion to quickly finish the kid and telling him he can't fail. The little dragon watches in absolute shock as the ceiling continues to crumble above them. Massive concrete pillars shatter, sending giant slabs of stone raining down into the arena. The entire coliseum begins to vibrate violently, threatening to completely collapse. Choi Sang-gil runs out of the room, screaming in pure terror that they can't go any further. A massive cloud of gray dust fills the entire room, completely obscuring their vision. Yang clings to the fence, screaming for his master as the ceiling collapses. The little dragon is left shivering in the rubble, looking around at the massive destruction and wondering what happens if it collapses. But suddenly, Ho's right arm balloons into a massive muscle-reinforced fist, realizing that means he won. Ho winds up his giant fist, a wide, bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face. With a sudden, deafening roar, he drives his massive fist straight into Guokchul's face. The champion is sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the concrete wall with a groan. The entire building begins to cave in, massive concrete slabs crushing everything in their path. A wide shot shows the high-rise office completely collapsing, the structure turning to rubble under the sunset. With a massive final crash, the building is completely leveled, leaving a giant cloud of gray smoke over the city. A bald classmate is shown running out through the dust, looking completely terrified. He looks back in shock, unable to believe the sheer scale of the destruction. The entire area has been turned into a massive pile of concrete rubble and shattered steel beams. A small green snout is shown peeking out from beneath a giant concrete slab. Yang manages to crawl out of the dust, wiggling his tail as he shakes off the debris. Ho stands victoriously in the center of the ruins, his school uniform ripped to shreds as he lets out a loud laugh, declaring he won. With his cheeks flushed red with sweat, he grins about how incredibly fun and exciting the fight was. Meanwhile, Guokchul lies flat on his back in the dirt, completely unconscious. The boss, Choi Sang-gil, is shown shivering in the rubble, clutching his head in absolute despair as he laments his ruined building and hard work. He crawls through the dust, completely devastated by the total loss of his beloved headquarters. Yang tumbles onto his back, grumbling that he should have brought more recovery orbs to heal his master's injuries if he knew it would end up like this. Ho sits in the rubble, panting heavily as he curses Lucifer for interfering in his training, wishing he could have brought them comfortably. He sighs, noting that his current physical vessel will take some time to recover from the intense strain, but accepts it since Earth has decent treatment facilities. With a sudden violent gasp, his left leg muscles begin to expand, glowing with a dangerous purple magic. His foot balloons to twice its normal size, his veins pulsing with unstable magical energy. He lets out a high-pitched scream of pure agony as his muscle fibers tear from the immense strain. Yang runs over in a full-blown panic, screaming for his master to stay back because the guy must have eaten the dough and offering to take care of it. But Ho just looks back with a terrifying red-cheeked smile of pure psychotic joy, telling him not to be ridiculous. His silhouette glows with an intense dark purple magical light under the red sky, deciding today really is his lucky day. The little dragon continues to weep, desperately trying to pull his master away from the danger. With a sudden powerful swing, Ho kicks the dragon aside, his foot landing squarely on Guokchul's chest as he promises he'll pay for the building. A massive explosion of magical shockwaves rocks the ruins, kicking up a giant cloud of dust. Ho is sent flying backward, his body crashing heavily against the broken concrete wall. Yang crawls over to him, weeping dramatically about his master's severe physical injuries and declaring he's in no condition to fight. The dragon warns him that if he continues to push his muscles past their absolute limits, his body will completely collapse, begging him not to. But Ho just ignores the warning, crawling forward with a gritted, bloodshot smile and insisting he can still move. He realizes his entire physical vessel is a complete mess, but he still has one working limb left to fight with. He focuses his remaining willpower down into his left leg, preparing to execute one final decisive strike and hoping he can use it one more time. He stands tall, his muscles trembling violently as he braces his stance for just one last hit. The screen displays his final muscle reinforcement technique. With a sudden explosive jump, Ho launches himself straight toward Guokchul with a massive wind-compressing stomp, noting the target is decided. His giant muscle-reinforced foot comes crashing directly down on Guokchul's chest. With a sudden powerful squeeze, he crushes the giant's defenses, sending a massive shockwave of pain through his body. The champion is sent crashing face-first into the concrete ruins, completely knocked out cold. A magical blue diagram shows Guokchul's inner organs, illustrating the severe permanent damage of the clenching strike. The champion lets out one final painful gasp as his physical vessel completely collapses. A massive wave of purple magical energy explodes from his body, his veins glowing with a blinding white light. The magical blue stone slips out of his pocket, rolling across the stone floor of the ruins. The stone rolls to a stop right next to Guokchul's hand. Ho collapses onto his back in the dirt, a tired, red-faced smile of pure, unadulterated satisfaction spreading across his face as he breathes out that he won. Yang runs over holding the glowing blue magical ball in his claws, happily telling his master he found the dough and can use it to cast healing magic. But suddenly, a loud, metallic crackling sound echoes from the sky, catching both of them off guard. A massive, glowing purple dimensional rift violently rips open right above the ruins, threatening to swallow the entire city, leaving Yang asking what is happening with the sudden wind. The little dragon is pulled off balance, the sheer force of the gravity-defying wind threatening to pull him inside. He clings tightly to a broken steel beam, his eyes wide in absolute sweat-inducing panic. A massive wave of pure dark purple magical particles begins to descend from the rift, completely filling the Earth's atmosphere with mana. Yang looks at the glowing pink spheres of energy floating in the sky, utterly bewildered as to why there is mana in Earth's atmosphere. With a sudden deafening roar, the cosmic crack splits open even wider, lighting up the sky with a blinding purple flash. Massive purple claws reach out from the dimensional rift, tearing the sky apart. The dark-horned face of the Demon King Lucifer slowly emerges from the rift, his red eyes glowing with an absolute world-ending bloodlust as he prepares to launch his full cosmic invasion. High above the skies of Elma, the Demon King Lucifer continues his relentless purple-glowing assault on Earth's divine barrier. He pants heavily, his face twisted in frustration as his ultimate spell struggles to make even a single scratch. A giant web of glowing purple magical lightning crackles across the atmosphere as the planet's defenses hold strong. Yang's mini-dragon companion watches from the balcony, looking completely annoyed by the loud noise and asking if he rented out the whole place. She rolls her eyes, utterly unimpressed by the Demon King's dramatic attempts to break through. Lucifer lands heavily on his balcony, his dark wings folding as he lets out an irritated growl. He stares down at Earth, absolutely speechless that his high-level spell didn't even cause a minor crack. He grinds his teeth, grumbling about how impossibly tough the barrier is and wondering what on earth it is made of. He clenches his claws, wishing he had a legendary cosmic weapon of the same strength to attack the barrier. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of realization washes over his face as his red eyes narrow, pondering the word same. Yang's little dragon helper watches him, highly curious about what the crazy Demon King is plotting next. She looks on in confusion, wondering why Lucifer has suddenly stopped his aggressive spellcasting and where he is rushing off to. Her jaw completely drops as she realizes the sheer scale of the insanity he's preparing to pull. With a sudden, massive burst of dark magic, Lucifer launches himself high into the deep space. He flies past the neighboring planet of Elmer, heading straight toward the cosmic coordinate of planet Elmer. But Lucifer just laughs maniacally, unleashing his ultimate forbidden cosmic spell, Planet Elmer Throw. With a terrifying display of divine magic, he literally grabs the entire neighboring planet Elmer, preparing to hurl it like a giant boulder. A massive, earth-shaking shockwave ripples across the cosmos as the two giant celestial bodies begin to collide. Lucifer screams like a total psychopath for the barrier to break apart, throwing the entire planet directly at the Earth's shield. A blinding white explosion lights up the deep space as the massive weight of Elmer collides with the divine hexagonal barrier. The shockwaves of the celestial impact reverberate across the surrounding stars, threatening to shatter the galaxy. Lucifer watches from a distance, sweat pouring down his face as he waits to see if his crazy gamble succeeded. Yang's helper stands on the balcony, her eyes wide in complete jaw-dropping shock as she realizes it worked. With a wicked, victorious smile, Lucifer celebrates his ultimate success. But as the dust begins to settle, a look of sudden confusion crosses his face as he notes he thought the barrier would shatter. Instead of breaking, the hexagonal barrier begins to merge with Elmer's dark magic, the two energies combining to his surprise. Bright pink magical sparks erupt across the sky as the planetary merger reaches critical mass. A massive cosmic dimensional rift violently tears open right above the Earth's atmosphere. The rift crackles with purple lightning, the spatial tier growing wider by the second. The entire sky is lit up with a brilliant, unstable purple glow as the boundary between realms collapses. Massive dark purple dragon claws reach out from the spatial rift, tearing the sky apart. With a sudden deafening roar, a colossal horned demonic dragon emerges from the portal, demanding to know where he is. The demon's giant red eyes glow with a terrifying world-ending bloodlust as he looks down at the city, enraged that someone set up a home in his domain. The massive mountain-sized beast towers over the high-rise apartments, leaving the people on the streets completely paralyzed and asking who has guts that big. The citizens of the city completely lose their minds, screaming in pure terror that it is a monster as they run for their lives. The streets descend into instant absolute panic, with people yelling to run because it's huge and debating whether to call the police or the army. A young student falls onto the concrete, his body trembling violently as he weeps for his mother, completely unable to move. The giant demon peers down, his snout just inches away from the terrified student, realizing it is him. He lets out a low, hot breath, mockingly grunting that such a tiny creature is so bold. The poor student can only stare back in absolute sweat-inducing terror as his vision begins to blur. The massive dragon horn crackles with pink lightning, preparing to completely incinerate the street, while someone wonders if it's the play of nothingness. A comical cartoonish version of the dragon floats in the sky, looking completely confused by the strange magical circles. The cartoon dragon wiggles its claws, absolutely bewildered by the cosmic rules. Meanwhile, back in the ruins of the gym, Ho lies flat on his back while Young tries to heal his bruised chest, wondering what is going on. Ho looks up at the purple sky, his eyes wide in sudden confusion as he asks why he can sense mana. The little dragon explains that a massive wave of pure natural magic is suddenly pouring out of the sky, offering to use healing magic for now. He tenses his claws, channeling a soothing blue spell to quickly heal his master's broken bones. Suddenly, a sharp metallic clanking noise echoes through the rubble. A tall, heavily armored knight in a gray helmet steps out from the shadows of the ruins. The knight walks slowly over the debris, his heavy boots crushing the concrete. Young stops his healing spell, looking up in sweat-inducing alarm at the mysterious intruder. This is a legendary high-level adventurer from planet Elmer, wielding a massive silver sword. The little dragon wiggles his tail, his eyes wide in absolute shock as he recognizes the visitor. The knight's visor glows with a cold, protective light as he acknowledges them. He slowly draws his sword from his scabbard, the metal blade sliding out with a low hum. Ho struggles to push himself up, his face covered in blood but his expression completely blank. The knight points his massive sword directly toward them, screaming in rage. The adventurer lunges forward with a wild, high-speed strike, but his sword slash is violently deflected by a massive, scaly green dragon tail appearing out of nowhere. The giant green dragon stands tall, protectively blocking the path and calling him an arrogant fool. The knight slides back across the rubble, grunting that his path to his master is blocked and telling the dragon to step aside. He raises his sword, coldly muttering that he only has business with the soul residing inside the kid's body behind the dragon. The green dragon's eyes narrow in fury, warning the human that not a chance will he reach the master as long as he stands. With a sudden flash of green magic, the adventurer prepares to bypass the dragon's defense. The two engage in a high-speed trade of blows, the sword clashing loudly against the dragon's scales. The knight moves with incredible agility, his blade carving a path of light through the dark alleyway. With a sudden powerful punch, the dragon deflects a heavy thrust, a massive wind shock wave echoing through the ruins. The knight leaps high into the air to dodge the strike, his red cape fluttering behind him. Meanwhile, a nearby student is shown running down the street in panic, completely terrified by the chaotic battle. A status block is displayed, showing how the magical energy is being converted. A massive glowing blue magic circle appears in front of Young, preparing to activate his ultimate shield as he asks if he looks easy to mess with. The adventurer slides back, preparing his final high-speed sword pierce. The sky is filled with multiple glowing blue magic circles, blocking every single angle of attack. The knight is completely surrounded by the dimensional magic, unable to find an opening. His eyes widen behind his visor as he realizes his ultimate strike has been completely countered. With a sudden deafening explosion, the blue magic circles detonate simultaneously, swallowing the entire street in a blinding white light. With a loud crash, the knight is violently thrown onto the pavement, his armor cracked and broken by the grab. He lies face down in the dirt, coughing blood as his vision begins to blur and wondering what the hell this guy is. Ho walks over and stands over him, his expression cold as he stares down at his defeated opponent. The knight struggles to push his visor up, grunting in absolute frustration over his defeat. Ho reaches down and grabs him by his collar, lifting him clean off the floor. The knight screams in terror as he gets a closer look at the terrifying red eyes of the kid. He frantically tries to break the grip, shouting for his master to give it back. The screen displays the visitor's true identity as an unknown adventurer from Elmer. Below him is the shivering soul of the earthling Lee Ho. The soul of Lee Ho is shown crying and screaming inside Guok Chol's mutated body, begging to get his own body back. It all started when a mysterious winged figure descended from the heavens, heading straight for our tiny blue planet with an overwhelming pressure radiating from the sky. Due to Lucifer's actions of casting planet Elmer directly toward Earth, everything we knew about our quiet lives was about to change. A massive hexagonal barrier began to wrap around the globe as the two worlds collided. The dimensional barriers separating the two different realms officially merged, throwing both worlds into absolute world-ending chaos. Talk about a brutal way to start the week. With the barriers completely shattered, the raw ancient mana of Elmer began to violently seep directly into Earth's atmosphere, causing glowing pink cracks to erupt across the sky. And along with that mysterious magical energy, the terrifying monsters of Elmer poured out into our world. Goblins, boar-like orcs, and other nightmare fuel immediately started roaming the streets. Among these invading beasts were colossal legendary dragons capable of turning entire cities to absolute ash in a matter of seconds. Humanity was completely unprepared. To make matters worse, these invading monsters were so incredibly powerful that normal human weapons barely even scratched them, leaving the situation completely hopeless. Even humanity's strongest modern military armies were completely useless against these overwhelming beasts, leaving cities burning in ruins as giant red dragons easily crushed tanks. However, right when hope was completely lost, two legendary heroes stepped up to stand against these powerful monsters. Standing tall on the very head of a massive dragon, they looked ready to reclaim their world. One of these legendary heroes was a mysterious gray-armored knight wielding a massive silver sword who came to be known as the Dragon from Another World. This absolute unit fought with strength that transcended human limits. The other hero was none other than the legendary blue-haired warrior himself, Lee Ho. Thanks to these two unstoppable forces, mankind was somehow able to overcome its very first planet-wide crisis. To train the next generation of defenders, a grand high-tech educational institution was established right in the middle of the ruined city. This was the birth of the prestigious Hunter Academy. Those exceptional special individuals who attended the academy and learned to harness magic to fight monsters were officially called Hunters. These guys became the ultimate shield protecting what was left of humanity. Now let's take a look at things from Lee Ho's perspective back during the infamous crack incident. Believe it or not, before he became a legendary hunter, he had a pretty unexpected backstory. Before he was a legendary hero, and even before he became an adventurer, Lee Ho was just a completely normal, ordinary high schooler who spent his days staring at his phone and wishing for actual excitement. He was just a regular guy who constantly dreamed of being sent to another world, filled with magical power and epic battles. Well, be extremely careful what you wish for. Then one fateful day, he actually met a god who decided to grant his desperate wish and send him straight to another world, finding himself standing face to face with a giant, intimidating green dragon humanoid. A massive glowing purple dimensional rift ripped open right in front of him, a giant hand reaching out to pull his soul across space for a literal fast travel ticket to a fantasy realm. When he finally opened his eyes, he realized his soul had taken over the physical body of a certain local adventurer, but he got stuck in the body of a bald fat guy. He stared down at his new round physique in complete sweat-inducing horror. It turned out this body had absolutely zero talent, magical power, or physical conditioning whatsoever. He pulled out his official adventure identification card, only to find out he was officially ranked as a pathetic, grade Z adventurer, the absolute lowest rank in the guild. Fortunately, by relying on the original body's basic memories and survival skills, he somehow managed to scrape together a decent living by checking the guild bulletin board for the easiest possible quests. But living a fantasy life in another world was a far cry from the cool, action-packed web novels he used to read, and he was just a regular background character. To make things even more humiliating, the other local adventurers would constantly laugh and mock him whenever he walked past, a massive blow to his remaining pride. Every single time he looked in the mirror, he couldn't help but curse the gods for giving him such a pathetic, ugly face, violently slamming his armored fist directly into the glass and shattering it. He wept as he stared at his cracked reflection, absolutely hating the fact that he escaped one miserable life on Earth, only to end up in another miserable one, barely surviving each day. But just when he was about to completely lose his mind from the endless boring routine, a sudden change occurred while he was walking down a quiet town street. A mysterious glowing pink dimensional rift suddenly ripped open right before his eyes in the middle of a narrow alleyway, the air crackling with unstable magical energy. He stopped and stared at the bizarre phenomenon, completely bewildered by the sudden rift and assuming it was just some minor magical disturbance. But his curiosity eventually got the better of him, and he took a slow, heavy step forward toward the glowing pink magic, feeling that his life was about to take a massive turn. He stood near the floating fissure, his red scarf fluttering as he stared into the swirling purple vortex, having absolutely no idea where this portal led. Suddenly, a giant purple glowing demonic hand reached out from the darkness of the rift, wrapping its fingers around his arm in a terrifying way to get dragged into a portal. He was violently pulled through the dimensional threshold, surrounded by a chaotic storm of purple lightning and crackling electricity, bracing himself for whatever was waiting on the other side. And somehow, after traveling across the space between worlds, his physical vessel ended up right back on planet Earth. He stepped out of the portal, his silver helmet gleaming under the bright blue sky. He looked around the ruined rocky terrain, realizing he was standing near the site of the original crack incident. He was finally back home, but things were far from peaceful. The moment he arrived, he spotted the tiny green lizard dragon wiggling on the ground near a collapsed blue-haired warrior, his very first encounter with his future companion, Young. The blue-haired warrior, who was actually the Earth God Mu in Liho's original body, looked up at him with a cold, incredibly intense glare as the tension began to build. Without saying a single word, the two of them instantly lunged forward, their weapons clashing in a spectacular blur of movement between sword and raw physical strength. The sheer force of their collision sent a massive shockwave of dust and loose rocks flying across the ruined landscape in a battle of absolute unbridled strength. A massive, blinding blue magical explosion erupted between them, completely lighting up the dark sky and shaking the very foundations of the valley. When the smoke finally cleared, the handsome blue-haired warrior was standing tall and completely unharmed, looking down at his defeated opponent with calm authority. The bald adventurer lay completely flat on his back, his face covered in sweat and fresh blood as he panted heavily in the dirt, completely outmatched in seconds. Suddenly, the ghostly, glowing blue soul of ordinary high schooler Liho began to separate from the battered bald body, absolutely fed up with his current situation. He pointed a shaking finger at the screaming at the top of his lungs for his original body back, because he couldn't stay trapped in this ridiculous form forever. But the handsome warrior just crossed his arms, shaking his head with a smug, mocking smile to let the poor soul know there was absolutely no way to reverse the divine transfer. The giant warrior stepped closer, his heavy boot landing right next to the bald guy's head as he casually explained the rules of their soul swap. The bald adventurer could only sob cry into the dirt, feeling completely humiliated and helpless, realizing he was officially stuck in this fantasy world with nothing but his own grit to survive. But since he was stuck in this ugly, bald body with no way to return, he had to quickly find a way to survive on Earth, and decided his best move was to earn some quick cash to afford plastic surgery. Since he had no other choice, he found a job as a hunter to make ends meet, armed with a heavy spiked mace and a sword as he systematically hunted down green goblins. And to his surprise, his brutal combat style actually made him incredibly popular among the citizens, walking down the streets as crowds of cheering people gathered to welcome him. He posed with a smug, proud grin as people cheered and waved, glad his new bald face was finally getting some respect. Now let's switch gears and look at things from Young's perspective back during that same crack incident, standing on a cliffside and watching the dimensional rifts open across the globe. The little dragon sniffed the air, instantly recognizing the unique ancient mana signature of the Demon King Lucifer, and knowing their old rival was finally making a move on Earth. Suddenly, a massive red glowing shadow of a giant dragon warrior appeared behind him, his eyes glowing with an unstable, dangerous power as he sensed the sudden surge of magic. The same bizarre phenomenon was starting to happen in many other places, with giant mutated monsters stepping out of the rifts to reclaim their territory. Sensing the immediate danger, the blue-haired warrior instantly lunged forward, his movements incredibly fluid as he prepared to defend his domain. Young watched in pure sweat-inducing confusion, completely unable to track his master's blinding speed. The warrior looked back with a terrifying purple glowing grin, his face twisted in pure psychotic joy as he welcomed the incoming challenge. With a sudden powerful flap of his wings, the dragon took off into the sky, ready to assist his master in the upcoming battle. They flew through the clouds, looking down at the ruined city streets as they began to track down the dimensional fissures. A green goblin was standing in the middle of a street, looking up in complete blank confusion as a massive shadow loomed over him. Before the monster could even blink, a massive scaly dragon fist came crashing down from above, turning the goblin into absolute mush. They unleashed a colossal beam of blue magical energy, completely clearing out entire blocks of monsters in an instant, while the citizens of Earth watched in absolute awe. Young yawned in boredom as a news helicopter flew past, finding these weak human reactions to be absolutely hilarious. The camera crew inside the helicopter watched in absolute jaw-dropping shock, frantically filming the giant dragon flying through the sky because they couldn't believe their eyes. The news broadcast quickly reached the highest levels of government, with the president himself sweating profusely as he stared at the screen. The president stared in terror as the giant red-eyed shadow of the dragon appeared outside his high-rise office window. He was going to refuse the demand. His master stepped in and offered a very simple deal. If he would agree to help train the awakened humans. The president had no choice but to accept, realizing that having these powerful beings on their side was their only chance of survival. And that is exactly how the legendary dragon Yong ended up taking a job as the official principal of the newly established Hunter Academy, sitting in his office looking incredibly professional. A dark shadow fell over the screen as glowing red eyes appeared in the dark. The principal explained that the humans they call hunters are actually mages. In Elmer, those who possess their own unique magic are officially called mages. The cute tiny principal waddled across the floor, preparing to explain the rules of the academy. A massive, glowing purple magic circle erupted on the floor, heavy chains wrapping tightly around the room to seal off the space. And then came the very first day of the prestigious Hunter Academy. The students gathered in the courtyard, their faces tensed with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. A wide shot shows the students walking across the polished stone plaza, keeping their distance from the giant magical barriers. Among the new recruits was a young red-haired girl who would eventually become the class president, looking around in complete awe. She broke into a nervous sweat as she felt a massive, powerful, magical pressure beginning to gather in the center of the yard. She slowly looked up, her eyes turning wide with absolute shock as she witnessed the scale of the academy's testing grounds. The students lined up in front of the platform, their bodies trembling as a loud clanking noise echoed through the arena. Several low-tier monsters, including green goblins and wild boars, were brought out wrapped tightly in glowing purple magic chains. Even a massive red-eyed dragon head was secured with heavy locks, its hot breath keeping the students on their toes. Standing on the platform, the cute tiny principal cleared his throat, loudly announcing that they would be measuring the ranks of the Earth's mages today. He explained that the ranks are determined entirely based on the strength of the monsters they can successfully defeat. He displayed a large paper scroll showing the official Elmer Standard Mage rank system chart. The chart was divided into different tiers from rank 5 for simple goblins to rank 3 for giant griffins. The higher ranks were reserved for truly dangerous beasts, with rank 2 for massive minotaurs and the legendary rank 1 for fully grown red dragons. The principal pointed at the cages, telling the students to try attacking the monsters in order starting with the rank 5 goblin. An orange-haired student stepped forward, his expression turning incredibly serious as he prepared to activate his exclusive skill. With a sudden explosive burst, his hands erupted in a flurry of flame blasts as he was determined to make a massive impression on his very first try. The fiery blast slammed directly into the griffin, successfully defeating a rank 3 monster as the crowd let out a wave of excited cheers. Next up was a student wearing an orange hat who focused his mind to activate his own exclusive telekinesis skill. He swept his hands forward, hurling several heavy stone blocks directly toward his target with absolute precision. The heavy stone slammed squarely into the rank 4 wild boar, easily knocking the massive beast off its feet. Another student stepped in, his hands crackling with electrical energy as he unleashed his exclusive discharge skill to secure a rank 2 score. Suddenly, a massive blinding blue magical shield erupted in the center of the ring, completely freezing a giant red dragon in its tracks. The tan-skinned student, 19-year-old Kang Chiol, looked down at his hands in absolute sweat-inducing confusion because he had somehow managed to achieve the highest possible rank on his very first attempt. The tiny dragon principal wiggled his tail in pure satisfaction, highly impressed by the students' natural talent and knowing they had found a true genius. The entire crowd of spectators erupted into excited murmurs, completely amazed by the sudden appearance of a top-tier warrior. But standing in the shadow of the pillars, the blue-haired warrior Li Ho watched the scene with a terrifying, bloodthirsty smile, realizing he had finally found some worthy playthings to make his high school life truly exciting. The crowd of students watched closely from the high balcony as the top-tier rankings are displayed during this tense moment on the first day of the academy. Kang Chiol shows off his glowing blue ring, utterly fascinated by the sudden surge of energy as he realizes this is magic. Suddenly, a powerful dark purple aura erupts around his body, his eyes glowing with newfound power. Lee Hae-jun watches the dramatic transformation in shock, realizing his classmate is on a completely different level. Hae-jun's face turns pale with sweat, utterly overwhelmed by the insane magical pressure. Meanwhile, the little green dragon Yong looks back in complete, wide-eyed surprise at the rank 1. He blinks, trying to process the sudden results as a question mark floats over his head. Down in the arena, another student drives a heady punch straight into the boar-like orc's stomach to deal some damage. Yong looks on seriously, warning the students that raw power alone won't be enough if someone can hit it for 30 minutes and it's still standing. Li Ho stands calmly in his ready stance as the Dragon Principal announces his rank 5 score and his exclusive body enhancement magic is displayed. The orange-haired student bursts into mocking hysterical laughter, joking about rank 5 being the absolute weakest. He continues to snicker, while the tiny dragon principal narrows his eyes in extreme irritation, because this kid has no idea who he is insulting. With a sudden ears deafening thud, a colossal green dragon head slams down right in front of the laughing student. The massive dragon looms over him menacingly, hot drool dripping from its sharp teeth as it prepares to unleash its dragon fire. A glowing red eye locks onto the shivering kid, sending shivers down his spine as it asks if rank 5 is funny and demands his rank. The orange-haired student breaks into a cold sweat, his entire body trembling in terror as he squeaks out that he is rank 3. He stands frozen on the stage, completely traumatized as the automated voice announces that he is the first one for the next stage. A wide high-angle shot shows the massive arena as the dragon's giant silhouette is projected on the main screen. Rank 3, Hunter Kim Kyoljin, stands alone in the center of the massive empty white stage. He slowly turns back, trying to regain his composure as his tracksuit wrestles. The giant blue-haired dragon principal raises his hand, a glowing blue magic circle appearing to announce real combat training. Kim Kyoljin looks back in surprise as a second magical circle forms directly in the sky above him. A massive muscle-bound boar-like orc, with a heavy metal chain on its neck, slowly materializes out of the portal. The orc lets out a loud, terrifying roar, baring its shark tusks as it lands on the platform. Cheoljin tenses up, keeping his eyes locked on his beastly opponent as the orc stands in front of him. But he quickly shakes off his fear, a confident, cocky smile spreading across his face as he dismisses it as just an orc. He charges forward at full speed, his fists glowing with explosive energy as he boasts his rank. He winds up his attack, launching his exclusive explosive drill skill directly toward the monster. The orc braces its massive frame as the explosive wind begins to swirl around its chest. The monster lets out an angry roar, completely unaffected by the incoming magical strike. The orc lunges forward, throwing a massive high-speed strike of its own. But as the beast closes in, Kyoljin grits his teeth in pure disgust over its awful smell. The awful stench completely breaks his focus, and he stumbles backward in confusion. Before he can recover his balance, a massive explosion of dust and energy blasts directly in his face, knocking him back. He is sent flying through the air, completely thrown off the stage by the sheer force of the counter. The Green Dragon principal and a student watch from the side, with the principal assuring the student that a mage's body isn't weak enough to die from that. Cheoljin lies on the floor, spitting saliva and blood as his body trembles in intense pain. But before he can even push himself up, the orc's giant yellow hand clamps violently over his entire face. The monster opens its massive jaws, revealing rows of sharp dripping teeth right over his head. Kyoljin stares up in absolute sweat-inducing terror as the drool begins to drip steadily onto his forehead. The principal watches calmly, assuring the student that the kid won't die so easily. The orc lets out one final roaring screech, shaking the terrified student like a rag doll. The monster eventually sits down, looking completely exhausted from all the thrashing. Kyoljin lies flat on his back with his eyes rolled back, steam literally rising from his defeated body. The principal clears his throat, calling for the next challenger, and the crowd instantly erupts with everyone yelling to go next. A wide shot shows the next participant walking slowly toward the center of the massive, empty stage. Kang Chio steps forward, looking incredibly serious, and asking the dragon if it's really okay for a rank 5 to fight an orc. But the dragon just smiles, telling him to watch his masters fight closely. The wild orc roars in a rage, its eyes glowing red due to extreme hunger. Lee Ho slowly steps onto the stage, keeping his hands casually in his pockets. A terrifying red-cheeked smile spreads across his face as he licks the fresh blood from his lip, stating this brings back memories. He recalls the ancient monsters he first encountered back on the planet Elmer, remembering his long conversations with them. He visualizes his battle against the legendary Orc King, a massive red-hued beast of pure muscle. With a single devastating punch, his younger god self completely shattered the massive beast, blood splattering across the floor. Back in the present, Ho easily sidesteps the orc's charge with perfect smooth movements, noting it's still the same. He smirks, easily reading the beast's trajectory as primarily straight attacks targeting the upper body. The orc stops and sweats, completely confused as to why its slobby attacks are failing to connect, while Ho notes the body is tough but easy to handle. Ho pulls up his sleeve, preparing to use his magic properly for the very first time on Earth. His arm begins to glow with a brilliant red-hot energy as he activates his body enhancement technique. With a sudden explosive burst of speed, he winds up his punch, his fist crackling with raw strength. With a sickening impact, his fist slams directly into the orc's chest, sending the massive monster flying backward. The spectators watch in absolute speechless shock, unable to believe the scrawny transfer student's strength, and asking if he's fighting well. Yang looks down from the balcony, casually telling the boxer that ranks are just ranks, and in real combat, the fighter's skill matters far more. The orange-haired student grits his teeth in pure humiliation, his face covered in sweat as he curses. He screams in frustration, pointing out that even though Ho fights well, his rank 5 offensive power shouldn't be enough to penetrate the tough orc skin. Kang Cheol agrees, keeping his gaze serious as he watches the match unfold and admitting he fights well. The orc stands back up, shaking off the impact while Ho notes that his body enhancement technique feels incredibly good. But he realizes that without his original divine reserves, his offensive power is still clearly lacking. The orc lets out a growl, its glowing red eye locking onto him, as Ho knows that orc skin is significantly tougher than humans can imagine. Even so, he notes that his previous strike wasn't completely ineffective. He raises his right hand, a confident, crazy smile playing on his lips as he notes that if even a tiny bit of damage gets through, it's enough. With a sudden powerful clench, he squeezes his fist tightly, his veins popping with raw strength. He drives a relentless flurry of heavy, high-speed punches directly into the orc's chest, the impacts echoing through the room. The massive beast is completely pinned to the wall, unable to escape the relentless pressure. The sound of the brutal impacts continues to echo outside the academy walls as the night rolls on. The scene cuts to the next morning, where the sun is shining brightly over the grand castle. Down in the training room, the exhausted little dragon Yong lies curled on the floor fast asleep. Suddenly a voice calls out to him, prompting him to slowly open his eyes. Yong quickly wipes the drool from his snout, trying to act cool and claiming he was just having a short meditation. But his eyes go completely wide in shock as he gets a closer look at the scene in front of him. The female class president and Daojun are standing nearby, looking extremely guilty as they stare down at the floor. The orange-hatted student stands next to them, rubbing his neck in complete sweat-inducing embarrassment. Down on the floor, the massive mutated orc is lying completely flat, crying out in weak, exhausted whimpers. A final massive punch slams down, completely cracking the solid concrete floor of the arena. Li Ho stands tall over his defeated opponent, his fist covered in fresh blood as a terrifying blushing grin of pure joy spreads across his face, officially ready for his next brutal fight. The class president, Daojun, and other students stand looking nervous as they witness the aftermath, completely stunned by what they saw. A close-up of a fist dripping with blood shows the sheer physical feedback of the strike that left the student shivering. Li Ho stands with his hands casually on his hips, wearing a massive confident smile and noting he couldn't pierce the skin in the end. He looks back over his shoulder, completely unfazed by the terrifying shadow towering behind him. With a terrifying bloodshot smile, Ho calls for the next opponent as a defeated monster lies crumpled on the floor. Since that day, no one ever underestimated a rank 5 hunter again, while the giant dragon principal looks on deep in thought. After that brutal display, Ho continued to actively seek out battles against biting monsters to push his limits while Yong praises him. Having fought countless different types of monsters back in Elmer, he already knew the perfect physical countermeasure for each species. He launches a devastating high-speed kick directly into a giant wolf-like monster, sending it crashing onto the pavement. The students watch in absolute speech-deprived awe as Ho stands calmly alongside his classmates. Suddenly, a massive dark shadow of a muscle-bound minotaur looms directly behind them, its glowing red eyes locked on the group. With a sudden athletic spring, the minotaur lunges forward to attack. But one of the students, a sharp dark-haired fighter, slides smoothly under the giant's guard. The minotaur turns in surprise, his massive muscular legs completely frozen by a sudden wave of frost magic on the floor. The icy path spreads rapidly across the stage, completely locking the beast's movements. The student explains that targeting the legs and reducing mobility is the most logical strategy against giant quadrupedal opponents. The minotaur struggles against the ice, roaring in pure frustration as the student notes they can attack once the legs are immobilized. The student tenses his fists, preparing to launch a massive magical wind strike straight toward the beast's face. The collision is incredibly loud, the sheer force of the impact cracking the concrete stage beneath their feet. The student is sent flying backward, his boots scratching loudly as he struggles to maintain his balance. Kang Cheo watches from the sidelines, his face covered in sweat as he grins at the intense high-level teamwork. With a sudden violent crunch, the minotaur shatters the ice surrounding its legs, breaking free from the trap. The giant beast leaps high into the air, preparing to deliver a devastating overhead stomp to end the match. It plummets down like a meteor, its claws fully extended. It lets out a roaring, ear-shattering screech, the purple magical chains around its neck crackling with unstable energy. The giant beast lunges forward with all its might, determined to crush the students. The student is sent crashing onto the pavement, his classmates looking on in sheer panic. Yong raises a glowing blue magical circle, casually explaining that there are indeed 2 rank 1s in this arena. The tiny dragon principal starts casting a recovery spell on the injured students, a soothing blue aura enveloping their bodies. Ho watches the scene from the background, his expression completely blank as the magic takes effect. Ho casually critiques their strategy with a smug smile, asking if they targeted the legs after watching him fight, but noting it's unnecessary with their level of attack. He crosses his arms, lecturing them on the true essence of combat and telling them to use their brains a little more instead of missing the fun of the fight. The giant minotaur turns its attention back to them, its muscles tensing for the next round. Kanchiol and the other student watch in deep contemplation, trying to process his advice. Ho tenses his hand, his fingers beginning to glow with a brilliant freezing cold energy. A massive freezing cloud of magical frost mist explodes from his hand, instantly lowering the temperature. The minotaur is caught completely off guard, the biting cold freezing the air inside its lungs. The giant beast stands frozen in the center of the mist, looking around in utter confusion. A tiny purple magical spark crackles in the air, signaling the start of a secondary spell. The student watches in shock as Ho prepares his next move. With a sudden powerful punch, Ho drives his freezing fist straight toward the beast's chest. A giant solid wall of ice instantly erupts from the impact, completely encasing the minotaur in a frozen prison. The adult looks like a total ant standing right beneath this massive horned beast, but instead of running away, he gathers up his magical energy to prepare a heavy counterattack. With a dead serious look, he thrusts his hand forward to unleash his signature skill. This guy is officially done playing defense and is ready to show off exactly what his purple fire can do. SFX Vine Boom. He channels all of his remaining mana into a single point to activate the supreme level of his magic. His skill is literally called Hellfire Supreme, so you already know is about to get incredibly hot in here. A colossal pillar of dark purple fire erupts from his hands and shoots straight into the air. The sheer scale of this attack is absolutely massive, completely lighting up the entire stadium. The giant beast is completely overwhelmed by the intense heat and pressure, crashing heavily onto the stone floor. It is a devastating impact that leaves the monster lying in a total heap. The crowd of spectators goes absolutely wild, praising the incredible display of raw strength. But while all the other students are totally hyped, Ho just stands in the front looking quiet and highly analytical. Ho looks back at them with a satisfied grin, noting that while he gave them the full strategy, their execution is not bad. The students' practical training continued repeatedly over the next several days, with their magical abilities growing exponentially stronger. Standing in front of the training pillars, the Dragon Principal announces their next phase will be training to enhance the power of magic. He explains that the way to increase magical power is by using as much mana in the air as possible, demonstrating by summoning a tiny blue orb on his finger. The tiny mana orb floats in front of them, glowing with a pure light as he emphasizes using as much mana as possible. With a sudden flash of blue light, the orb explodes against the pillar, leaving a massive crater. The principal shows the simple test results on the whiteboard, comparing the use of 1 unit of mana to higher amounts. He contrasts it with a massive input of power, his hand glowing with high-density mana representing 100,000 units. A cute, tiny cartoon-style pillar with a face is shown looking completely unbothered by the tiny magical spark. But with a sudden massive crash, the pillar is completely obliterated into dust by the high-density spell. The students watch in absolute sweat-inducing shock, their jaws completely on the floor. A giant tornado of wind and energy swirls over the ruined training target, proving it makes a world of difference in power. Young explains the complex principles of mana control, but the students just stare back in blank confusion, admitting they don't know. The Dragon Principal crosses his arms, sighing in deep disappointment at their lack of understanding. He puffs out his chest proudly, bragging to the class that as a great dragon he did it perfectly from the start. He tells them they have no choice but to figure it out themselves through constant repetitive training. Ho looks down at his hand, deeply analyzing his own magical recovery and noting that research magic is definitely necessary. He wonders exactly how his magic manages to strengthen his physical body, questioning if it wraps a hard layer around the body or just reinforces the skin's hardness. Suddenly, the door slides open, and the principal's assistant steps inside to deliver a message that the president wants to hurry things along. The dragon looks back in surprise, asking if it is really okay to go at such a rapid pace. The assistant sighs, explaining that the hunters need to be deployed into real combat situations as soon as possible. The Dragon Principal nods reluctantly, agreeing to speed up the process since there isn't much time left and the next training will be the last. For several days, the hunters repeated their intense magic training, and most of them achieved impressive results. The only thing left for the hunters was the final combat exam, as the stage crackles with magical lightning while they prepare. The Dragon Principal stands tall in the center of the stadium, addressing the crowd to announce the final training. He announces that the final training is a duel, pointing his finger toward the entrance to reveal the opponent. Lee Ho casually steps onto the stage, wearing his signature menacing smile as he is revealed to be the opponent. The students stare in absolute sweat-inducing shock as the reality of the situation sinks in, realizing this is why he was teaching them how to fight. Kang Chael grins, realizing that Ho's previous combat lectures were all part of his personal plan to prepare them for this duel for his own benefit. The principal explains the official conditions of the exam for taking the role of principal at the hunter school. He declares that all hunters must duel with his master without exception, while Ho stands tall with his eyes glowing with a dark, predatory purple light. The students mutter in confusion, looking at the scrawny transfer student and asking why it's him again. Ho tenses his fists, his voice dropping with cold, bloodthirsty excitement as he complains they keep annoying him. The orange-haired student grinds his teeth in pure rage, shouting that Ho is still just a pathetic rank 5 and asking why he keeps showing off. But suddenly, a massive, terrifying giant shadow of a red dragon looms directly behind the screaming student, its glowing eyes locking onto his position. Looks like this kid is about to learn a very painful lesson. The giant, red-eyed dragon silhouette towers over the orange-haired student, putting immense pressure on him. Ho steps forward and casually pushes the kid back, keeping his face calm as he says he'll handle this. Back then, the orange-haired student thought Ho was completely crazy, so he chose to ignore him. But now, things are completely different. He remembers Ho's massive bone-cracking strikes from yesterday, realizing the scrawny kid is on an entirely different level. He smiles confidently and tries to hide his anxiety, claiming he can take down monsters now. Ho just smiles, his eyes glowing with an intense war-hungry light as he agrees a warm-up should suffice. Gwak Dugyeon is shown popping another magical pill in a flashback, his veins popping with unstable power as he calls someone a show-off. The orange-haired student's face turns bright red with anger, a vein popping on his forehead as he echoes the sentiment. The two of them stand in the middle of the massive training stage while the giant green dragon principal watches from a distance. The student boasts, trying to look incredibly tough by promising to show a level of combat power Ho could never dream of from just fighting an orc. With a sudden explosive burst, he activates his explosive drill skill, preparing to launch a direct strike. Blinding golden sparks and energy fill the air, lighting up the entire stadium. Ho calmly cancels his magical defense, deciding to take the hit bare-skinned to test his classmates' strength. The student drives a high-speed barrage of magical attacks directly toward him, the impacts echoing through the arena. Ho easily slips under the strikes, his movements incredibly fluid and light on his feet. A massive explosion of dust and rubble erupts behind him as the attack misses, completely destroying the training target. Ho analyzes the attack style, finding it highly predictable, and noting that as the size decreased, so did the explosive power. He tenses his arm, considering the explosive force as he prepares to launch a direct, high-speed counterstrike. He slides past his opponent with blinding speed, leaving a massive gust of wind in his wake. A second consecutive explosion of magical energy rocks the stage, completely throwing the student off balance. Ho lands smoothly on his feet, looking incredibly satisfied with his defensive movement. The student stumbles back, sweating profusely as he struggles to comprehend his opponent's speed and praises his eye for dodging despite being rank 5. He raises his hand, preparing to activate his ultimate high-speed combination, Random Box. The entire stage begins to vibrate violently, a thick wave of magical heat crackling through the air. Ho focuses his mind, a faint purple magical spark crackling around his clenched fist. He drives a massive wind-compressing punch straight forward, his fist moving in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. The sheer force of his strike completely shatters the opponent's defenses, sending a massive shockwave of energy through the air. The student is sent flying backward, his boots scratching loudly against the pavement. He stands frozen in absolute sweat-inducing shock as he looks at the massive crater on the wall behind him. With a massive final crash, the training target is completely pulverized into dust, the shockwave blasting through the ceiling. The student's face twists in pure agony as his body begins to tremble from the sheer pressure. He is sent crashing violently onto the pavement, his head hitting the concrete with a loud thud. He lies flat on his back, his uniform ripped to shreds and his eyes wide in absolute primitive terror. He mutters in complete disbelief, his voice shaking with humiliation as he recalls they said Ho was rank 5. The dust continues to settle over the ruined arena while the other students watch in dead silence. With a terrifying red-cheeked grin spreading across his face, Ho slowly turns to face his next challengers. The dragon principal happily applauds from the sidelines, praising his master as Ho casually calls for the next opponent. The class president and the other students stand frozen in sheer terror, completely unable to move. The class president slowly takes a step back, her face turning bright red as she tries to find a way to escape. The dragon principal blocks their path, reminding them of the official rules and preventing anyone from running before the fight. The orange beanie student screams in pure panic, waving his hands frantically and asking if they are trying to kill him. The student grumbles about the complete unfairness of the test, pointing at Ho's terrifying strength and asking what kind of rank 5 that is. Ho just stands there calmly, looking completely unimpressed by their whining and wondering why no one is coming. He grinds his teeth, his expression completely blank as he questions if everyone runs before the fight, stating that must never happen. The other students exchange worried glances, realizing they have no choice but to work together and attack all at once. The class president and Dulgin watch in deep contemplation, trying to formulate a quick plan. Ho's face twists into a terrifying red-cheeked smile as he gets a brilliant idea, welcoming them all to attack at once. The students look back in absolute jaw-dropping shock, unable to believe he is actually inviting a group fight. A massive stone is hurled from behind, its path extremely swift and precise. But Ho easily deflects the projectile with his forearm, the impact echoing loudly. The students' eyes widen in pure terror as they realize their sneak attack didn't even cause a scratch. The orange beanie student steps forward, activating his exclusive telekinesis skill to lift several boulders. He shouts to his teammates, trying to boost their morale by suggesting it might be doable if they go all at once. A wide psychotic grin spreads across Ho's face. He is completely ready to show them the true meaning of a struggle. Meanwhile, the bald adventurer from earlier is shown sitting on top of an outdoor air conditioning unit, happily chewing on a hot dog. He mutters to himself, thoroughly enjoying the modern Earth food and noting they don't have this over there. He smiles, planning to get his cosmetic surgery scheduled for next week so he can finally get his original face back. With a casual toss, he throws his heavy silver helmet onto the pavement, grunting that he is glad to be free of it. The helmet bounces off the brick road with a loud metallic clank. But suddenly, a massive wave of pink magical energy begins to crackle around the metal helmet, lighting up the alley. He leaps back in surprise, his eyes wide in sudden shock as the portal begins to open. He quickly draws his silver sword, his face pale as he prepares for the worst, sighing that he just wanted to take a break. The sword blade gleams under the bright afternoon sun, crackling with unstable magical energy. A deep, cold voice echoes from the center of the pink magical rift, ordering him to just come out. With a sudden sickening squelch, a giant mutated demon beast head slowly emerges from the dimensional threshold. The bald adventurer lunges forward with a desperate high-speed strike, his red cape fluttering as he prepares to defend himself. But the demon's thick armored skin easily deflects his sword blade, the metal shattering into pieces. The bald adventurer looks at his broken hilt in absolute sweat-inducing horror. The giant, purple-glowing demon beast lets out a roaring, ear-shattering screech. A wide shot shows the quiet city skyline suddenly being rocked by a massive high-level explosion in the distance. A giant column of fire and black smoke billows into the sky, threatening to incinerate the surrounding buildings. The mountain-sized demon beast climbs onto a high-rise building, its red eyes glowing with an absolute world-ending bloodlust as it roars at the city. Inside the school office, the principal's assistant slams the door open, screaming in a full-blown panic that a giant monster has appeared in the city. Ho looks out the window, his expression completely calm as he wonders where Yang is. He looks toward the empty stage where the giant green dragon was standing just moments prior. The students look around in utter confusion, wondering where their principal suddenly ran off to. The assistant stands alone in the corridor, sweating as he realizes their strongest protector is already gone, meaning the city's real fight has officially begun. A massive purple-furred demon beast with giant horns steps onto the city street. The citizens scream in absolute panic as they scramble to get out of the way. People run down the paved asphalt, desperately looking around for help and wondering why the hunter isn't there yet. Lee Ho stands in front of his terrified classmates, his expression completely calm as he sizes up the beast. The students stare at the giant minotaur in utter sweat-inducing shock, wondering what that thing is. A closer look reveals the massive scale of the monster, far exceeding anything they ever faced during their school training sessions. The students scream at their guide, furiously demanding to know why they didn't call the principal since they haven't recovered from the last time. The guide calmly adjusts his sunglasses, explaining that the principal had to leave to deal with a crack on the Egyptian side, so they are the only ones available to fight. With a sudden encouraging wave, the guide bolts down the street, wishing them luck. Ho watches him run away with a smug grin, his eyes glowing with an intense, war-hungry light as he recognizes the behemoth. A dark shadow falls over his face, a terrifying red-cheeked smile spreading across his lips as he welcomes it back. Meanwhile, a golden magical staff is held high, preparing to unleash a massive light-based strike called Divine Retribution Wrath of God. A massive blinding blast of holy energy shoots directly down from the sky, lighting up the entire street. A pair of giant animalistic clawed hands is shown clapped tightly together to channel the magic. With a sudden powerful clap, a massive shockwave of golden energy erupts from the warrior's body. An ancient barefoot warrior stands in ready stance, his eyes glowing as the holy flame continues to burn. The scene flashes back to Egypt roughly 4,000 years ago. The red-haired warrior stood on a cliffside watching the local gods channel their power. An ancient Egyptian bird-headed deity stands tall, holding a heavy golden staff as he glares. The deity's face turns pale with sweat, realizing his divine weapon is completely losing its magical glow and power. Mu just laughs, his red-cheeked gaze locked onto the struggling god as he mocks the strange weapon. Enraged, the bird-headed deity grabs the staff tightly, cursing the despicable monster and preparing for his final option. He pulls out a gold-glowing bug-like artifact from his belt, deciding to use the Scarab of Exile as a last resort. Anubis and the bird god hold the glowing gold scarab high, preparing to banish their opponent back to the divine realm. The golden bug-like artifact spreads its wings, flying straight toward the red-haired warrior. Mu watches the flying bug in surprise, his eyes wide as it closes the gap. With a sudden swipe of his hand, Mu easily catches the golden bug mid-air. But the moment his fingers touch it, the scarab sinks directly into his back, crackling with unstable magical energy. A massive glowing magic seal wraps tightly around his body, preparing to initiate the banishment spell. The bird-headed deity lets out a screaming laugh, sure that his ultimate trap has succeeded. Mu's body begins to glow with a blinding gold light as the dimensional rift opens. A massive yellow pillar of magical energy shoots directly into the clouds, completely engulfing the warrior. The bird god stares up at the sky, a massive sweat drop dripping down his neck as the gold light slowly fades. He lets out a sigh of relief, muttering that God will take care of his opponent. The golden scarab lands back in the dirt, its magical glow fully depleted. It rolls across the sandy floor, completely harmless now. A wide shot of the globe shows the magical energy traveling across space from the divine realm directly down toward Earth. The banishment spell successfully deposited Mu directly on his designated planet 4,000 years ago. Waking up in a strange new realm, Mu's red-haired god form stands before a massive horned demon warrior. The demon lord glares with a menacing look, his claws extended as he welcomes the intruder. A colossal beam of red magical energy shoots directly into the sky as their power clashes. A hexagonal barrier grid wraps around the dark planet Elmer, sealing the space. With a massive explosion of light, the spatial tier begins to widen. The hexagonal shield cracks violently under the immense magical strain. With a final shattering pop, the barrier completely breaks apart. Mu lies flat on his back in the dirt, looking up in sweat-inducing confusion. He slowly pushes himself up, his eyes wide as he looks around the desolate desert and wonders where he is. A giant green shadow of a flying dragon passes directly above him, its wings casting a wide shadow. The majestic land of the Elmer continent is shown flying high above the clouds under a bright blue sky. A giant gray bird-like cuckoo flies toward its nest on top of a rocky cliff. High in the mountains, a massive dragon's nest is filled with large, glowing green eggs. The weird bird lands near the nest, its yellow eyes wide and completely vacant. This sneaky bird is famous for its peculiar habit of systematically replacing other species' eggs with its own. The cuckoo sits on the massive dragon eggs, shivering in anticipation. Takran is the act of a bird laying eggs in the nest of another species to have them incubate and raise their offspring. Suddenly, one of the massive eggs begins to crack, a thick line splitting down the center. A tiny, ugly pink bird hatchling pops its head out of the shattered shell just born, screaming for food. With its instinct triggered, the hatchling's giant black eyes snap open, locking onto the remaining eggs. It begins violently wiggling its body, pushing against the giant green dragon eggs. Using its back and legs, the tiny bird struggles to heave the massive eggs over the edge of the nest. With a sudden heavy roll, the dragon egg is pushed completely out of the nest. The tiny pink bird watches with a smug look as the massive egg begins to tumble down the steep cliffs. The giant green egg rolls rapidly down the rocky mountainside, bouncing off several boulders. It plummets down through the clouds, heading straight toward the paved ground of the valley. With a sickening crash, the egg collides with several sharp stone crystals, the impact shattering the shell. Sticky egg white splatters heavily across the rocks, green shell pieces flying everywhere. A tiny wet green lizard dragon slides out of the ruined shell, shivering and crying in pain. The poor little dragon lies face down in the puddle of egg white, completely helpless. The gray cuckoo bird spots the small lizard, flying down to inspect its work. The bird tilts its head, looking completely vacant as it wonders what this is. Suddenly, the bird spreads its wings and dives, its sharp beak aiming straight toward the tiny lizard. The cuckoo closes in, but its eyes suddenly widen in pure primitive terror as a massive shadow falls over it. With a sudden lightning-fast stomp, the red-haired warrior drives his bare foot directly onto the bird's head. The brutal stomp completely crushes the cuckoo's skull, sending feathers flying everywhere. Mu looks down with a cold, smug grin, utterly unbothered by the violence and deciding dinner's solved. He looks over at the shivering green lizard lying in the dirt. He stands over his future companion, grunting that the little thing looks incredibly pathetic. He sits down next to the lizard, muttering that it doesn't even seem enough to have as a snack. He narrows his eyes, deciding between eating it or keeping it as a companion. With a slow reach of his hand, he gently picks up the wiggling green lizard. He grabs the little dragon by its neck, squeezing slightly to test its limits. He smiles, his teeth bared in a wild red-cheeked smile of pure joy. He drapes the little lizard over his shoulder, deciding it will be his emergency ration to raise and munch on later. The little dragon Yong can only sweat, looking completely terrified by his new master's absolute insanity. And that is exactly how the legendary partnership between the Earth God and his dragon assistant first began. The giant purple minotaur stands ready, its eyes glowing as they prepare for the rematch. High-angle view shows the students preparing their exclusive skills, Absolute Zero, Hellfire, and Telekinesis. Kang Chiol tenses his fists, preparing to activate his freezing cold energy, while Heijun channels his purple fire. The orange-haired student focuses his mind, a giant ball of explosive energy gathering in his palm. The class president raises her hand, a giant purple magic seal appearing above her head to amplify their attacks. With a sudden coordinated roar, the students launch their ultimate combined assault directly toward the Minotaur. The massive beast is completely surrounded by a swirling vortex of wind and energy, its nostrils flaring as it braces for the impact. The combined magical blast slams directly into the Minotaur, a blinding white explosion rocking the entire stadium. The shockwave of the impact sends the students stumbling backward, debris flying everywhere. With a sudden athletic spring, Guok Dugyun easily slides past the smoke, his movements incredibly fluid on all fours as he explains his body's strengthening magic. Guok Dugyun explains his training strategy, noting that this magic increases the strength and elasticity of the muscles. But the giant Minotaur is completely unharmed, looking down with a terrifying red glowing glare and asking what the hell they are. Guok Dugyun tenses his biceps, a cold, confident grin spreading across his face as he prepares to show his true strength. A medical diagram illustrates the complex muscle fibers inside his arm, noting there are tens to millions of them. With a sudden violent flex, Guok Dugyun multiplies his muscle fibers, his forearm ballooning to a massive size. He continues to stack the body enhancement, his eyes glowing with an unstable, dangerous power. His massive fist glows with a blinding pink magical light, ready to deliver a single bone-shattering blow. With a sudden explosive punch, he drives his giant fist straight toward the Minotaur's chest, a massive shockwave of wind echoing through the arena. The giant beast is sent flying backward, while Guok Dugyun stands tall with a smug grin, noting it wasn't too bad. Looks like their training is finally paying off. After the battle with Behemoth, the massive purple-furred beast lies dead on the ruined, cracked concrete pavement. The bald adventurer is shown digging through the rubble, his hands covered in dust as he looks for his helmet. He stands with his arms on his hips, grumbling about how his silver helmet has completely vanished. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a glowing pink spark underneath a heavy slab of concrete. With a slow reach of his hand, he prepares to heave the heavy slab aside to see what is hidden underneath. He lifts the concrete with a loud crash, dust and stone pieces scattering everywhere. He stands over the ruined area, his face covered in sweat and dirt as he catches his breath. He looks down at the glowing pink spark in utter sweat-inducing shock, wondering what it is. A massive, purple glowing dimensional rift is floating right next to his broken helmet, and he realizes it's still open. The majestic land of Elmer Continent is shown flying high above the clouds under a bright blue sky. Lucifer stands on his balcony, his dark wings folding as he glares at the horizon, noting the two planets are connected and there must be a way to cross. His red eyes glow behind his white hair with cold, calculating ambition, declaring his ill-fated tie with the human ends once he crosses over. 3 weeks later, Lucifer stands tall, his face covered in a dark mask as his hair flows behind him. He sits on a wooden barrel inside a tavern, his head hanging low as he grumbles in frustration about not knowing how to cross over. With a sudden dramatic flip, he activates his mimicry spell, his body beginning to change into a human form. He steps out onto the paved street, his leather boots clicking against the stone floor as he wonders what went wrong when the barriers merged. He walks past several local villagers, coldly muttering that humans are pathetic nosy creatures who love rumors. He narrows his eyes behind his black hair, trying to find a quiet place to hide crawling with humans. Suddenly, a loud buzzing noise echoes through the street, catching his attention as a small boy plays with the remote control. A tiny, high-tech drone is shown flying high above the town, its spinning rotors drawing cheers from the kids. A couple of villagers watch the drone in amazement, whispering about where on earth they even get things like that. Lucifer stares at the drone, his red eyes narrowing in sudden cold contemplation as he recognizes it looks like something from another world. He focuses his mind, realizing that these bizarre human machines are definitely connected to his rival's planet. A merchant is shown holding a Polaroid camera, the bright flash lighting up the dark alley. The camera spits out a fresh photo, the paper wiggling between his gloved fingers. The merchant stares at his own picture in absolute wide-eyed horror. He drops the photo onto his desk, screaming in pure comedic panic about why he is in it. The bald adventurer Li Ho throws a fistful of cash onto the counter, his face covered in a red mask as he buys up all the modern Earth items. He runs down the street with a happy laugh, planning to get more cosmetic surgery with the profits, while Lucifer watches him from the shadows. Lucifer stands in the dark alley, his face completely shadowed under his hood as he prepares to follow his prey. The high-level dungeon entrance of Mabos's den is shown tucked deep inside a narrow rocky cliffside. The bald adventurer walks down the dark dungeon corridor, happily whistling to himself and thinking about quitting being a hunter. He carries a heavy sack, completely unbothered by the creepy shadows on the wall. But suddenly, a giant purple glowing dimensional portal rips open directly in front of him, crackling with unstable magical energy. He halts, a cold shiver running down his spine as a foot steps out of the portal. A wide shot shows the adventurer standing in front of a giant gray container unit in the middle of a rocky wasteland. The container has a warning sign taped to the door stating "Hunter Waiting Room, Do Not Enter." The bald guy quickly unlocks the heavy padlock with his key, chuckling that he is going to enjoy this jackpot all by himself. But as the key turns, a sharp purple laser beam of magical energy suddenly slices the padlock in half. With a sudden massive crash, the container door is completely shattered by a powerful purple blast. The bald adventurer falls backward, his face pale as he looks at the ruined doorway. A massive, purple glowing vortex of magical energy erupts inside the container, a tall, white-haired demon stepping out into the light. The demon lord Lucifer glares with a cold, terrifying snarl, his red eyes locked onto his prey as he announces he found him. Down in the city street, Li Ho stands with his hands casually in his pockets, his little dragon Young Young riding on his shoulder. A wide shot shows the city street in ruins after the battle with Behemoth, the sky covered in thick pink clouds. Young Young wiggles his tail in panic, alerting his master that the guy is here. Ho just smiles, his face twisted in a terrifying red-cheeked grin as he asks where his opponent is. Ho's body begins to glow with a blinding purple magical light, his veins pulsing with raw power as he activates full-body physical enhancement. He plants his foot into the concrete, his sneakers squeaking loudly as he prepares to charge. With a sudden explosive flex, his thigh muscles expand, cracking the paved street beneath him. A wide aerial shot shows the massive scale of the street brawl, with Ho systematically taking out the surrounding delinquents. With a sudden high-speed punch, he drives his fist directly into an opponent's jaw, a brilliant shockwave of energy echoing through the alley. The opponent is sent crashing violently onto the paved road, a massive cloud of dust and rubble rising from the impact. Lucifer stands over the defeated bald adventurer, his long white hair flowing as he looks down in complete disgust and asks what he is. He sweeps his hand, his purple spear crackling with unstable magical energy as he curses the human scum. A massive explosion of dust and energy billows into the sky, completely engulfing the street. But Ho easily slides past the smoke, his face covered in a red-cheeked, psychotic smile. He stands tall and ready, his eyes glowing with an intense, war-hungry light as he notes Lucifer finally wants to fight. The two former rivals stand face to face, the atmosphere incredibly heavy as they prepare for the first strike of their rematch. Lucifer glares, his purple spear crackling with raw magical power, noting that despite the changed appearance, he can tell it's him. With a sudden high-speed slice, Lucifer launches a massive wave of purple energy straight toward him. The attack connects, a clean horizontal cut slicing the ground as dust rises from the impact. A severed green tail rolls across the pavement, completely cut off by the sharp magical spear. Young Young sits on Ho's shoulder, weeping as he clutches his injured back, while Ho prepares to reinforce his muscles. Ho tenses his biceps, a cold, confident grin spreading across his face as he prepares his ultimate counterstrike with physical enhancement. Ho lunges forward, his fist moving in a spectacular blur of white motion lines as he closes the gap. The two collide in a massive clash of fists, their power crackling with unstable purple lightning. With a sudden powerful gesture, Lucifer activates his ultimate high-level binding spell, Life Taxidermy. A giant, glowing purple magic seal wraps tightly around Ho's body, preparing to freeze him in place. Ho struggles against the magical bonds, his face turning purple from the intense pressure. But instead of showing fear, a creepy wide grin slowly spreads across his face as he prepares his counterflex, wondering if his body can withstand it. He notes that there are indeed too many variables to be certain, his heart beating fast with pure excitement. He focuses all of his remaining willpower into his muscles, finding it all too exciting. A massive explosion of purple magical energy erupts from his body, violently shattering the binding spell. The shock wave of the blast sends Lucifer stumbling backward, dust and stone pieces scattering everywhere. With a bloodshot manic grin, Ho stands victoriously in the ruins, declaring that this fight is indeed so much fun. The battle between Li Ho and Lucifer reaches a boiling point, their fists colliding in a spectacular blur of white motion lines as they throw punches at blistering speed. Lucifer slides back to brace his stance, his purple magical circles crackling as he prepares his next spell. He drives a massive glowing energy swipe straight toward Ho, throwing his entire weight behind the attack. But Ho easily leaps high into the air to dodge the strike, his movements incredibly fluid and light. He hovers in mid-air under the starry night sky, looking down at his opponent with absolute calm. He drops down like a meteor, his fists clenched as he prepares to deliver a heavy overhead strike. The two collide on the pavement, the raw force of their clashing magic throwing both fighters backward. With a deafening crash, the ground beneath them completely shatters into rubble. A massive crater is left behind in the middle of the street as dust and debris rain down. Ho rolls backward and quickly stands upright, his school tracksuit covered in dust. He plants his foot into the cracked road, his sneakers squeaking as he prepares his next sprint. Lucifer is enveloped in a brilliant, glowing purple sphere of high-density magical energy, looking more menacing than ever. Ho lunges forward, but his eyes widen in sudden shock as several purple energy bolts shoot from the sphere. He barely manages to slide out of the way, the sharp magical strikes grazing past his cheek. Lucifer steps out from the dust, holding a heavy purple spear that glows with unstable magical power. He drives his spear directly toward the ground, channeling his dark energy to crack the pavement. A giant fissure rips through the street, purple lightning crackling along the gap. Lucifer smiles like a total villain, mockingly asking how a frail human body can possibly stand against him. But before he can even finish his brag, Ho drives a lightning-fast right hook straight into Lucifer's face. The brutal, bone-shattering impact sends the Demon King flying backward through the air. Ho tenses his biceps, a status box appearing over his muscular arm confirming the body enhancement. He smiles smugly, reminding Lucifer that it was just a human body. Lucifer recovers his balance in mid-air, his dark wings spreading wide as he grinds his teeth in pure frustration. He floats above the ruined city, his eyes glowing with an absolute world-ending rage. Lucifer glares down, his voice dripping with icy anger as he vows to completely destroy the insolent human. He raises his hand, a giant purple magical circle appearing above his head as he prepares to summon his ultimate power for preservation. A massive purple glowing column of energy shoots directly into the clouds, crackling with unstable power. The extreme pressure of the spell forces Ho onto his knees, his face tensed as he struggles against the gravity-defying wind. Blinding bolts of dark magic rain down across the entire area, the impacts echoing through the ruins. With a sudden massive explosion, the entire block is swallowed by a blinding purple light, turning the surrounding structures to rubble. Ho stands in the center of the ruined crater, his clothes ripped to shreds, but his body completely solid. His face is covered in sweat and fresh blood, his eyes wide in absolute manic excitement as he genuinely loves the danger. He clenches his fist, his body shaking with pure combat adrenaline, noting that even if he can't win it doesn't mean he'll stop. Lucifer descends from the sky, landing heavily on the pavement with a cold, serious expression. With a sudden high-speed rush, Lucifer sweeps his spear low to take Ho's legs out. But Ho manages to barely block the strike, a fresh spray of blood splattering across his neck as his muscles absorb the heavy blow. Ho's left hand snaps out, firmly grabbing the sharp spear blade to stop the follow-up strike. With a sudden powerful swing of his right arm, he drives a massive punch straight toward Lucifer's chest. The two former rivals engage in a high-speed trade of blows, their fists colliding in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. The impacts echo loudly through the ruins, neither of them managing to gain any clear advantage. Ho lands a clean, heavy kick squarely on Lucifer's shoulder, sending a shockwave of energy into the air. Lucifer is pushed back, his chest covered in bleeding cuts and deep bruises as he struggles to catch his breath. He spits out a spray of blood, his face twisted in a snarl of pure hatred as he looks at his opponent. With a sudden powerful grab, Ho clamps his hand onto Lucifer's shoulder, locking him in place. Before the Demon Lord can even react, Ho drives a flurry of rapid bone-shattering punches straight into his chest. The brutal combination sends Lucifer flying backward, his dark wings struggling to keep him balanced. Ho stands tall, a wide, red-cheeked smile of pure psychotic joy spreading across his face as he asks if the human body is useful enough. Suddenly, a loud, sickening crack echoes through the alley as Lucifer's left horn is cleanly ripped off. The broken horn bounces off the concrete, rolling across the stone floor of the ruins. He walks over and stands over his defeated opponent, his foot landing right next to the horn. He kicks the item aside, completely unbothered by the demon's absolute fury. Lucifer's face is completely shadowed, his red eyes glowing behind his white hair with a terrifying rage as he mutters. He focuses his mind, preparing to unleash his most dangerous cosmic spell against the insignificant human. The entire sky is lit up with a blinding purple flash as a colossal beam of magical energy descends while he screams for Ho to die. Ho stands quietly by the broken wall, his bare chest covered in sweat as he looks up at the rift. Lucifer is enveloped in a brilliant, glowing purple sphere of high-density magical energy, looking more menacing than ever. He raises his hand, preparing to activate his ultimate planet-destroying spell. A massive purple glowing vortex of magical energy erupts from his palm, crackling with unstable power. The entire sky is lit up with a blinding purple flash as the spell reaches critical mass. The massive glowing purple spear of energy is directed straight toward the Earth, threatening to completely obliterate the planet. The other students, including Heijin, look up at the purple sky in absolute wide-eyed shock, wondering what is happening. Heijin feels a sudden chill run down his spine, his hands trembling as he senses the massive world-ending magical pressure affecting his skill. The students' magical abilities are completely sealed off, their power failing to activate under the immense pressure. Ho just chuckles, a wide red-cheeked smile of pure joy spreading across his face as he looks up and notes how insane this is. He is completely thrilled by the sheer scale of the danger, finding the prospect of a planetary-level struggle to be absolutely amazing. He clenches his fist, his body shaking with pure combat adrenaline as he wonders if Lucifer gathered all the mana on Earth. Lucifer screams at the top of his lungs, his face twisted in a terrifying snarl as he tells him to die along with the entire planet. He hurls the massive spear of energy directly down, the heat of the attack incinerating the surrounding clouds. The giant spear cuts through the atmosphere like a guided missile, locking onto the planet. Ho focuses his mind, preparing to execute his final highest-level muscle compression using the mana left in his body. A medical diagram shows the muscle fibers inside his right arm, multiplying to an insane degree for maximum output. His arm balloons into a massive muscular fist of pure, raw strength. With a sudden explosive jump, Ho launches himself straight toward the descending spear of energy. He drives his giant muscle-reinforced fist directly into the magical blast, his face twisted in a bloodshot manic grin as he unleashes full power. The sheer force of the strike completely shatters the planetary-level spell, a blinding flash of golden light enveloping the entire city as the battle officially concludes. What an absolute legendary finish. The battle continues inside the ruined Colosseum, the air crackling with unstable purple magical lightning. Guapdugyeon tenses his biceps, a dark psychotic smile spreading across his face as he prepares his next move. He drives a massive wind-compressing punch straight forward, a brilliant shockwave of energy echoing through the arena. The sheer force of his strike completely shatters the opponent's defenses, sending a massive shockwave of energy through the air. The student is sent flying backward, his boots scratching loudly against the pavement. A massive purple glowing dimensional rift is floating right next to his broken helmet, leaving him wondering if it is still open. The majestic land of Elmer Continent is shown flying high above the clouds under a bright blue sky. Lucifer stands on his balcony, his dark wings folding as he glares at the horizon, noting the two planets are connected. His red eyes glow behind his white hair with cold, calculating ambition, looking to end his ill-fated tie with the human once he crosses over. 3 weeks later, Lucifer stands tall, his face covered in a dark mask as his hair flows behind him. He sits on a wooden barrel inside a tavern, his head hanging low as he grumbles in frustration about not knowing how to cross over. With a sudden dramatic flip, he activates his mimicry spell, his body beginning to change into a human form. He steps out onto the paved street, his leather boots clicking against the stone floor, wondering what went wrong when the barriers merged. He narrows his eyes behind his black hair, trying to find a quiet place to hide among the humans. Suddenly, a loud buzzing noise echoes through the street, catching his attention as a small boy plays with the remote control. A couple of villagers watch the drone in amazement, whispering about where on earth they even get things like that. Lucifer stares at the drone, his red eyes narrowing in sudden cold contemplation as he recognizes it looks like something from another world. The golden bug-like scarab spreads its wings, flying straight toward the dimensional rift. It wiggles its tiny claws, crackling with unstable magical energy. The scarab absorbs the natural mana from the air in advance, just as Master instructed, glowing brighter than ever. A few days earlier, back at the academy, the students are shown practicing their defensive barriers under a blue sky. Young looks at his master in concern, his wings folded as he asks if it's really alright for him to be doing this. Ho just stands calmly with his arms crossed, his blue hair fluttering as he listens. The principal warns that they don't even know when their ultimate rival will show up. Ho's eyes narrow in a cold, serious glare, asking if he's supposed to wait for someone who may never come. The scene flashes back to Guapdugyeon charging forward with his fist glowing. As Ho points out, there's a fight waiting right here. Heijin tenses his hands, his face tensed in deep protective anger. Ho smiles like a total psychopath, licking his lip as he welcomes the incoming challenge and notes it wouldn't hurt to prepare. He stands tall, explaining that having more opportunities to fight is always better, since he doesn't know if his current body can face him. He looks at the dragon principal with a grin, telling Young he'll need to go somewhere for him. Young's little dragon helper watches him, highly curious about what the crazy master is plotting. A massive, purple glowing column of energy shoots directly into the clouds, preparing to initiate the banishment. The magical seal wraps tightly around Lucifer's body, pulling him through the dimensional rift. Waking up in a strange new world, a young blue-haired girl looks up at the rift in utter confusion, noting he left a mess. She stands in the dirt, her long blue hair fluttering as she looks around and admits she's unsettled. A giant green glowing dragon tail suddenly crashes through the clouds, heading straight down. The blue-haired girl watches the falling dragon in absolute jaw-dropping shock. With a massive earth-shaking crash, Young lands heavily on the concrete, his body bruised and bleeding. He lies flat on his back, shivering in absolute exhaustion. A giant column of purple energy billows into the sky, crackling with raw magic. The girl screams in a full-blown panic, clutching her head and demanding to know why he brought this here. She scrambles to get out of the way, tumbling backward on the grass as the shockwave of the landing hits her. She tenses her hands, a protective blue defensive aura forming around her. A giant purple magical ball of energy is hurled straight toward the earth, threatening to break through. With a sickening impact, the energy blast collides with the barrier, the shockwave crackling through the sky. She falls onto the paved stone floor, her head hitting the pavement with a loud thud. A wide shot shows the two giant planetary spheres merging, their defensive grids crackling under the strain. A giant column of fire and black smoke billows into the sky, completely engulfing the arena. Lucifer stands tall in his human form, his black wings spreading wide as he descends. The blue-haired girl and the dragon lie defeated in the rubble, unable to push themselves up, wondering if this is the divine realm. Lucifer looks around in utter sweat-inducing shock, realizing his plan succeeded, but cursing the strange magic orb. A massive red-haired warrior stands tall, wrapped tightly in glowing purple magic chains. The chains crackle with unstable power, locking his physical form. Back on Earth, the giant purple sphere of energy slowly fades, leaving a massive pile of rubble behind. Young runs over in a full-blown panic, screaming for his master as he shakes his shoulder. Ho lies flat on his back, his muscles trembling violently as he mutters he can feel it. His face is covered in sweat and blood, his chest covered in bleeding cuts, as he notes this body has surpassed its limit. He feels his consciousness slowly beginning to fade under the immense strain, accepting that this is death. But as his eyes close, a wide, satisfied smile spreads across his face, admitting it was honestly fun. He lies motionless on the concrete, his red mask wiggling in the wind. His physical vessel is completely exhausted, the remaining magic fading into a faint purple mist. Young bursts into dramatic happy tears, sobbing and crying over his master's body that it's finally over. Lucifer stands behind them, his dark wings spreading wide as he prepares his final decisive blow. With a terrifying bloodshot smile, he prepares to destroy his rival once and for all, declaring he's dead. But before he can even swing, a giant green dragon head slams down right in front of him, baring its sharp teeth. Lucifer flinches in surprise, as the massive beast blocks his path. He drives a massive right hook directly toward the dragon's nose, cursing his insolence. But the direct hit barely even registers against the dragon's solid, scaly snout. Young focuses his mind, a giant purple magic seal appearing above his horns. With a sudden massive roar, he fires a colossal beam of energy straight toward the Demon King. Lucifer's eyes widen in sheer shock as he is engulfed by the dragon fire, cursing the master. Lucifer screams in fury, his white hair crackling with magical power, telling him to die with his master. He hurls a massive flurry of purple energy spikes directly toward the dragon. The magical spikes cut through the sky, lighting up the ruins with a blinding pink light. Young manages to barely block the strike, his wings folded as he tenses his muscles. He reaches out with a bloody claw, his eyes wide in sudden shock. The sharp, magical spike slices cleanly through his shoulder, drawing a fresh spray of blood. Lucifer slides past with blinding speed, his wings fluttering as he easily avoids the low sweeps. With a sudden explosive slash, he drives his spear directly toward the dragon's chest, a massive shockwave of energy echoing. The raw force of the strike shatters the dragon's defense, leaving a series of shallow bleeding cuts on his neck. Young lets out a roaring, ear-shattering screech of pure pain. A dark-shadowed silhouette of the red-haired warrior slowly stands back up from the rubble. Looks like the Earth God is finally ready to rejoin the fight. High angle shows the battlefield covered in rubble, the air crackling with unstable purple magical lightning. The giant green dragon principal roars, holding his master protectively behind his jaws as a purple magical spear slices the air. A closer look shows the dragon's snout wiggling in pain as drool and blood drip steadily onto the pavement, weakly calling for his master. The red-haired warrior, Earth God Mu, steps out from the dragon's jaws, his eyes glowing as his bare hands clench while Young cries out for him. With a sudden explosive burst, Mu drives a massive punch straight forward, a brilliant shockwave of purple energy echoing through the arena as Lucifer wonders how he reclaimed the body. Lucifer looks on in sweat-inducing shock as he stares at the reawoken warrior. A giant purple magic bolt shoots down from the sky, lighting up the entire area as Lucifer wonders if the barrier loosened. Mew charges forward, his red hair fluttering as he easily sidesteps the incoming spell. He looks at his own hand in surprise, noting that things feel slightly unusual. He stands with his palm open, fresh blood dripping from his palm as his veins pulse, realizing his body has weakened overall since normally that wouldn't leave a scratch. A giant glowing white figure of pure divine energy is shown standing in the dark, preparing to make a move. Acknowledging Lucifer played his hand. Mu grins like a total maniac, his eyes glowing with an intense war-hungry light, praising his sharpness. Lucifer hovers high in the air, his dark wings spreading wide as he prepares his ultimate spell, revealing he's been soaking the body in demonic power. He boasts that normally a human body should have melted away long ago under the intense demonic pressure. He grinds his teeth, his face twisted in a snarl of pure hatred as he reiterates, "It should have melted." With a cold, arrogant laugh, Lucifer notes that the spell is finally starting to take effect. Mew spits out a spray of blood, his face pale as his body struggles to handle the intense strain of the fight. But instead of backing down, Mew just pulls his fist back, completely thrilled by the danger and noting it'd be a waste to end it so trivially. He looks at the Demon King with a wild, bloodthirsty grin, declaring that in his current state, Lucifer is exactly at his level. Enraged, Lucifer tenses his claws, preparing to launch a high-speed magical strike at the insolent human. A massive, purple glowing column of energy shoots directly from his hand, the impact cracking the stone wall behind them. Mew easily sidesteps the blast, his body moving in a spectacular blur of white motion lines. With a sudden explosive rush, Mew drives a massive counterpunch straight toward Lucifer's face. Lucifer raises his hand to block, a giant magical seal appearing above his knuckles for life preservation. The spell connects, a bright flash of purple magic crackling around their fists as they clash. With a sudden coordinated movement, Mew sweeps his leg low, trying to take Lucifer's legs out. The two engage in a high-speed, close-quarters exchange, their limbs blurring across the screen. Mew slides across the pavement, his boots scratching loudly as he maintains his ready stance. He stands tall under the purple sky, his eyes glowing with cold determination as he prepares his next leap. Lucifer launches a massive wave of purple energy spikes, the sharp projectiles cutting through the air. Mew easily weaves through the barrage, his reflexes incredibly sharp as he closes the gap. With a sudden, powerful clench of his fist, Mew focuses all of his physical strength into his knuckles. His fist bones expand with a sudden, sickening crunch as he prepares the blow. He leaps high into the air, his red hair fluttering as he prepares his final descending strike. With a sudden athletic flip, he drives his fist straight down toward the Demon King. Lucifer grunts in absolute frustration, raising his hand to block the heavy strike. The impact is incredibly heavy, sending a massive shockwave of dust and rubble flying across the arena. A giant purple laser beam of magical energy shoots directly into the clouds, crackling with raw power. A massive purple glowing column of energy continues to rise, completely engulfing the stage. Mew is sent flying backward, his boots scratching loudly against the pavement as he struggles to maintain his balance. He slides across the stone floor, his face covered in sweat and dirt as the dust begins to settle. Lucifer does not give him a single second to recover, instantly lunging forward to continue his assault. He drives a massive wind-compressing punch straight toward Mew's chest, throwing his entire weight behind the blow. The impact lands, but Mew's body remains completely solid, his feet remaining firmly planted on the ground. He smiles, his teeth bared in a wild red-cheeked smile of pure joy. With a sudden powerful clench of his hand, Mew grabs Lucifer's wrist, locking him in place. He squeezes with absolute bone-crushing pressure, sending a massive shockwave of pain through the Demon King's arm. Lucifer's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes his arm is completely ruined under the grip. He grinds his teeth in pain, his face turning pale with sudden cold worry. With a sudden violent twist of his hand, Mew completely breaks the hold, his grip unbreakable. He hurls Lucifer across the arena like a ragdoll, the body crashing heavily against the stone wall. A giant cloud of dust and rubble rises from the impact, completely obscuring their vision. Mew stands victoriously in the center of the ruins, his bare chest covered in scars as he prepares for the final round. Lucifer struggles to push himself up from the rubble, his face pale as his body begins to tremble. He looks at his bleeding hand, unable to believe he is losing to a human-born warrior. With a sudden coordinated rush, Mew drives his knee straight into Lucifer's chest with a devastating impact. The Demon Lord lets out a high-pitched scream of pure unadulterated agony as his chest is shattered. The raw force of the blow sends him crashing violently onto the pavement, his body trembling in pain. A massive wave of purple magical energy explodes from his chest, his veins glowing with a blinding white light. With his opponent completely open, Mew leaps forward to deliver the final crushing blow. A colossal column of purple magical energy shoots directly from his hand, completely lighting up the entire Colosseum. The sheer force of the shockwave shatters the concrete stage, rubble and dust scattering everywhere. Lucifer is sent flying backward, his dark wings ripped to pieces as he falls onto the pavement. Gyeon's mutated thigh muscles are shown trembling violently as the severe withdrawal symptoms take over. He collapses heavily onto his knees, his face pale as he struggles to stay conscious, muttering how good this is. He grinds his teeth, his eyes glowing with an unstable drug-induced rage as he talks to his rival, declaring he was the supreme god from the beginning. Gyeon's arm is shown covered in dark purple magic, his veins pulsing with unstable power. He stands tall, explaining that with this drug, he can easily dominate the entire city. He drives a massive, wind-compressing punch straight toward Mew's face, screaming that if only he weren't there. The punch lands, but Mew tenses his neck muscles, completely absorbing the shock of the heavy blow as the scream echoes. He stands firmly on his feet, looking completely unbothered as the mutated senior retreats to recover his balance. Mew's body remains completely solid, his chest covered in bleeding cuts, but his expression completely satisfied. He drapes Gyeong's cousin over his shoulder, calmly explaining his strategy and telling him he doesn't need his thanks. He drives a brutal, close-quarters punch directly into Gyeong's chest, targeting his vital organs. The mutated champion is sent flying backward, his head bouncing violently off the steel canvas as he is knocked out cold. Ho stands victoriously in the center of the ring, his eyes glowing with a dark, predatory purple light as he praises the refreshing new attack and invites more fighting. He lets out a loud, maniacal chuckle, absolutely thrilled at the prospect of finding even tougher challengers. Gyeon is shown standing in the center of the ruined classroom, his body enveloped in a giant purple glowing column of energy. He tenses his muscular arm, his veins pulsing with unstable purple magic as he tells him not to laugh. With a sudden explosive burst of speed, Gyeon launches his final devastating magical attack. Looks like the battlefield is about to get completely obliterated. High angle shows the red-haired warrior standing tall under a purple, lightning-torn sky, preparing to defend himself. He tenses his neck, his eyes glowing with an intense, war-hungry light. Lucifer hurls a massive wave of purple energy spikes directly toward his chest. With a sudden, powerful stomp, Mew plants his bare foot into the cracked concrete pavement. Lucifer charges forward at full speed, his spear crackling with unstable magical power. With a sudden glowing violet flash, he activates his taxidermy binding spell. Several glowing purple spikes shoot down from the sky, pinning Mew's arms to the floor. He struggles against the magical bonds, his muscles trembling violently under the intense pressure. Lucifer grabs his spear tightly, preparing to deliver the final decisive blow. He screams in a full-blown panic, his face twisted in a snarl of pure hatred as he begs him to just die already. Mew just looks up with a completely calm, unbothered expression. A sudden, red-cheeked smile spreads across his lips as he tenses his neck muscles. With a sickening thud, Lucifer drives his spear directly toward Mew's neck, but Mew catches the blade between his teeth. The sheer force of the impact shatters the pavement beneath them, dust scattering everywhere. Lucifer is sent stumbling backward in complete shock, his weapon lost. Mew focuses his mind, preparing to activate his fourth channel of magic. He stands tall under the purple sky, his bare chest covered in scars as his veins pulse with raw power. He smiles, mockingly pointing out that Lucifer's ultimate magic is completely useless against him. He mutters a quiet, ancient chant, his knuckles turning white as he clenches his fists. Lucifer's face turns pale with sudden cold worry as he looks at the kid's grinning face and realizes he only saw 2 hands. His red eye narrows, realizing he completely miscalculated the kid's strength. Several massive glowing orange fists of pure magical energy materialize in the air around Mew. Gyeon is shown standing on the stage, his face twisted in a drug-induced, terrifying grin as he notes the 3/28th time. Ho just smirks, noting that his opponent's analytical skills are actually quite impressive since he only saw 2. Lucifer tenses his claws, grunting in pure veins, popping frustration as he curses. He winds up his fist, concentrating all his strength into his knuckles to slam him. He drives his fist directly into the pavement, a massive column of purple magical fire billowing into the sky. The shockwave of the blast completely shatters the surrounding concrete walls. A massive column of purple light billows, completely engulfing the arena. Gyeong's cousin lets out a high-pitched scream of pure agony as the energy hits him. He screams in fury, demanding to know if this is the true extent of his opponent's power. He stands tall, his wings spreading wide as the purple magical chains crackle around his neck. The scene cuts back to the grand dark Gothic castle with a giant sword driven through the center. A closer look shows the massive silver sword gleaming under the red sky. The castle stands tall and imposing, completely unbothered by the turbulent clouds. With a sudden quiet whoosh, the sword begins to slide out of the tower. Lucifer's body begins to tremble as his physical vessel adapts to the massive power. He pants heavily, his face covered in sweat and blood, noting he barely blocked it. He clenches his fist, realizing his only remaining option after using all his moves is to target the heart directly. With a sudden, powerful clench of his hand, Guak Dugyon's wrist shatters, the bones cracking under the grip. He breaks free from the hold, his face covered in sweat and dirt. Mew tenses his right arm, his veins popping as he prepares to deliver the final blow, noting it's been a long time since he used his own body. With a sudden explosive jump, Mew launches himself straight toward the Demon King, activating right arm muscle fiber reinforcement. Lucifer is caught completely off guard, his eyes wide in sheer shock as the massive fist closes the gap. He screams in rage, his voice shaking with pure hatred as he yells he's sick of Mu. With a sickening punch, Mew drives his fist directly through Lucifer's chest. He stands tall, his hand completely piercing through the Demon King's torso as blood splatters. Lucifer lets out one final painful gasp, his face covered in sweat and fresh blood as he finally fires. He screams in triumph, coughing up a spray of blood. He stands shivering on the pavement, his physical vessel completely exhausted, but glad it's finally over. With a sudden painful gasp, Lucifer collapses heavily onto his knees, declaring he won. He faceplants onto the floor, his long white hair fluttering as he falls. Several drops of fresh blood drip steadily onto the pavement. The legendary Demon King Elmer God Lucifer lies dead on the pavement, his body turning to dust. A close-up shows the lifeless face of the deceased Lucifer, his eyes rolled back after taking the direct hit. Mu stands over his defeated opponent, his bare chest covered in scars. Suddenly, his body begins to glow with a brilliant red glowing magical aura, and he wonders what this is. He clenches his head as nostalgic memories from the past flash through his mind. He visualizes his ancient long lifetime on Earth, hunting down giant beasts and protecting his domain. A massive purple glowing clawed hand is shown clenching tightly, preparing for the final transition. He smiles smugly, asking if they seriously want him to relive his 3 million years of combat before he dies. He lets out a low, bone-chilling chuckle, declaring he'll die of boredom before he stops breathing. He stands tall under the purple sky, his bare chest covered in scars as his veins pulse with raw power, noting only the present matters. A close-up shows the massive bleeding hole right in the center of his chest, noting this is the first time his heart has ever been pierced. He feels his heart stopping, the blood spilling out across his skin, and notes the warmth of the blood spreading through his body is making him feel so alive. He lets out a loud, roaring laugh, his face twisted in a terrifying red-cheeked smile of pure joy as he realizes he's still alive. His body begins to tremble, the remaining magical energy fading into a faint purple mist. He calmly accepts his physical limits, deciding to close his eyes and noting that right to the end, only battle lets him feel that he's living. Yang flies down from the sky, wiggling his tail in panic and calling for his master. The little dragon lands on the pavement, crying and shaking his master's shoulder. He stands over his fallen friend, his reptilian eyes filled with tears as he denies it. He looks at the massive bleeding hole in Mew's chest, his jaw tightening in absolute despair over his heart. He gently places his claw on Mew's hand, noting that out of 3 million years, the 4,000 they spent together were the happiest. He pats the dragon's head, his expression completely calm as his life fades, telling him not to keep struggling. He gives his loyal companion his very last advice, telling him to go find his own purpose and joy. The little dragon looks on, crying and weeping dramatically, as Mew advises him to find his own Yang, who stays with him for a long time. With a final peaceful smile, the Earth God Mew officially closes his eyes, declaring his Yang was the best. His hand slowly slips off the dragon's head, falling limply onto the pavement. A close-up shows the giant bleeding hole right in the center of his chest. His hand lands on the cold brick road, completely motionless. The legendary savior Earth God Mew stands peacefully, his spirit departing for the heavens. Yang wails in absolute despair, his tears dripping onto his master's shoulder. The official deceased announcement displays over the scene, marking the end of a legendary era. The little dragon lets out a roaring, ear-shattering screech of pure, unadulterated grief, his cries echoing across the entire city. A wide shot shows the giant green dragon standing tall in the center of the ruined Colosseum, his wings spread wide as he roars under the starry night sky. What an absolute heart-wrenching end to the legendary Earth God's high school life. The two planetary spheres are shown slowly separating under a dramatic blue sky as the space between worlds begins to heal. The dimensional hexagonal barrier completely shatters, the shards fading into a faint blue mist. The blue-haired girl sits on the rocky ground, her eyes wide as she looks at the sky, noting the barrier has broken. She stands up slowly, her long blue hair fluttering in the wind as she looks around in confusion, wondering who will be the next god. She remembers the bodies of the fallen gods lying in the Colosseum ruins, noting the barrier only sighs when a god changes. She rubs her forehead in complete frustration, wondering what happens to the planet if there is no barrier. She sighs, muttering that she has absolutely no idea because a situation like this has never happened before. She panics about dealing with the instability as the tiny green dragon wails dramatically in the background. She turns to look at the massive lizard, her expression completely serious. Yang continues his mourning, his loud cries echoing across the empty plaza. She takes a step forward, her bare feet landing lightly on the cracked concrete floor, noting she was born in Elmer and is the successor of the Earth God. She points at the crying dragon, declaring that he has sufficient qualifications to take charge. She drapes her arm over his snout, offering a warm smile as she tells Yang he is the next god of both planets. The dragon looks up in absolute sweat-inducing shock, drool, and tears dripping from his nose. She stands beside him in her flowing blue robes, looking incredibly composed. She waits patiently for him to stop crying and accept his destiny. With a sudden quick leap, she hops onto the dragon's head, giving him a playful slap and asking how long he's going to keep crying. She points toward the city, ready to defend their world, and tells him to go create the barrier quickly while she handles the guys there. Yang spreads his wings and flies high into the sky, heading straight toward the boundary between worlds. The blue-haired girl watches him go, her expression calm but determined. She stands in front of the red-haired warrior, the two of them keeping a respectful distance. He places his hand on his chest, looking down at his bleeding wounds with a smug grin. The spectral images of Lucifer and Guak Dugyeon appear over his frame, signaling the end of their struggle. She raises her hands, a giant wave of glowing pink magic seals appearing around her to begin the repair spell. Bright pink and red magical sparks gather in her palms, noting it'll be a bit quieter now. The scene cuts back to the Grand Council Hall in the Divine Realm, where the gods have gathered for an emergency meeting. The beautiful blue-haired goddess Soso, the first-ranked god in charge of planet Mugi, sits at the head of the table and announces they decided Yang will take charge of Earth and Elmer. The green dragon principal is shown sobbing into his tail as the seventh-ranked god, still mourning his lost master as he agrees. The Cyclops god sighs in relief, glad that the chaotic duo is finally gone since he trembled every time they had a meeting. But suddenly a red-skinned, horn-headed god interrupts, his face covered in a smug grin. He mockingly asks if they are seriously letting a tiny pet lizard take charge of 2 planets, referring to him as the guy who cleaned up after the Earth God. A close-up shows his red eyes narrowing in arrogant satisfaction as he repeats the insult. The dragon principal's eyes go completely bloodshot with rage, his teeth bared in a terrifying growl as he questions how the god dares insult his master. The other gods watch in absolute sweat-inducing panic as Yong's power begins to surge. A massive glowing orange ball of fire charges up inside the dragon's throat as he roars. The red god panics, desperately waving his hands to calm the dragon down. With a sudden roaring blast, Yang fires a colossal beam of dragon fire directly through the center of the council table. The massive shockwave completely shatters the stone pillars, the other gods scrambling to get out of the way. The red god is left coughing in the rubble, completely knocked out cold as he wonders why that happened since he didn't say anything, now viewing Yang as the second-ranked god. The green dragon principal officially assumes his new supreme role of divine protector, in charge of planet Jamor, a combination of Earth and Elmur. The 2 planetary spheres are shown merged together inside a single massive protective barrier to form planet Jamor. It explains that because separating the planets was too difficult for Yang, they share mana now, but he created a mana barrier to prevent travel between them. The scene shows a massive cracked crater in the middle of a deserted wasteland on Earth. The bald adventurer Li Ho is shown looking around in complete sweat-inducing shock, noting it's gone. He stands on the edge of the cliff, screaming in pure comedic panic that his rift is gone. He collapses onto his knees, muttering that his ultimate honeypot of easy cash has completely vanished, calling it a total mess. Suddenly, a local news reporter shakes his shoulder, holding a digital camera and asking if he saw the thing. The reporter explains, looking completely confused by the empty sky, that he came to take a picture of it, but it disappeared. The reporter's friends are shown in the background, busy taking photos of the ruined landscape. Ho grunts, completely ignoring them as he walks away. A high school bully is shown screaming in pure rage, complaining his mood was ruined by Ho looking at him. Before the bully can even finish his threat, Ho drives a lightning-fast right hook straight into his face. A wide shot shows the city street with cars passing peacefully under the red sky, explaining Earth established a system for the Awakened who appeared due to mana. 3 years later, the scene cuts to a grand snow-covered glacier under a bright blue sky. A group of cute little penguins is shown waddling across the slippery ice. Suddenly, a massive muscular penguin slides down the glacier at full speed, kicking up a giant spray of snow. The penguin leaps high into the air, screaming in pure comedic excitement. It lands perfectly on its belly, sliding across the ice with a happy laugh. It slides directly into the arms of the tan-skinned boxing champion Kang Cheol, now 22 years old. Kang Cheol just sighs, his face covered in sweat as he holds his new penguin companion, wondering if he helped for nothing. Looks like his new life as an elite hunter is going pretty well. A massive raging fire is shown engulfing a local residential building, the flames lighting up the night sky as someone calls for help because a person is still inside. A young girl is trapped inside the smoke, coughing heavily as she clutches her chest and complains her head hurts. She collapses onto the floor, her vision beginning to blur as her mind fades. She reaches her hand out, her fingers weakly grasping the air. Suddenly, a powerful dark purple magical spark crackles around her hand, her magical power finally awakening during the crisis. A massive column of purple flame erupts from her palm, completely blasting through the burning ceiling. A brave firefighter in full protective gear steps into the smoky room, looking for survivors. He kneels down, gently placing a hand on her shoulder as he asks if she is okay. He removes his helmet, revealing the handsome face of the purple-haired student Lee Haejun, asking if she is okay. Meanwhile, in a high-end research facility, a large glowing white egg with a funny cartoon dragon face drawn on it sits on a velvet cushion. The class president Yujin, now a 21-year-old reptile keeper with an exclusive taming skill, stands nearby looking completely fascinated by the egg. She adjusts her glasses, whispering in wonder if this strange egg is perhaps related to Young Young. Suddenly, a sharp crack splits down the center of the eggshell, a blinding white light erupting. The shell shatters into pieces, green scales wiggling inside. A tiny wet green snout pops out of the ruined egg, landing on the desk. The cute, tiny dragon principal lets out a soft, adorable squeak as he wiggles his tail. Yujin blushes in absolute starry-eyed excitement, her face turning bright red as she baby-talks her new pet. The scene cuts to a grand ancient Chinese temple under a bright blue sky, representing the Mirren Alliance on planet Mugi, run by Soso, where martial artists are practicing. A young disciple is shown peeking over the rooftop tiles, his expression incredibly serious. He grumbles under his breath about how humans are insignificant and useless, his long dark hair fluttering. It turns out Lucifer's soul has taken over the body of a lazy rich young master, the son of the Mirren Alliance leader, and he looks incredibly frustrated. He grinds his teeth, his face turning pale with rage as he curses his current situation of being just a measly human. He screams at the sky that this is a curse, his eyes glowing with an unstable drug-induced purple light as he vows revenge. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark mountain ring territory of the rival faction, the demonic cult, a young red-haired boy with his hands casually in his pockets is shown standing on the temple roof, looking down at his trainees. He smirks, noting 3 years have passed and he knows this isn't Earth or Elmer, his red-cheeked smile looking as mischievous as ever. It turns out the Earth god Mu has also reawoken, taking over the body of a young martial arts prodigy, the son of the demonic cult leader, and he's absolutely loving his new start. He jumps down, easily shattering a wooden training dummy with a single bare-handed kick, noting he doesn't care where he is. He lands smoothly on his feet, his red hair fluttering as he looks around. Several high-level demonic cult guards bow politely to the young leader, completely terrified by the kid's raw, unpolished combat talent. With a sudden toothy grin spreading across his face, Mew prepares to show his new subordinates the true meaning of a fight. He plants his bare foot firmly on the floor, his muscles tensing as his veins pulse with raw strength. He screams like a total psychopath for them to bring it all on, completely ready to start his new war-hungry martial arts life from scratch. His face is covered in a red-cheeked wild smile of pure joy. With a sudden explosive burst of speed, his fist moves in a spectacular blur of white motion lines as he lunges toward the camera. And that is officially where the legendary Earth God's high school life and his brand new martial arts journey comes to a thrilling close. Season 1 complete.